It's a goal.
intention.
Okay. You're intending
Absolutely,
to.
absolutely. I have some short-term goals and some long-term goals, which do include leaving the country. I have the added weight of that probation, even though it is administrative. Which is as you know, I got on that separate case, had nothing to do with this one. 13.5 months and 2 years of administrative probation. Like we discussed that. Just don't get in any trouble. You can go anywhere you want.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd rather let that time expire somewhere else and try to.
But you're thinking about moving, and you're free to do that on administrative
Absolutely.
Probation, right?
That's according to.
Okay.
It shocks me that I can do that, but that's a good thing.
And one of the places that you talked about was Costa Rica. Is that one on your list of maybe the places that you're going to go?
Caribbean and Central South America.
Caribbean and Central South America.
Right.
Okay.
I'll be looking for a suitable boat to make the trip, and probably live aboard and restore it until it's ready to launch and go set up some business stuff there. But
you also discussed Panama when we were there.
Absolutely.
So that could be another destination.
I agree.
Okay. Do you have living arrangements in Monroe County right now? No.
Cots.
Okay.
And just friends, but I'm trying to. So we discussed also that to stay out of that. I mean, just out of that where it all happened, and that element of it out there.
Stay out of trouble.
Right.
Okay. With regard to the discussion that we had last week at the jail, do you recall telling me that you received death threats when you were incarcerated in Monroe County from Rory Wilson?
Again, not only did my lawyer not know that there was a conflict there, the public defender was also representing. Who is it? Did Tyrone start off with the public defenders or something? I don't know his name, but as soon as I mentioned it, stop. Well, they actually put me in the same dorm with Ty.
With Ty. Okay.
On accident.
So when you were first incarcerated, you were in the same dorm as Ty.
No, do not mix. No. So what happened was they I got the threats, and they shipped me up to Plantation Gate, transferred me up there. I spent the remainder of my time there.
And who made the threats?
Just other inmates.
And did you know who they were coming from?
Exactly. Other inmates at the request of Detroit.
Rory Wilson.
Who, from what I understood, it just happened to work out to where, when I went in there, he just happened to be in Alpha dorm, that he had gotten in trouble or something. He was in Alpha dorm or something. But that's how messages can still get out. You know what I'm saying? Hollywood is down here. Everybody knows, and not only that, like threw me right in the water,
Your nickname is Hollywood?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were born in Hollywood, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the threats that you referenced were coming from Rory Wilson?
They came all the way up to PK also, up there. I mean, it was a regular thing.
Did you ever tell Detective Pitcher or your lawyer that you were threatened by Rory Wilson?
Not formally, I don't think.
Okay.
I may have commented on it.
Okay. Are you fearful in being back in Key West of Rory Wilson or his contacts?
Absolutely. I think there's still another person out there that may have, or multiple people that may have, participation in this, or the perpetrator, or either their means of if they already did that, they'll do anything to,
right.
Who knows? I don't know who they are.
What were the threats that were made to you? Do you remember what was said?
Now that's little, just it's more of a, they mentioned the case, they mentioned bodily harm, and they don't really have the details because they don't, it's not like it comes and they match it up with something. It's just like, oh, you're a snitch, you're you went, the police. That's the element you get. I mean, verbatim. I don't. It all gets lost in translation. I think coming up there, but it's basically if we were together.
So other inmates would threaten you on Rory's behalf.
Right. And again, what happens is it's oh, I heard about you down there, and you're this and that, and you're always said, you better tell him I see you.
And what would they say?
Or if I ever get a chance to do anything,
Okay.
it's different.
So
It's just talking trash, but there's an intention, there's a thread in there in it, but it varies from who translates the message and who brings it up each time.
But you were afraid when you heard these threats?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Was that part of your hesitation in returning to Monroe County?
Absolutely.
Have you ever been afraid of Franklin Tyrone Tucker?
Never.
Has he ever threatened you with regard to this case?
I've never seen him mad at anything ever.
Okay. So when you spoke about threats with law enforcement and your other statements, you were referring to threats by Rory?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to retaliation, is it fair to say that you and I discussed your fear of law enforcement retaliating against you?
Again, yes.
Okay.
Both.
So you are concerned about either the sheriff's department or the state attorney's office taking action against you now that you're back in Monroe County?
You say action. What? There's no action on me, but it's going to be, I don't know why they're more getting, I think what you're getting is me saying about who I saw there and them still pursuing the thing. I'm trying, and that's the whole time I split it up. I never commented on it, but they would just comment to me.
Okay. All right.
Of why my participation is to put pressure on Detroit, to put the pressure on Tyrone.
Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that. But you, when we talked, you said that you were afraid that you'd get, rearrested, right?
Well,
that you were.
I hope I don't do anything to get rearrested.
No, but that you would somehow be targeted. That you were afraid of that.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. All right. So with when we spoke last week at the jail, we went over some of the statements that you made to law enforcement, and I asked you if those statements were still true, and I asked you for some other details about the incident that night. Remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Since that time that we spoke last week, did you talk to anyone else about this case?
Nobody.
Okay. So you detailed the night of the incident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that you had arrived at the treehouse, or that you were already at the treehouse when the incident took place.
I had been there all day.
Okay. All right. So what were you doing when you were there that day?
Watching American Pickers on TV and playing chess.
With Matthew Bonnet?
With that.
Okay.
And some others.
All right. Now you had been involved in an eviction action with regard to Anathea Clay, who's known also as April. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you and Matthew Bonnet and Paula Belmonte issued an eviction notice of sorts to Anathea Clay. Okay. And why was that?
She wasn't paying her rent there, and was drinking heavily and just very loud and abusive. Nothing physical at that point, but just drama there all the time about between whatever their issues are.
And
He had asked her to leave nicely, verbally on many occasions. She just would. I guess he thought it needed to go to the next step to like the legal process of she won't go.
evicting her. Okay. And was Anathea Clay angry about this?
Absolutely.
Okay. What did she do in response to receiving that notice?
Threaten everybody, everything. She puts all the. She thinks it's Paula just trying to get Matt to choose her. You know, maybe on a more personal level, but it was just strictly business. April was a pain. Matt went around. She wouldn't leave. We asked her nicely, and so we got together and Matt drew up an eviction. I don't know if it was legal or binding or not, but he wanted us to witness it, and I agreed, and we signed it and taped it to her door.
And when you say she made threats, what kind of threats did she make?
It was actually a long spectrum. It was from videotaping things to, I mean, she threw in DCF. She would go on some drunken rant tirades.
So,
There's no telling what would come out of her mouth.
so she threatened to, to videotape. Is it fair to say that there was drug activity going on at the treehouse? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And that's something that you were hesitant to tell law enforcement when they started to speak with you,
I
right?
still don't even hear on this thing. It's just business, private business that, you know.
You didn't
that
feel
you don't-
you didn't feel
exactly.
was relevant to any of this.
I don't, you know.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that you didn't tell the police officers everything about the treehouse and how you knew certain people when they talked to you initially?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's because you just didn't want to get anybody in trouble?
Absolutely. Embarrassing myself.
Okay. Now, you did tell them, however, about what you saw with regard to the incident.
Absolutely.
And did you hold
I-
anything
who's
back
the-
about that?
I told every detail that they needed to know to have the best information to make their decision off of, you know, just it's if I said the case hinged on because there was drug activity there and stuff, then we're guilty. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't it. So why? It was something that was behind the scenes.
Hello, Axel. How are you? Do you know what this is about? I'm going to tell you real quick, okay? This is about a murder and a woman getting her neck slashed. And then you got an innocent man being charged. So, yes, that's what we're doing. This is a deposition. Just thought I'd explain to you what this live is about. But thank you for being here, like always.
Right.
Orchestrated. It seemed like, and robbery is what they're claiming. But I think that was just a byproduct of it. I don't think that was the original.
Okay. So,
plan. I think that he, like you say, Mark, Matt surprised him up there or something.
okay, Matt surprised them. You said to law enforcement that this didn't have to happen. Why did you make that statement?
Oh, because of just in regards to the other victims, you know, as you know, the one elderly,
Paula?
you've seen her.
Mhm.
She's not in the best health, you know. What I'm saying is that you don't have to, and Matt very laid back, you know, stuff. You didn't have to. They're not going to fight back. I mean,
So you don't believe that robbery was the motive?
absolutely not. Oh, because I had firsthand knowledge of the Paula, again, you know, was very just enough to support her habit. She would sell a little bit on the side just to support her habit. So there was a little activity there, but nothing Matt would never let get out of hand or something. It was very discreet, very.
So, to the best of your knowledge, Paula never had a large amount of drugs
I know
or
that for a
money at the
That's
treehouse.
exactly. And that's me as a person. That's the first thing I see. It's not. They didn't go up there to get nothing because there's nothing up there to get.
Okay.
There's nothing going on like that.
Okay.
So that's cool.
You told the detective that you believe that that you not only heard Anathea Clay make threats, but that she said that she was going to get back at Paula somehow.
Absolutely.
Do you think that the incident was related to Anathea Clay?
I do.
Why?
I think it really, at the end of the day, it just comes down to her and Paula just having to be just two women not getting along and wanting that. And she's just upset that she has to go.
Did you see Anathea Clay that night, the night of the incident?
I didn't see her that night.
No.
Which was kind of unusual. She's usually there every night.
So you thought it was unusual that she wasn't
And then
around.
something else take place, right? As soon as she disappears, she's not there. And that's the other thing too, because Paula works on a schedule that if you're not right there watching it, witnessing it, you would never know when do I go and how, when you want to make the best. Oh, if somebody with firsthand knowledge is what I'm saying, that has Paula was very open with it. That's the other thing about the things. She wasn't very open, kind of friendly, about it. It's not like a drug atmosphere. It's not the way it is there. This is look how long it's been there. Nothing. As soon as April Anthea brings this guy over, within 2 weeks, this happens.
Okay.
Then we've been there for 10, 15, nothing's ever have any.
So there was never
I don't
any
know how
sort
many.
of,
You know what? We should check and see how many calls I've ever came into that place for. There's this. It's off the grid. It's very tucked in there. It's very private and discreet. This doesn't
So-
happen.
when you're talking about the guy, you're talking about
Matt.
Rory Wilson.
What I'm talking about. Yes.
Okay. Anathea Clay brought Rory Wilson to the treehouse.
Yes.
And when did she do that?
I want to say the first time, the first time was about 2 weeks before, which we discussed. That was his introduction,
Hmm.
and the second time was without her, about a week prior. So it was like a three-step thing. April, 2 weeks, by itself now, and then the incident. Just
And
like boom,
that
boom, boom.
at that first introductory meeting, was that the first time that you met Rory Wilson?
Yes.
So you saw him at the first meeting, which was 2 weeks prior to the incident, correct?
Oh, sorry. He actually came inside the main part of the house the first time. The second time he didn't come. I wasn't comfortable in letting him come in. Again, the house is split up in different sections,
Hmm.
so you can
So you had seen him twice prior to the incident,
yes,
all in a span of about 2 weeks.
yes, ma'am.
And so you were familiar with what he looked like. And you're
You
positive,
definitely got their attention.
Okay.
The whole time. You kept your eyes on him.
and you're positive that that's the person that you saw on the third floor the night of the incident.
100%.
And you told Detective Pitcher that he had actually removed part of his mask or
Was-
pulled it up.
Rolled up like he when I saw him, it was actually from a behind view, and he was on his hands and knees looking for something on the floor. Up there, Paula was in the bed. Roger was laying off to the side.
And what happened when Rory saw you?
He just flipped around and like acted like he was going to come again or come at me. So that's the second time when I ran, and I went past the stairwell all the way to the CDS to the doors and just stayed there until law enforcement showed up.
Did he say anything to you?
He just referred to me by name and
Did he say
cursed at me and then told me to,
did he say Todd O'Quinn, or did he say use
no,
your
we
name?
only know each other by. That's what I was going to say too. You keep saying, well, you throw me when you say Rory because it's Detroit. I'm thinking, who's Rory?
Okay.
I think you're throwing somebody else in the thing, but it's Detroit. I'm called Hollywood, so
That's what he said. He said Hollywood.
which is just the same thing as calling your name.
Now, we also discussed, so you saw Detroit when the second time that you came back to the treehouse. The first time and let me start in the beginning. You were in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet downstairs,
Yes, ma'am.
and there were other people there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
A young lady, Yolanda, and the
Belinda.
Belinda,
Belinda.
which she's called.
She's also
Again.
called Yolanda.
Right.
Okay.
That's how I know her.
Okay.
And the little black, what was his name again?
Roosevelt.
Roosevelt.
Okay.
And Ben lives in the trailer, the little motorhome outside. So
Ben lives in the other
he's
trailer.
there all the time. But as far as it was us four down in the trailer when it started.
Okay. And you said that you and Matt heard something and decided to go out.
Right.
Now, were you going to respond to what you heard, or were you just going to walk with Matt and go to CVS?
I was going to the Hogfish.
You were going to go to Hogfish?
Right. I wasn't going to go get involved in that.
Okay.
There.
So you heard yelling.
Right.
Was it common to hear yelling there?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. He said, let me go check and see what's going on, because we still look out for Paula. Nothing's going to, happen. So you could just tell it was different that time.
Okay.
I mean, I knew there was something, but we heard a little rumbling going on and stuff like that, but it was
Because it's not unusual to hear
exactly
noise coming
exactly.
from
It
Paula.
wasn't, right. It wasn't over the top, yelling or that, but you could tell something was different.
So when you exited the trailer, you walked toward the direction of the gate, the front
Right.
gate.
Right. Straight out to the gate, the entrance to the treehouse are off to your left.
Okay, so Matthew went to the
Right,
left.
we break off.
All right. And then what happened when you got to the gate?
I heard Matt kind of distressfully, ask for help or was yelling something. Again, I was gonna tell you before this started too that I'm hard of hearing this one, but you pick up it's something different. So
You're hard of hearing.
Right.
And
I'm not legible, of what he didn't say nothing verbatim that I can remember, but you could tell he launched into something's going on, a struggle.
Okay. So you're hard of hearing in your right ear?
Right.
Okay. So you went to the treehouse?
Then I went to the bottom. You could see straight up.
And what did you see?
I saw Matt with his back to the railing and another person facing him, and they were exchanging blows or fighting.
And what did you do?
I ran up to the top of the stairs and swung at the one that he was engaged with. Help him.
And what did he look like?
He was in a mask.
A mask, a skull mask?
Skull mask, everything completely covered.
Okay. And what color?
Black, like Halloween. Just black.
Black. Black from head to toe.
Head to toe.
Okay. And what happened after you swung at him?
He kind of went back, and when he turned to me, that's when I actually saw from the side view. There's nothing on the mask that they wore. There was nothing on the sides. The raised white features on the mask were just in the front. So when I first came up to see him, it was nothing stood out. But when he turned at me, then I saw the mask, and then I saw what appeared to be a knife in his hand, and he lunged at me and took
And your pinky got cut.
right, and then I turned and went, and that's when I ran off the property again and stayed on the retaining wall.
And you tried to get help?
Right, yelling.
Okay. Yelling for the police?
Right.
All right. What did Matthew look like when you saw him struggling?
Just real defensive, and I just saw little red spots on
In the front of his shirt?
On the front of his shirt.
Okay. And so did you ran back over to CVS and you stood on the wall?
Right.
All right. And did you have a phone with you?
I did, but I can't recall what happened to it.
All right.
Why I just didn't call myself.
Did
That's
you
what I
call?
did.
So you don't remember if you had your phone on you or you didn't, or?
I didn't have it on me. So I don't know. I ran out of my flip flops too, so I don't know if it was on the ground somewhere. But I do remember when I got over to CVS that I was asking other people to call. So I don't. It wasn't. I didn't have
Who did you ask to call the police?
some other patrons, some other people that were at the parking lot
Okay.
in CVS.
All right. And you stood there to try to watch what happened?
Right.
All right. And then what did you see next?
I saw the person when I thought was up there exit the property and take a right and get about 50 feet, take off the mask. I started yelling again, and he turned, kind of cornered away, looked straight at me, and again, there's a little window of view there by the boats where they go, but it was when he first came out, it was a clear shot, and it was a younger guy took off running.
Okay. What did he look like?
He was younger, shorter, curly, brownish, reddish hair, little,
White male?
white.
Was it Franklin Tyrone Tucker?
Absolutely not.
Did you recognize the person?
No.
Did you know John Johnson Travis? Do you know him?
I didn't even know that there was 3 people involved until I again was made aware of that. I didn't. There was no other.
Who told you that there were 3 people
You
involved?
know what? I want to. Well, the who was I can't remember who exactly told me, but because Detective Pritchard didn't tell me everything at first. He would just be like, we're still investigating. We haven't called. He called, this and that. So, and then I didn't know there was the amount of people involved. Again, the first incident, I only thought there was one. Then he ran out. Then I go back in again to help, and now there's 2.
Okay, so after
And after it's all over, now I hear there's 3. I'm like,
well, okay, so let's concentrate on what you saw. Just what you saw, not what other
just
people
the 2,
told
right?
you, but what you saw.
Then again, to answer your question, no, I don't know that guy. I didn't know he was involved. I never seen him.
You didn't know him. Okay. So you go after you see this white male that has curly brownish reddish hair.
Right.
After you see him take off, you go back to the treehouse.
Go back in.
Right. And you assumed that was the
over.
only attacker.
Absolutely.
Because would you have gone back in if you had known another person was there with a knife?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So you go back over to the treehouse property.
Right.
Where's Matthew Bynum?
He is on the second tier. He's on the second tier on the flat floor, face down, unresponsive.
Okay.
Full of blood.
And then you started talking about this earlier. Then you went up to the top tier.
I right again, and things are why I didn't remember about Paula, but I hear Paula, crying.
Okay.
And I was like, oh yeah.
So you went up to the third tier, and
I go up to the next tier, turn around, it's another half tier up there. You see perfectly that's what's in there, and I just see Paula's up on the bed with her knees up, and she's crying. Roger's on the floor, and there's a big figure on the floor facing away from me. Just I just see a black solid. Again, I don't say black. It's just another black figure. It's starting to get dark now, stuff like that. And I engage Paula. Are you okay? Whatever. And that's when I see this person flip around with the mask, the mask that I saw the first time on the guy that left. I'm thinking there's only one, and it's kind of rolled up over, like maybe to his eyebrows, up, and again turns around, acknowledges me again. I look and see it's Detroit. Acknowledges me by my Hollywood, and screams a profanity and tells me to go, and starts to go, and I'm done.
And you took off again.
Again, didn't go back.
Okay. And you waited at CVS until law enforcement
Yes.
arrived? Okay. And who was the first police officer that you remember speaking to?
A young lady. I don't know her by name.
And did she tell you to do anything at that point? No?
Just give after when I got back, just information, just basic information she took at the very beginning.
Okay.
Didn't really give me any instructions and wouldn't comment on anything. And I left, let me leave, and I went on and went to the Hogfish, which was my original intention before it all started. So I walked off.
Did you think it was unusual that she didn't ask you to stay?
Absolutely.
Why? Why?
It's just because that's her. That's you're supposed to, I guess get a statement right there or get something. I mean, she barely took my personal information, and then I was gone. It was until I was stopped further down when they had the island on lockdown. That the other detective or the other sheriff said, "Oh, we've been looking for you."
In a car on the street.
Exactly.
And,
Cool.
and they asked
Now
you.
they bring me back, and okay,
Right. And they said, do you guys know anything about this?
absolutely.
And you said, yeah, I was there.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
the one that called trying to tell you the whole time,
Right.
they didn't see me.
Okay. So, um, you are sure, is your testimony, that you only saw 2 people there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see a truck in the area? No?
All boats on that street.
Okay. Did you see anyone get into a car?
Absolutely not.
Did you see any movement whatsoever with regard to a car coming in and out of the treehouse property?
No, I saw not a car didn't come down that street the whole time because I believe me, I kept my attention was focused that way, but I was in the parking lot. They had nothing. It was everything was.
Okay. So you didn't see someone acting as a getaway car driver, for example?
I never knew there was. Nope.
Did you see Rory leave?
I did not see Roy leave. Okay.
Detroit. So you turned around, went back to CVS, and never saw Detroit exit?
Right. Because the second time, like I said, the first time I stopped, right after I get on the other side of the road, where I guess where at the first, at the first encounter, something that just, I'm spacing myself between me because I got to give you a little distance, what's going on. But I didn't run all the way to the to the doors of the CVS. I stayed right there and watched. As soon as he left, I think that's it. I think there's only one.
Okay.
Second time when it happened with Norton, I skipped the wall all the way to the door. I'm not going back until the police. You call some more people. Send me this
Right.
nice young lady out there. But I'm like,
Right. You're not going to go back.
Yeah, it was kind of like here. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'll take over for now. Here, let me get your name. That was it.
And that was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy laying up there.
With regard to the oh wait, let me go back. How do you know Franklin Ty Tucker?
Personally,
And how long have you known him?
a couple of years.
And where did you know him from?
Originally from the Marathon County Jail. We were 2 years ago. We were together up there on. He was in there on a sailboat issue or something, and I was in there for something else. We met there at Marathon Jail.
So you met at the Marathon in the county jail. And did you establish a friendship after that?
Absolutely.
And how often would you see him? Would you see Ty?
Daily.
Where?
All over. Stock Island, Key West, Cots. That's just in passing, but if nothing else, we always met Sundays at Shrimp Daddy's to they have some free food there. Watch the game, watch NASCAR, or watch the game if it's football season. So that's kind of like, we interact every day, but we make it a point to go there on every Sunday.
Okay. And so,
so I know him more than just glancing at him. I know him. I mean, we're
your friends.
we hang out pretty good.
Okay.
He's different than a lot of the
Why? What makes him different?
Well, I mean, just because that again, that crowd is just he we have the same thing. We both work, and a lot of people come down here. It's just you don't want to. It's just like with the treehouse. You don't want to get with all the craziness all the time and all the drama and stuff. And I separate it all with Tyrone. He doesn't. He's not on the same level as it's actually more intelligent and stuff, and I can relate to him. Out of all these people, that's who I gravitated to. So.
And have you ever seen Ty be aggressive?
I've seen him hold back or not fight another guy just because of his discipline up in the marathon. A guy over a card game threatened him or something, and he never got mad or threw a punch or anything.
So you've never seen him be violent?
Never.
And you've never seen him act?
Yeah, and that, and this is what's sad. Okay, they're going to get some of these witnesses, okay, on the stand. And what are they going to do? They're going to attack their drug use. To me, who gives a shit? Because it's about a murder and attempted murder. I feel this man is being honest. And big deal if Ty has yelled at people before. Who was making a big deal about Ty yelling at them? Was it Rory? That don't equate to murder, in my humble opinion. Axel, are you still here, buddy?
Aggressively toward anyone?
Ever. He helps everybody. I've never even seen him. I don't even think I've seen him upset the whole time I've known him. Very laid back.
What do you mean he helps everybody? What do you mean by that?
Just he's that type. He's just that type of guy. He's always run around and gets along with everybody and help give everybody. That's the other point about the thing that just doesn't make sense, because he's actually my voice the reason down here too, because when I go off and want to do all the what I'm saying, he'll be like, but again, if I'm gonna go, he'll give me the money to go. He's crazy, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he doesn't want you to go, but I tried to. He didn't party with me. He didn't. It was just uncanny for him to even be there, to even be around. He wouldn't. I've asked him to go and he wouldn't go. So
go to the treehouse.
Right.
Okay.
He just doesn't like that environment.
All right. You were shown a photo lineup that contained Ty's picture.
Right.
Okay. Now, when you were asked about the lineup, you said that no. You said that that no one else was there in the lineup. Now, but what you didn't tell the detective is that you knew Ty, right?
Right.
You knew him by his picture, but
they're asking me to pick somebody associated with that, as far as that goes.
Right.
If he'd asked me, do I have any friends on here? I would have said, okay, yeah, I got this guy. But they're not asking me that.
They asked you
who was there.
Anybody in this lineup there on the night of the
exactly,
and you said no.
That's the right.
Okay,
that's separate.
Now, did you feel as though the detective or any
or any
of the other law enforcement officers?
That's probably what the police were expecting, because it seems like the police department is looking down at these people because they've used. So they were thinking, allegedly, this is my thought, they're going to point Ty out because they know him and Ty are friends. Because, they've been watching them, right? I don't know. Just a thought I had.
We're trying to implicate Ty in the crime.
I absolutely, and it's even as it progresses a bit, just all the things, just like that's what it's when you flip open when the light, but I see Ty there, I mean, just instinctively, I stopped. I was like, I know somebody. How do I know somebody on this lineup? It's the thing, but it doesn't have anything to do with that. So from there, when I put it all back, it's like Ty.
they continually asked you about Ty.
Yeah.
Right. And did you tell them that Ty was not involved?
From the very beginning. I said, why are you keep
Because that's
asking
like,
about him? Don't be wasting your time there. It's
right, because we caught, okay, common sense with Paula. She told them from the first interview when they first showed up there, she ain't gonna have any more info for them. And she said, Roy and a white guy. I mean, she knew. She knew. And they keep poking at her. 4 videos worth.
Well, did you hear what he just said there?
Refresh my memory.
He said he kept asking them why they keep trying to get him to point out Ty.
Yeah. Because he's right. If they would have asked if, your friends is one of the guys in this lineup, circle them or whatever they do, right? But they just wanted to know the date of the crime of the person that was at that treehouse.
And he's already said Ty didn't like to go there, even if he was inviting him to go with him.
Right. I don't know about you, Grandma, but we're pretty much the same. I am glued to this case because of what we seen before we even watched any of these body cams. And I also think to myself, this could happen to anybody. That's scary. Why are they going after Ty? I don't get it.
Because they don't have anything else and because they want to hang him up.
But there's like probably 10 plus people that have said it's Ty. And after, I'm sure we haven't even got to them all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they're being coached and led and manipulated to do that too.
And all these people have been in jail, have gotten to jail even after this too.
But the victim, Paula, knew Ty and said it wasn't him.
Right.
She must have told him that half a dozen times that it wasn't him. Same thing with this guy. It wasn't him who I saw.
And I have a problem with that mask. I have a problem with that. Oh, I already said it. Because of him shaving his head. There would be some DNA.
There's got to be some DNA there that they either didn't collect it properly or can't use because they didn't process the evidence properly. Something is screwed up there. But the fact that the guy shaved his head and then colored what was left and put like little designs in it and shit like that to make himself look different. Yeah, that's pretty shady.
Well, and did you hear, oh God, did you hear Ty when he came in here, how that Roy said that he didn't know who, not April, another name was. Started with an A too. So it would have been the same person, right?
Yeah, her name, she went by April. Just a second, I got her name here. Hang on, I got it.
Starts like an A-N or something.
No, it's like Althea or something like that.
Alicia?
Yeah, Althea.
Oh, okay.
And they call her April.
Okay. Okay, and he says he doesn't know. Okay, she's only having your baby.
He wasn't there.
right, but and then that's where then he would offer these little tidbits of information and because I couldn't.
When you say he, you're talking about Detective Pitcher?
Right. And I mean,
What did he tell you?
that I didn't know Ty the way that or it would surprise me that the way that he knows and that they had, I think he even went as far as to say that they had some kind of evidence that links puts him there or something. Just trying to, I'm not falling for, I mean, just to try to convince me of something because I'm so adamant about the whole time. It's like, oh, I'm like, it wasn't, I'm very, there's no gray area there. Stop you.
So you're, as you sit here today, you are convinced that Ty was not
Right.
there.
Absolutely.
You never saw him there.
Absolutely. And then, but I have to reiterate every time I see him, I have to reiterate that every time I tell him that my story is not going to change.
Okay.
Don't keep.
Did the state attorney's office and or law enforcement contact your attorney while you were in jail on these other charges?
I think we initiated the start with the proffer that I mentioned,
A proffer?
right?
Okay. So you and what was your attorney's name?
Mark Youngblood.
And you think that he initiated some contact with the state?
At my request.
Okay. And you were you looking for some sort of a deal to maybe lessen your sentence with regard to the new charges?
I mean, if they could do something, fine. If not, nothing was. I just I put it all out there and kind of on good faith. I'm not gonna, the truth is the truth, and ultimately the case needs, what I'm saying, needs to be solved. It's not over anything.
Did Detective Pitcher tell you what he wanted you to say?
Well, so much as what I wanted to say or how to say it, but to put Detroit there. If I can just, if he has the more evidence he has against Detroit, the more that he could push Detroit's theory, Detroit's story on Tyrone. I guess he's implicating. You see where I'm going?
Right. Do you remember? Do you remember what he said?
That his girlfriend just had a baby up there, and that he wants to get back up there with her or something, and
That Detroit wanted to get back with his girlfriend,
right,
to get out of jail.
get out of Florida, right?
Okay.
Right. And that they had offered him 10 years
Okay.
to testify against Tyrone.
So Detective Pitcher told you that Detroit wanted to get out of jail, right?
Right.
Go see his baby,
Right.
and that the state, had offered Detroit a 10-year deal.
Verbatim said that.
And so he wanted you to put Detroit at the scene so that Detroit would testify against Ty?
Just I maybe Detroit is being standoffish on what he doesn't want to tell himself either, so I think he's keeping his options open with which way what to say. But if it's Detective Richards' leverage against Detroit's, which is his leverage with Ty.
Did you ask?
Okay, let's go back to Roy because I got a problem with him. Okay, I wonder if this guy is still in jail. That Roy. There's something about him.
Yes, he is, and he got like a ton of time.
Oh, he did. Because you remember in that sit-down interview, he says, if I tell you it's Ty, can I go home? Or if I say it's Ty, can I go home?
Yeah, that's what they wanted from the beginning, was everybody to point at him. So go figure.
Right.
Ask him why he was interested in Ty? Did
He
you
says
ask him that?
he was just to keep it absolutely.
And what did he say?
He's convinced. I mean, I don't know. He's trying to convince me. I'm like, you know,
Would he
don't
ever
convince me.
convince you that Ty was there?
Absolutely not. We keep that's what I'm saying. We just keep butting heads about that. I'm like, I don't know why you keep asking.
Because he wasn't there.
I saw who it was, and it wasn't him. So now, and then but then up and out. Oh, then when he comes to do the recorded statement without my attorney or anything, I'm an outside trustee up in PK. He shows up at the Almirada, my place of work, and calls me in the conference room.
Without your attorney present?
Nobody. I didn't.
Did you discuss talking to him without your attorney present with your attorney?
Absolutely.
Okay. And did you ever agree to do that?
Again, I'm going to give him the information. That's something that's, what I'm saying? I mean, he doesn't have I mean, I'm not trying to hide anything. So, but he comes up there and I just didn't feel comfortable talking without him. And then he just made the notion that he had already, or that he talked to my attorney. Oh, and it's okay.
He said your attorney said it's okay.
That's what he told me.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm an inmate. I don't have any way of verifying anything. And I was like, if you talked to him, you guys should have came up here together. Well, I don't know why you didn't. You took off ahead of him, I guess, because Mark comes down. I guess he commutes down here and does. It's once a week or something. Maybe he consolidates his business
Whoa.
here. He has to drive from stuff. So
Oh my God. For a different robbery and homicide? Oh, I'm going to be looking him up. Most definitely.
Are you talking about the statement that I made? Because I'm talking about Rory.
That's who I'm talking about. Oh, I call him Roy.
No, he's not Roy. He's Rory.
I'm going to call him Detroit.
Okay,
then.
Detroit was sentenced to life without possibility of parole.
Whoa. So he's a violent criminal. Okay. I just might contact his ass. No, I'm not going to.
Allegedly.
I know something was going on because the lady that's the prosecutor that's doing Tyrone's case was supposed to get with Flanagan, who was doing my case, and I didn't think anything had been worked out enough to where, listen, we took the first step and did your proffer. Now it's, what I'm saying, now come back. He skipped everything, boom, right to the, oh, it's okay, everybody's good. And let's right to the statement.
Just talk to me now without your lawyer.
Absolutely.
And did you wind up getting any sort of deal or any reduced sentence? No?
That's why I had to go check 2 years probation on top of that, about 13 and a half months in prison, and then 2 years, which is the equivalent of a 36-month.
And so it was at that Islamorada meeting that Detective Pitcher told you that Rory had a deal with the state for 10 years?
And he offered, and he amended. He said we have amended his charges. Something we're going to do this and do this. He's just, again, wants to tell me enough to convince me of things and not, I'm like, well, I don't know what your grand scheme of thing is, but you know what I'm saying? I'm here to testify that, one, it's Detroit there, and two, it's not Tyrone there. I'm with, you see, it's kind of confusing because I'm with the state on something,
Right.
but then I'm not with the state on
Right.
if that makes sense.
And did you feel pressure to
I still feel pressured.
include Ty in that?
I still feel pressure that, they can make, a person like they could make it really unhospitable down here. If they, there's absolutely the retaliation.
Intimidation.
That's what I'm getting. I mean, I'm trying to be nice and say, here, I'm telling you this. Don't get mad at me for for telling the truth.
We definitely are going to look into this law enforcement, this county. I want to see how many lawsuits they've had.
Right. So you've spoken to them 5 or 10 times so far, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've told them repeatedly that Ty was not involved.
Well, again, we can back up to the original statements that I left out. Obviously, key elements. That's when they're still out there on the loose. They hadn't even been arrested that time. I'm not knowing what's going on. She lets me leave like it's no thing, and anything could have happened on Stock Island.
Right. So
You know,
you
that
you were
night.
concerned about.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did they offer you any sort of protection?
I came out of pocket for Paula and I, and we jumped around in hotel rooms and stuff. And then after that, I called. Like I say again, I talked to Pritchard like he was like my best friend. You know, when it was all started.
You talked to him
Oh,
numerous times
I have his number in my cell phone.
on the record and off.
Absolutely.
And
I asked
so
him personally. I asked him personally for money to a place to stay. I said, "Listen, if you don't want me to leave Key West, put me up in a hotel room, do something." But these people are still running around. You haven't arrested them, and they already killed one person. They're not gonna obviously care. They're not gonna stop for me and Paula.
and what did he say? Nothing?
We don't have anything.
He didn't offer.
These people are afraid of their lives, just like these people in Missouri are afraid of their lives because of law enforcement. And remember, Ty came in here and said that Paula is risking her life, but she's doing the right thing.
I believe that too, that she is in danger and that her boyfriend here is in danger. And I don't know how she's continuing to go on after that kind of trauma and the way that the cops just like follow her around and want to see her and talk to her again and again and again.
And put her in the back seat.
Yep.
Wow.
To
It's a
provide any
good
sort of
case,
protection?
Kit.
No. Did he put you up in a hotel?
Very good case.
No.
Get
Absolutely.
the
not.
word out.
Keep
No,
shaking
it's
my
okay.
head.
That's okay. Yeah, we just have to pick it up for the
I
record.
gotta say a word. So no,
So
absolutely not.
okay. You told him that you found it unusual that Anathea Clay was not there that night.
Absolutely. The place is a very routine oriented, things like that stand out a lot. New people,
New
not
people.
good.
Right.
This and that. So yeah.
And you said the night of the incident, if you want to know what happened, find Anathea Clay.
Right. Again,
And did Detective Pitcher ever talk to you about Anathea Clay?
he's never mentioned her one time.
Never mentioned her one time. Okay. And when you mention her, does he ask follow-up questions about her? You're shaking
Nothing.
your head. No, nothing. Okay. Why do you think that Anathea Clay has not been included in this investigation, case, charge?
I have no idea. What I mean, I don't know. I've given them all the what progressed and how this big thing was festering this whole time, and then the eviction notice on the door, and then and then this happened.
And her
What's gonna happen.
threats?
Exactly.
You told him that she was
It wa-
threatening
listen,
everyone.
It was like it was just right in steps, right to it. It starts off with a little stuff here, and then you can tell build, and just right before it happened, she's out there at the top of her lungs yelling. It escalated all the whole way. Excuse me.
Mhm.
Right to that incident with her at the wheel. You know what I'm saying? You
So,
could tell it was going.
and one of the threats that she made was that she was going to turn people into the police.
Absolutely.
Did you know her to have contacts with law enforcement?
At that time, I did not.
Okay. Do you know anything else now?
So from what I hear, again with the jailhouse, obviously I think that information is confidential. Nobody, I don't know how you guys do it down here, but they don't reveal, you always have your speculations that somebody is or that, but that's the word, yes. That she's a CI.
That she's a CI.
That's what you hear, but
Okay. You don't know that whether or
everybody
not that's
talks
true. But,
talks trash in there.
okay.
They all try to. So I don't. Listen. I go by. I'm a very intelligent person. I can go to the place and see this and that, and I don't listen to all the stuff. I know what's going on down there.
Did people in the jail talk to you about this case?
Everybody's talking about it.
Okay.
So I mean,
And what kinds of things were they saying?
just small talk stuff. Just it doesn't. It's kind of out of the ordinary. But then some people, what I'm saying, just I just think it's going on a loud when that's very plausible conception to this whole thing with Anthea,
Hmm.
with April, and not explore that route. Or maybe they have. I mean, that's why I keep asking, what have you got on this, and what do you have on that? Oh, we're not worried about that. Tie. Quit wasting your time with Ty.
And so you still don't understand
still don't
why
understand.
Ty is involved in this.
I still don't understand
Um,
why he's sitting there.
Sitting in jail.
Exactly. But he's
Did you see Ty at all that night?
like it.
No. The night of the incident,
No.
I mean. Okay.
Which again, he's in by dark. If I don't see him, after dark, he's that's it. He's preparing for the next day.
So you did see him though when they put you in the same dorm as Ty. What was that? G dorm?
I think it was.
Okay. And did he say anything to you when you saw him?
No, more. It was more of a personal, thing, because obviously, we're friends and good friends, and this is going on. But he was worried about it. He just immediately he picked up that we probably shouldn't be together. I really didn't. I didn't care. It's him and not Detroit. It's my friend. I want to hang out with him, but
Right.
so he told the guard that we told the guard that we are conflicts on a case that are going, and I don't even know how your institution let this happen. Because if that would have been Rory, Detroit, I ran into face to face. I mean, do you see how it happened?
What
I mean, there's
what do you think would have happened if
I
you saw Detroit face to face?
There's no telling.
You
Something.
you think that he would have hurt you?
I
Tried to?
don't- You're right. I'm not going to let him hurt me, but
You would have been in fear for your safety.
absolutely.
Were you
I
in-
wouldn't have stayed in there. I wouldn't have been in there.
Were you in fear for your safety when you saw Ty?
Absolutely not. I walked up, we gave him a big hug, and we didn't even say anything about the case for the first 5 minutes. I was like, oh, and then, we were just catching up, and then like, oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't be in the same thing.
And
Yes,
so
sir.
you two told the
Right,
guards, and they moved you.
It instantly turned from a fear thing to a, politically correct, the right thing to do. What
Right.
I'm saying, we're not supposed to be together.
And
I don't care.
you told the guard that if that had been Detroit, it would have been a different story.
I would think so.
But did you tell the guard that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That was the other thing I was going to tell you. This is all. I have, they do all the things in the kiosk there. I wrote them. I have everything on the dates and everything on my kiosk saying, listen, if how did this happen?
Right.
There's I'm in this case, involved in this case, and here you are putting me through. Luckily, it wasn't Detroit this time, but
Right.
they put me in confinement with him in the same room or something.
Right. So you were afraid that it could
Ridiculous.
still
Yeah,
happen.
I thought minimum that was a safe place to be in the jail.
Right.
So I figured that out quick. So that's another thing that's fueling,
Did Ty ever threaten you or promise you anything? Did he ever say, tell the state this or tell the police that? Or
you know what? I mean,
did he ever tell you to do anything?
nope. It's just so, we really talk about it. It's so ridiculous. I'm like, well,
So you were never fearful of Ty?
no, absolutely not. I do it.
Would you lie for him?
No, absolutely not.
So You wouldn't go that far.
No,
If he were there that night, you would have told the truth.
exactly. So, and I mean, again, it's just, it's crazy. Like, just like when we're talking about it, we're there. It's not something that comes up. It shouldn't even, it's not on our minds. When this is over, then we'll hang out again. But how I'm like, because again, it's so,
How convinced are you that the white man that you saw leaving was not Ty?
just everything was more youthful about the person. Ty's older like me, grayer hair, kind of like you know what I'm saying? This guy was a shorter, stouter, short hair. I mean, I saw it very well, and it was not an old person. So
Okay.
even if even if they did have similar features, they're not even. You just don't get right. It wasn't the person I saw was a younger white curly brown reddish hair. Pulled off his mask.
Not Ty Tucker.
Not Ty Tucker.
Okay. All right. So, do you have anywhere to stay in Key West right now?
Just cots and friends.
Do you have any idea as to how long you will be here?
I don't. I mean, I'd like to see this through the conclusion.
You'd like to,
Minimum.
okay, so
I can
so if you're called as a witness, you'll testify.
short of something, happening where I just absolutely can't make it, by not working, but I don't
So if you
You know.
can't make it work here,
I have
where are
to.
you going to go?
probably with family out of state, Colorado or Nevada.
Okay. What about Panama or Costa Rica?
If that's always my goal, like I say, and I try to do things to line up with that. But at the end of the day, I got to live and get by. So,
And so,
and with all these things, with law enforcement and in Detroit, and then probation and all that stuff, it's just not. It would be hard down there for me just without all the pressure. These other pressures, it would be hard. And now with this, it's just.
so you believe it's going to be difficult for you to stay in Monroe County
Okay.
because of the case?
No, it's just hard down here anyway. I mean,
I feel kind of stupid. However, we just found this case yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. So Detroit, he was charged and convicted of this murder and Paula's attempted and the robbery. See, and we kept saying he has something to do with it, something with that mask. I just looked it up. It's for this case. Okay, I fell down, but that's okay. That's why we do this, right, Grandma?
Well,
get
that's why we're talking through it together. Because
Yes.
I'm sure a lot of other people have similar ideas going through their head, and they're starting to get the same kind of questions and things. So it's better to, hash it out together
Oh,
and
definitely.
find out the answer to things. I mean, we're finding out as we go along, of course, because we're kind of unwrapping this from one end and going to the other. But I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Interesting. That's a good thought.
Well, the whole thing allegedly was because Paula stole from April Althea, okay, who was a confidential informant for the cops. She stole from her. So apparently April sent Rory over there to steal from her, to rob from Paula.
Okay, here I'm answering you when I'm muted. What a mess. What a mess. No wonder why she's scared.
Yeah, because she doesn't know who she can trust now, because she she knows she needs to answer the cops, but she's also, wondering why they're trying to get her to say that it's Ty. And this guy's saying, hey, I'm not going to tell you it's Ty because it's not Ty. I never saw him that day. It was somebody who looked like such and such. And he's not going to change his mind. And they're not happy with that.
I've been coming down here, and this is the first time that I've ever lived this long at one time to and actually, grind it out and try to get a place and pay rent, you know. So it's just hard to survive here without anything, just doing the right thing.
So you move around a lot?
Absolutely. I probably already wouldn't have been here this long.
Okay.
I might not even have came back.
So if had you not been required to check in with administrative
I wouldn't.
probation yesterday, you wouldn't have come back
No.
here? Okay. And do you have a driver's license?
No.
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 Did you file a tax return last year?
No.
Okay. Do you have bank accounts?
I do.
Okay. Here
Yes. Centennial.
at Centennial Bank? Okay.
I've had that for a couple of years.
All right. And administrative probation does not require you to check in.
That's what they say.
So they're not going to require you to file a change of address form if you move. No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
From what I hear is that they run your name or nothing comes up, and that's it. As long as I don't get in any trouble or
Okay.
violate any terms that probation would normally, it doesn't, to do. It's just that they're not going to be no reporting every month. No, it's just that. But again, things that don't add up. That's another thing that didn't add up with the thing of why that. So I don't know. I kind of feel like
You don't know
they
why.
they did that to keep tabs on me. So if they ever need me for Detroit, then they would know where to, because I have, like you say, I have to keep updating the address and stuff like that.
You do?
For probation. Well, I mean, I should have. I don't think they understood that, that this probation, you can go anywhere without changing your address. My point
Okay.
is to keep me in the system.
You think the state wanted to keep you in the system,
Right.
but administrative probation doesn't require you to check in
Right.
or update your address.
Right. Because that was the whole thing with the steps with the proffer and this and that. If I'm gonna put myself in harm's way and do all this, and you're not helping me and do anything, and we, this and that, then
Okay.
But
What-
again, if you look at at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna, you can do your interview. I'm not gonna stop you from doing that. It needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna hold it hostage like this one for anything. Period.
Mhm.
So
Why do you want to go to South America?
just to let this probation lapse and let a little time go in between. When you catch charges and stuff like that, it's good to have a nice little. So it's just. I mean, I could go into saying, I want to travel and this and that, honestly, which I do, but it's just hard to exist here. It's hard living, especially down in the Keys.
Mhm.
So, my goal is to start thinking about retirement and get on, just like
And go down to South America to do that?
trying to open up an import-export business or something. I'd like to make something of it, not just like a safari or anything. I mean, I wanted to have, a retirement as an end game. So I mean, I
Okay.
got 51. I got to start.
You're
doing
51?
something.
Okay. All right.
You
All right.
know,
Well, thank you for coming in and giving your statement and speaking with us about the case.
you're welcome.
Okay. And so that will conclude the statement.
Okay, this concludes the deposition of
That was good, Kit.
Wow. Isn't that something? Oh.
I can't
Isn't
hear
this-
you.
Okay, I think I'm trying to figure out when he got the money, when he was able to get out of prison or jail until trial. He's on house arrest. It's either, I think, 2002 or 22 or 23. I'm not 100%. I know it's not 2021. So he was in jail from November 22nd of 2017. And didn't the murders happen November 17th?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. What a intriguing case. And I'm so glad we figured out how to do it from the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's an interesting point because you're going from one end to the other and kind of unwrapping as you go, like a case really does kind of pan out like that,
Right. Because I thought, okay, we got to do things different than we usually do. You know what I mean? You know how I myself bounce around, but you keep me kind of grounded. Oh, shoot.
I try to keep on track because then I can get a picture as I go, and because I don't want to get too much information from the end of the story. I want to see how it unfolds, so that I can then make a better choice of what I think, get a better opinion, more informed decisions and stuff.
Right. And we don't always agree, just so people know that.
Who, you and I?
Yeah, we don't always agree, but we like to do these cases. We have that we're both have the same, what is the word, Grandma, help me?
Well, we're both passionate about this kind of thing. And we
Yeah.
both have a thing for justice. We want to see justice done. We are fascinated with how these cases sometimes get even the cases get brought about crappy because of law enforcement sometimes. So we're a little slanted, I guess, against law enforcement because we've seen so
Yes.
much crap.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. That's right. How are you, Dear Maisie? Nice to see you here.
And by the way, we don't have to agree on everything,
No.
because we do have our own minds. So I like to hear somebody else's perspective, or somebody else might glean from it that I don't. And then I can share what I pick up, because sometimes you and I pick up different things, and together it seems to come together in a more fair manner.
Right. We really try to do, I know I shouldn't be saying we, but we do try to be fair. That's for sure. Yeah, I just wanted people to know, if they're watching, never watched this before, that we don't agree on everything.
That's just because you're wrong.
Okay, bitch. Maisie, you need to really look into this case. Well, I think you would like it. It's very intriguing to me, and it's amazing these things happen and nobody talks about it, and how you can lose your freedom because of he said, she said. Circumstantial evidence. Nothing concrete, nothing. And that's what this case is, in my opinion.
Yeah, but there's a lot of, not just that, not just some circumstantial stuff, but you have actual leading by the police. You actually have law enforcement saying, "Oh, but isn't this the guy you saw? Isn't this the guy here?"
Right.
Maisie, it's Franklin Tyrone Tucker case. And he's actually been on what, Court TV this week?
He
And
they call it the Treehouse Murders. Just type that, he'll come up. Or I should say murder. And he's representing himself. Now, I found this case all by accident, which that's how I always do, and I love it. Nobody's talking about it, but what intrigued me even more is he's representing himself. So I had to go see what this guy is about. And let me tell you, I'm impressed. Nothing like Daryl Brooks, nothing, nada.
wouldn't you agree it's creative policing?
Oh, for sure. So beautiful. And Maisie, there was a hot mic in the police station. They didn't know. And they talk about setting up Ty in a way. And they talked about photoshopping something in the case. No wonder why they didn't want to play it on Friday. No wonder why.
So Ty, who is Franklin Tyrone Tucker, he goes by Ty, he popped into our chat here today and said that he appreciated us looking into it and commenting about it, which was really flattering and kind of helpful because he did straighten out a couple of things for us, right quick. But he will be in court on Tuesday, and they will air that. I think it's on Court TV, is it not? And on Tuesday, he's going to be bringing one of the police officers back on the stand, and it is going to get quite interesting, he said.
Yeah, and let me find something here a minute. You just reminded me of something that I put in my watch later. I think it's only 4 minutes long. 4 minutes. You got 4 minutes?
I got 4 minutes.
Okay, good. Oh no, where'd it go? I'm looking. Oh, they got a 911 call? Oh, okay. 911 call interview.
So yesterday, Maisie, was day 2 of the court proceedings. And this guy is now representing himself. He's let his lawyers go. And he is representing himself pro se and is doing quite a bang up job. He was interviewing one of the police women who was, first on the scene kind of person. She was the, what was she? What was she? What was her thing?
She was
The detectives.
She was a lady detective.
Yes, she was in
Major
working with
crimes.
the lead detective in Major Crimes, and he basically, she lied on the stand. She lied about stuff, and she did admit that the only thing that they have against this man was the word of other people. They didn't have any other evidence, no concrete evidence. So at best, it's a witch hunt at best.
Sure is. Okay, I guess this 4-minute clip is very important. This is the guy that got fired, the detective. Oh,
In the heart of Gaza, where hope is a
sorry, you guys. I know that was loud.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher from Martin County Sheriff's Office. It is July 25th, 2018. The time is 3:06 p.m. I'm here with Paula Belmont. You're going to do vehicle swab. All right. Do me a favor. Close your eyes.
I'm going.
You don't need to. That's that first. All right. I jab you. I very much
I don't
apologize.
care. It's
All
just
right.
in below.
Keep your eyes closed because you
They're
don't need to see this. Open up.
Oh my God. So they're doing a DNA on who? Is that
All
Paula?
right.
In 2018.
Every time I should know to bring a tissue when you
Yeah, certainly I might take offense to that, but no.
Will you tell me to take the gloves off?
I will. And
Okay.
Oh, that poor lady.
all right. The gloves are off.
I don't like that, miss. Sorry.
Again, I don't blame you. And so everybody knows why you don't like them. It's not because of anything I did. It's because
No,
of the night
no,
of the
but
incident.
still. Anyway, yeah, they have me caught and go through your stuff, and I skits out there with them. And I mean, I know, just like you, I know they're not going to hurt me. But
Nope, I completely understand after what
that
you've been
black
through.
glove thing.
So give me your name and date of birth again real quick.
Paula Belmont, 12/29/1960.
I wanted to, and I hate taking you back to that night, I really do, so I apologize.
Okay.
But I want to ask you some questions. I'm going to be a little uncomfortable to answer,
Mhm.
but I need you to be honest with me, all right? That night, were you selling crack cocaine or supposed to be selling
A
crack
little
cocaine?
bit.
A little bit. Can you tell me how much you were supposed to get or had that night?
I had like $60 worth of shit.
Okay. Did you have it after the incident, or did they take it during the incident?
He took it.
They took it. Okay. You never saw it afterwards, anyway.
Not that I know of, but everything was in such shambles.
Okay. Who all knew that you had that? Had anybody ordered crack cocaine from you that night, or anything like that that would have?
Todd tried to come up and get stuff, and I told him I didn't have anything. And
Okay.
I told him I didn't want nobody to come upstairs, only Roosevelt, because Roosevelt stayed up there sometimes.
Okay.
Todd, April thought I was getting a lot.
April thought, how much did she think you were
April thought
getting?
I was getting a cookie,
April thought you were getting.
because I have a friend who that's what he used to come down and do, and he had stopped by and he brought me Arby's,
Oh.
Arby's roast beef.
And so she thought the cookie was in the Arby's
Yeah.
bag, right?
Yeah, I had Arby's roast beef and cheese. It was kind of cold.
Gotcha.
You know, we don't have Arby's down here.
So she thought you had a full.
Mhm.
Okay. I was just wanting to clarify that a little bit.
Yeah.
Anything else that we never talked about that night that you can think of? I think we've.
No, just that once again, I still just can't figure out that it was, what's his name? Tyrone.
Okay.
And you know what? I also don't understand why it's not premeditated. If Detroit comes charging on me.
Well, before we get into anything
Oh,
like that,
okay.
I'm happy to talk to you about
Oh,
anything.
okay.
But anything related to that night in terms of.
No.
All right.
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn the recording off then.
Wow. What an ass.
Yeah, he's an ass.
Wow. You want to watch one more?
Yes.
Okay, you know what I found? April's interview.
Ooh, how long's that one?
30 minutes.
Oh, okay, but I'm gonna have to run in and pee.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Of course. Amazing. We are learning a lot. We're trying to catch up. In this case, well, I don't want to say catch up, but we're following it pretty good, I must say. As in the court documents or whatever, you know, when the police are on the scene, the reports and body cam footage. Because it's funny, you always see something different than the police reports. Are you still here, Maisie? What time is?
I'm ready.
Oh, you ready? What time is it there? You're in Australia, right?
Okay, you're 5 hours ahead of me.
April, is it okay if Matt sits in with us? Is that okay? Okay, good deal.
I'm sorry, really quickly, just one of the volunteers, I need to tell,
Go
it
ahead.
was not done. And the other thing, I spoke to my lawyer, and because this lady is putting everything on the internet, I don't want to be video recorded. Hi, Don, it's Anna. How are you, sweetie? I just wanted to let you know the cats at the spot are done. And there should be plenty of water at the fire station. The cats at the spot are already done. And I washed the dishes for you too. But I unfortunately I left them home and I won't be home for probably an hour or so. Okay. I just wanted to, all right, let you know. No, you're all set. Well, I contacted a blind cat sanctuary in Virginia, and they emailed me back. So I sent them pictures, and we're trying to talk about it. First, we have to have her assessed by a veterinarian, though. She's not completely blind, and Boxer's got her, so she'll be okay. Boxer's taking care of her. Boxer, you know, the big orange and white one with all the fingers? Yeah. So somehow she's made friends with him.
Don't worry about
I know. John, can we talk about this in a little while? I'm in the middle of just arriving at an appointment. Can I call you back? All right. No, I'll call you. No, thanks, sweetie. Sorry, he texted me and don't worry, he's supposed to go tonight and volunteer. He's new and he's really good.
it. That's good. Well, you want to keep him then. You want to hang on to him. April, you need to know that it's not the state putting anything out on the internet, okay? That's the first thing.
So how are these things right?
Because what happens is, under discovery, the state is obligated to give the other attorneys, the defense attorneys,
And so before trial, I mean, I really think she's jeopardizing people's lives here.
and I would not disagree with that. Right now, we are being video recorded and audio recorded.
I don't want to
Okay,
do any interviews on a video, because what I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna drop some names.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the video running just for a minute, leave Matt here with you, and then call the state attorney's office and get some guidance on this. So I'll just be back with you in a minute, okay?
Mhm.
All right, I'll be right back. Have fun talking to Matt.
Yeah, we can't do it that way, my lawyer said that we have to wait.
Okay, not a problem, I'll talk.
This isn't on, just so you know. Right,
No,
on, it's just not recording.
That's fine, it's
Okay.
not me,
Just letting you know.
it's just because,
I hear you.
you know, what I know about what happened has only come up on one of the interviews,
Oh, okay.
and I do not believe that person had anything to do with actually killing the man, but I believe he's the one that said, go get my money back to my girl, to these people. I'll be honest with you, those two white guys, I've never seen either one of them in my life. Never. I thought, does one have a lame hand?
I don't know.
Tyrone with Franklin Tucker? Does he have a lame hand?
I don't know, to be honest with you. When this happened,
Aren't you a detective?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Detective Corey.
You're 6'4".
Yeah.
Oh my God, what is his name?
Yeah, so when this happened, I was working on patrol in Marathon, so I know nothing about this at all, so
Oh, okay.
names and all that stuff.
Because if it is one person that, when I look at the face, I think that's, I mean, almost 20 years ago, that I knew of him downtown. You know what I mean? Like I see him, he'd be at the corner store and stuff.
Oh,
and
and
then-
the keys.
89.
Oh, okay.
So that's in, came in 89. That's 99. Went upstate New York and went to college. In Virginia to college. Transferred from community to
Mm-hmm.
another community.
Mm-hmm.
And then came back in 2005.
What was your degree in?
Science, I didn't finish.
Oh, okay.
I didn't finish. It wasn't I didn't want to finish. When I went to Virginia, it was because my mom was having surgery. And so I thought I would only be gone for the Christmas break. Well, the surgery turned out to be a lot more expensive than we thought, and she needed like 10 weeks recovery time. So I paid out of state tuition and continued at community college there. And
Gotcha.
my mom and I have issues.
I got you. And then you came back.
Yeah, but all the schooling did pay off, and all the experience did pay off. I learned a lot.
Good. Yeah, I've got a lot of credits as well that didn't formulate into a degree, but still have the knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I know,
Exactly.
I know what you mean.
Experiences. I learned a lot more working in Bedford Hospitals. When I went first upstate New York, I was working as I got a receptionist job in the veterinary hospital. I was so excited.
Mhm.
Because ever since I was a little kid, it's not like I look for them. I walk outside and trip over them.
Right.
Somehow or another.
Yeah.
They find me. I can't escape it. I mean, boyfriend after boyfriend, husband, mother, sister, grandmother, everybody. You stop. You can't save the world. I'm not trying to, because the ones that are right in front of me, I can't ignore.
Right.
You know? Some of the police officers laugh at me. They're like, you said stay home, because I can't leave my house. I mean, they'll hear me shut my door. They hear my voice. They follow me.
Wow.
I don't know exactly what it is, but when I started working at the veterinary hospital upstate, one of the doctors, she's an internist from Cornell. She asked me if I could fill in some extra hours at the emergency clinic on the weekend. I was like, sure. She's trying to buy money by a car, because in upstate New York, it's fixing the snow. And I guess the emergency hospital, and people would bring their animals in, they run in with their animals lateral down, unconscious, things like that, hit by a car, or poisoning, all kinds of stuff. And I just had this second touch for what was wrong. And they're like, how do you know? Because I brought this guy back. I'm like, I think we need a BG. And they're like, you're a receptionist, or how do you know this? I'm like, I don't know. And then I started having these dreams, and I would have dreams, and I would talk in Latin in my dreams. So I'd write things down as soon as I woke up. So they actually paid for my first semester of college. And yeah, because I don't know, it's weird.
Interesting.
I brought everything, old stuff, as you can see, real old stuff.
Lots of goodies.
Well, unfortunately, lots of them, you know what, when everything started to go bad at the house, I probably shouldn't get emotional, but, the whole thing is really emotional for me, because I was just trying to fight for our house, our space. Before she came there, everything was nice there,
Who's saying she?
Paula,
Oh, good.
and then she was only supposed to stay for 2 weeks, I've known Paula, I've known Paula 20 years. I had my issues with drugs. Unfortunately, when I was 12 years old, I started selling drugs to pay our bills. I was 14, I had to leave home. And then eventually I became an addict.
Yeah.
April, I just talked with the state attorney, and they completely understand that you don't want to be videotaped. What they want to know is if you're willing to tell me what about the videotape that you're really concerned about. Like,
It's being on the internet.
okay, and you completely understand it's not the state attorney that's been putting it on the internet,
I
right?
understand this woman's a my lady.
Okay, and what's your concern about it being on the internet?
Well, because she's making these little, I don't know, she thinks she's, like a lawyer now. Because she's making these little PowerPoint presentations where she's, have you seen it?
No, I haven't been on the internet, so I haven't
Okay.
seen it.
Just in a couple of days, a couple days, she's making these little PowerPoint presentations now of the framing of Franklin Tyrone Duck. And she's putting my phone records on the internet.
Okay.
She's saying that I called Stacey Medina. I didn't call Stacey Medina. Stevie Jones lives in the complex right next to me.
Okay.
A couple weeks before that, him and Robbie Nevis had come. I was hiding in the shower. That's how afraid I was of the people that were in my back room.
Okay.
Paula kept sending people down there. You know, Robert Frost had called me and said, Paula's got in for you. I told Matt, I'm not paying you rent. I'm paying rent. I owe you or the rent. Because I was going to see my mom for the first time in 10 years.
Okay.
For Thanksgiving. So I just wanted to make sure everything in my house was secure. My roommate got broken into twice. You know, I changed our with quarters ended up to here.
Yeah.
You know, my keyboards were stolen. I would keep coming home and finding my room broken into. Okay.
So,
wait, let me
oh,
finish.
no, I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Paula was supposed to stay for 2 weeks. You know, I've known her 25 years. I've known her for everything. Y'all know I've always struggled with my addiction.
Yeah.
Okay, I started selling subs when I was 12 years old. I had a choice. You know, my dad was giving me some help. And then eventually caught up with me and became an addict. But I also learned that at some point I came to this decision that I can't live like this. I don't live in chaos. You know, she's saying I brought people's house. No, I don't want nobody to know where I live. I want anybody to knock on my door. You know?
So April, if I'm
When it
hearing
became chaotic, and then the first time I got assaulted because someone was looking for her, I got really upset.
looking for her, looking for Paula? Okay.
First one was on was Janine Green. I said, Matt, that's it. I'm not paying you any rent, but I owe you.
Okay.
Because I'm paying rent at 2 places now. Now I'm working at my work to stay there for free, which I have all the receipts of.
Okay.
And I'm going to pay your rent too? No, she's got to go. Okay? Ben and I pay rent here. Okay? You're going to lose your property if you don't get her out.
Okay.
Okay? So they're going to raid the place, then code enforcement will come, they're going to shut the whole place down. You know, we have tomato plants growing. In fact, he reduced my rent because I was doing so much work around the property.
Okay.
I mean, everything in the back was a mess. I couldn't do anything about, carpentry. But total vines now, I got everything cleared out, the whole yard was clear. She could put the bathroom in a bucket beside her bed. She couldn't even walk downstairs to this, right? And then she would throw it out this right outside her window.
Oh, wow, okay.
I would clean up the yard. She would sweep her deck off pieces of chore boy, razor blades. I mean, all kinds of things right onto the ground. You know, I'm not walking in flip-flops to the property to go to the shower. Right? We have 3 puppies on the property. And we got, sorry, I'm a bit of a redneck. We got niggers kicking the door in. Okay. Right? We got niggers kicking the gate in. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say like that. But that's how I felt about it. Because I'm not talking about black people, whether it was a Puerto Rican person, a white person, whatever. I'm talking about a drug dealing person that's coming like a gangster to come look for her.
Okay.
Right? And it was a pregnant lady. She was big, and she's screaming and yelling at me at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a towel coming out of the shower. And I'm like, she was up there. And I'm trying to go to my room. She's like, go get her. And I'm like, right? So I go up the stairs, just pull it across down, I said, there's somebody up here. You want to come up? Meanwhile, she's sweating, huffing and puffing, and she's big all around. And I'm like, you want to come up and look? And she's like, you tell that. Okay. I don't believe it's the same lady that you interviewed, Amy.
Okay.
I do not believe that's her.
Okay.
Just by what I saw in the interview.
So April, before we go any further, because what I want to do is, I'm going to let you know that I would like to have this interview videotape, but if you don't want to.
I just don't want to, I'm not going to,
Okay.
I don't want this much involvement in it.
Okay.
And not only that, the fact of the matter is, do you remember everyone's talking about the first thing that everyone was there for was to put a door up for Paul?
Right.
Paula knew that she owed a lot of money.
Okay.
Or something. And Paula was scared of that. I did not have anything to do with setting up a robbery to get back at her or any of that kind of craziness that they're talking about. I absolutely did not. In fact, Melissa Thomas was very angry with her. They kept calling me, asking me, is she home? I don't want any trouble at my house. But someone said, don't call me.
April, can I audio tape it so it's not, so the video's not on the internet? Because what you said to me.
See, if I'm going to tell you the name, do you remember the first interviews that Paula told you? There's black people that did this.
Yeah, right.
right? And if I say your name and it never comes to fruition,
So if
you
I,
can't guarantee my safety,
so if
but
I,
you've heard the name before.
okay, but if I'm hearing you correctly, your concern about stuff being on the internet is because you're afraid.
Well, you know, I mean, I have a son, I have a sister who's a very prominent lawyer. You know, they don't want to have anything to do with me having things like this
Right.
popping up every time they go on YouTube and they're connected to me.
Because if I understand you correctly, what you are seeing on YouTube isn't accurate. It's not the truth. What they're
heck
saying
no.
about you is not the truth.
Not only what they're saying about me, other things they're saying are the truth. They're straight up, especially Todd Quinn, who I didn't even know his name, but I wrote it all down.
Okay.
He's changed the story in every interview he's got. And the fact of the matter is, I believe that he had a whole lot to do with what happened.
Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go turn the video off, okay? So you're not gonna be on YouTube. So if I won't put you in any harm's way. And if you're
If you
uncomfortable,
put my name attached to anything, and I tell you who all this money to,
okay. We're gonna do,
she's protecting them right now.
Paula is protecting everybody?
Paula knows what she did.
Okay.
Okay? Paula's supposed, yeah, so
So I'm gonna go turn the videotape off, okay?
it's testing all be off.
Okay. Let me go take care of that.
Audio and video.
All right, let me go take care of that.
But I'll put it in writing
Okay.
as long as I'm guaranteed it's never gonna get in their hands, because, you know, I might not even be right. To be honest with you, I was so distant from her.
Look at that lying cop. Look at lying Danelle. The liar. And here you got April saying, can you get it in writing? Because she don't want this to get out. Oh, a little too late. Little too late.
I wanted her gone off the property. I wanted to just live in peace.
April, let me explain to you,
So I might not know all the circumstances correctly, but from what I do know,
before I turn the video off, let me tell you what having the video on is gonna help you with. Because there are two sides to the story, and we only have one side. And we have everybody's side but your side.
why? Why?
Well, let me ask you this. How long have you been hiding from the police?
I have not been hiding from
Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Ow.
Okay, so putting your side of the story on video
Why
allows,
did you ask me if I was hiding from
I didn't know. We couldn't find you. We didn't know where to look for you.
How did you not find me? I mean, that doesn't make you, okay, so when all this stuff happened and everything, it was really bad. And Corey and I, you know, Corey was coming and spending 3 days with me, and he was working in Marathon. Corey has a really bad heroin problem,
Okay,
so he couldn't stay here in Chihuahua. So our goal was to move to Marathon. And all this stuff happened. We moved to Marathon. We stayed in this disgusting trailer for about a month, and then we got a nice apartment. Well, I got a job in Marathon Veterinary Hospital. He got a really good job, and I would still come down and work at Stray Cat Chargers, where I was working when I lived in Mass.
okay.
About twice a week, or whenever they would call me and be like, you know, we got overbooked and we don't have anything clean, and can you come get the stuff? As long as I wasn't working, they knew my days off at the veterinary hospital in Marathon. Sure enough, every single time I would come down to US work, Corey would relapse because he knew I wasn't home.
Oh, so you weren't there to be.
And then he overdosed and died.
Oh, I did not know that. Sorry. Very sorry.
Thank you. And that was last May. And then I got injured. And I was in the hospital. I mean, I wasn't hiding. I was in the hospital for almost 4 months straight.
What happened?
Well, different David, he's like, you're gonna stop this job. And my landlord in Marathon and all the people at my church in Marathon said that you can't shuffle around the house and you're gonna lose the rest of your life. Which is what it is.
It's true. Yeah. Well, that's grieving. You're grieving a loss. It was
And,
really hard.
So I went offshore going fishing, which is a commercial fish for years.
Okay.
So I went fishing, and I got injured on the boat, and I caused me to have this surgery. And then what happened was I split the back of my head open, so I got a strep infection that went down. So I had huge abscess under my brain. I didn't even know it. I thought I had a pulled muscle.
That's because you scanned the Holiday Inn Express one day. You thought you were a doctor.
You know?
Okay.
I didn't get to stay on holiday like
No.
I was still in the boat working. And then when we got on shore and I, had a fever and everything, but when I got up and went forward, I ruptured my gallbladder. Well,
You were a mess.
they saw this and ambulanced me, and then my sonogram came in afterwards. So it wasn't until actually I got all the way back to Key West, I'm like, I think I got poop, and I can't. And they're like, oh my God, you had a ruptured gallbladder this whole time. So went to my liver, my spleen, 4 surgeries. I have A negative blood. They can only give me O negative, which I had a reaction to. And one thing after another, it just snowballed. So I spent, 6 months in the hospital, but I certainly have not been hiding. I didn't think I was going to make it.
Congratulations on surviving all
I
that.
promise you, I didn't think I was going to.
It doesn't sound like it.
I really didn't think I was going to. I didn't think I was ever going to be strong again.
All right, this is interesting. Notice how that cop keeps her talking and did not turn off the tape. Sneaky. I wouldn't be in that room by myself anyways. I would have an attorney.
I'm just starting to get my strength again. They certainly have been hiding. In fact, when I called my lawyer, I'm like, what should I do? Should I call them? I'm like, unexpected matters, all these things that these people are telling are lies. A lot of them, anyway, not all of them, but a lot of things I'm hearing are lies.
What, do you remember the guy that came and served you the paper? The guy that, Charles, you talked to Charles? Because Charles said that you told him you'd been hiding from the police and staying inside the house most of the time.
No, not hiding from the police.
Yeah.
Not hiding from the police at all.
Okay.
He's mistaken in that statement.
Okay.
I actually not hiding from the police.
No, you went to
I told
Marathon
him,
with Corey,
well, we planned to go to Marathon.
Right,
That was
but I
the
mean-
whole plan at the beginning.
but you just moved up there. You were.
I had no one else to live there. I was
Yeah.
told by you that I could take one trip to get my stuff out.
Yep.
You remember telling me that?
Yep.
And then I was now trespassing if I was returning the property.
Yep.
Right? So I prepaid my rent, I have receipts to prove it,
I know that.
and now I'm kicked out. So
Okay.
I ended up living in this trailer with no electric, no water, no nothing for months. I absolutely was not hiding from police. What I told Charles Meyer was that on a daily basis, before I walk out the door, I think, what's going to happen? I mean, I don't know all these people that Paula knows.
Okay.
And I don't know who she's really protecting and what they're going to do, because Crystal Dinklacker told me, she said, don't go nowhere by yourself. She's really got an interview with Robert Frost 2 weeks before this happened. Told me, Paula said she's going to get you. Now, everybody wants to take Paula as this weak because she's so frail and fragile looking. No, she's a biker chick. She's not frail or fragile by any means. She's manipulative. She's convincing. Bullshit. Stop doing the shit you're doing and you won't be in the situation you're in.
Yeah, that's true. That's really true. Okay, so you.
I was absolutely not hiding from the police.
Okay.
In fact, when I contacted my lawyer, which is quite some time back, I asked him, I was like, what do I do? He's like, well, they haven't come looking for you, have they? Not as far as I know. I said, when I was in the hospital, 2 notices came. But I thought it was about my truck, because my truck got towed.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure, because it's Monroe County. I'm like, maybe it's from the state attorney. Now, Colleen Dunn told Richard G, verbatim from what he told me. She said, oh, don't worry, I'm going to get her for all the things she's got away with in her life.
Who's Richard G? Who is that?
Years ago, we had a domestic case, all right? We had lived together for like 2.5 years. But he's a lobster fisherman. At the end of lobster season, we had 4 months rent, which is time that they're off. He literally left with the 4 months rent, and I'm marinating steaks, and he's supposed to bring home cigarettes and beer, and we're going to Fort Zach, and we're going to barbecue, and he's going to stop the rent off the landlord if cigarettes come home, and he never came home. So, yeah, I got that. I know how to pick him. So then we got into a domestic, and I broke my ankle. So I went to Sammy's house. Okay, I've been in almost a year, clean and sober, working in a veterinary hospital, volunteering at the wildlife center, had a little car, had a place at Kathy's Hope next door to Sammy's house.
Yeah.
And we were in the next
Very
place.
familiar with that, yeah.
Okay. And he's leaving flowers in my car, and I love you and I miss you, and I'm so sorry, and blah, blah, blah. And about 3 days ago, I moved in with him right next door to the office. So I come home and he's got crackers on the table, a beer in his hand, and I'm like, oh, hell no. So we got into bed, and as soon as he fucking grabbed me, and he's grabbing me, I grabbed his collar, grabs his necklace. So they charged me with grand theft. Okay, they're telling me it's burglary because I don't have any record that I live there. I ended up doing almost a year in jail. Yet I had my papers, when I left Sam's house, I did all my paperwork. So I ended up having paperwork saying, yes, this is where I was moving, 68 Denver Street. Yet Kathleen Dunn was just determined that I was just such a terrible person that she was going to do me in.
Did she prosecute the case on the burglary and the grand theft?
Yeah, and then I ended up just running out because it's easier to just take the chip program and get out. It's been all that time fighting the case.
So when did Colleen have this conversation with Richard G? Do you
You
know?
have to ask Richard, but he told me when he went to talk to her and tell her that he was sorry, you know, that I caught him off guard. Yeah, I caught him high and drunk,
Okay.
right? And I caught him off guard and he expected me to come home. You mean he expected me to come home? You know I was coming home after work.
So
So he went to apologize and try to retract all his stuff. And she said, it doesn't matter, I'm going to get her. And
okay.
this is what he told me. So I can't say because I didn't hear it
Right.
myself. But because of that, you know what I'm saying? Colleen Dunn, you know, I just know she has this face for me. I mean, she just scowled at me in court, and I'm looking at this lady. I was like, what did I even do to you?
Yeah, so the thing that Richard was telling you about that Colleen said she was gonna get you for was the burglary and the ripping his necklace to grand
I
theft.
wasn't regular, I lived
Yeah,
there.
I know.
Moved in.
You're telling me that you had just left Samuel's house, Kathy's home, and gone in there, but you didn't have anything to prove
Well, I
other than the
did.
paperwork from Samuel.
Right, but it took my lawyer to go get that and everything else after I'd been arrested.
Okay,
Right, and then I had, what's the antibiotics, the big boy, Levocin or
Okay.
Cipro, right? And they just wanted to say they were drugs. I'm like, it's an antibiotic,
okay.
right?
How long ago was that? When did that arrest happen? 2014? So that's when Richard told you, hey, listen, I tried to go talk to Colleen, and she said
Oh, we had a
no.
conversation about last week. And he was
Okay.
like, yeah, she-
But he reminded
He's
you.
like, I went and I told him everything, and I told him I was sorry and everything else. And the lady was just like, doesn't matter, I'm gonna get her anyway. She got away with too much in her life.
Okay, but that was from the 2014 case, right?
Right, but
Okay.
that's the only
So-
thing that I have a little, you know, this whole thing's being prosecuted by Colleen Dunn, and all the interviews I'm watching, she's always bringing up my name. Everyone's always bringing up my name.
Okay.
What the heck did I have to do with this?
Alright.
Get back at Paula? Get back at Paula for what? Rob Paula for what?
For
She
what?
was what? Rob Paula of what? She was the one who was trying to borrow $20 from me.
Yeah.
If finally I came to the point where I put my foot down and said, I can't lend you the money.
Well, let me ask
And
you.
then when I was staying at the boat for so long, which I can show you, you know, at the boat where I worked for so long, now I'm paying rent where my stuff is, right, and my cat is, just for my cat. And I'm working, half my pay is to cover, you know, for the fact that I'm staying at the boat. Because I don't want to go home to that mess. And I kept trying to explain to Matt, you don't understand. You know, they're gonna raid your house, they're gonna ask for forfeiture, your whole property that you're gonna have nothing
You're gonna
to
lose
retire.
everything.
You lose everything. And I finally told her when she started threatening me, trying to stay home, stealing their clothes. Yeah, look around. I'm not gonna stay in your clothes.
No, she always must anything. So your interview, if it were on the internet, you believe would cause you and other people harm, if I'm hearing you correctly, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it help if your side of the story was out?
Help who?
Help you? Would it be?
Nothing would help me as if I had any sense and realized none of the situation is my problem or my fault, and I should just get the fuck out.
Well, let me ask you that. So if that side of the story is your side of the story and it's on the internet, does that help you? Does it help you?
Everything that's done is already done. Everything that's on the internet is already on the internet. So there's nothing to help me. All I'm trying to prevent is
Further damage, okay. So, April, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go turn the video off, okay?
Yeah, I know that many people still refer to me April.
Okay.
That's okay.
I will call you Anthea.
No, that's okay. April's done many things in high school, so it's okay.
Well, the first night I met you, you told me to call you April because I had a hard time spelling Anthea, if you remember
That's one of the
correctly.
reasons I like April.
That's why I wrote it in the notebook, because it was easier to
And it
spell.
sticks, but you know, especially after all this,
All right,
you know, I mean, this really was life changing for me. This is just,
it was life
I
changing for
expected
a lot of people.
Listen, Matthew lost his life. I mean, when Matthew lost it, he told her to get out. And he did tell her to get out. And that's what she said she was going to get me. And no sooner did I give him it, I showed him the cash. and his mouth kept running around. I don't know if they were trying to rob him, but I ended up giving him a check. I have the receipt.
Okay, we're gonna take a look at that. But I'm gonna return the video off because you're not comfortable with it being on. I hear what you're saying. I would let
You
you.
know, this lady Lawrence and I understand her vindication and her belief that her man is not guilty, and all her efforts, you know, are, you know, good for you. You know, put your strength in what you believe in. But the fact of the matter is, she's damaging other people's lives and she's jeopardizing other people's lives. And I didn't have anything to do with this shit, so why she put my name all over it is upsetting and concerning. What are you trying to do? I mean, how is that going to help your man?
Yep.
What you're doing to other people?
And that, Anthony, is why we have you here, is we want your side of the story, and we audio and videotape just to protect you, so we can't write down that you said something you didn't say. We can't say that she said this when she didn't, so the audio and videotape helps protect you and helps protect us.
Unfortunately, I'm emotional.
I know.
Because, you know, he was my friend. And he would get fucked up and do stupid stuff, and I'd be like, Matthew, what are you doing? Oh, come on. No, stop. No, I mean, he could drink beer all day long. But give him some vodka, or give him some crack, and he, boom, lost his mind. He just was not the same person. And that, you know, he was a good person. And he was being taken advantage of. Left and right, he was being taken advantage of. And I was trying to, I guess in a way, you know, I'm a bit codependent, or I'm always, you know, trying to fix everything for everyone else for myself. I really should have just said, okay, this situation is not good, get out. That's what I should have done in hindsight. But at the same time, you know, Corey was working, he was on his boss's couch. And so when he came back, you know, for a couple days, and he was with me, I had a place for us, you know,
Right.
because we hadn't had a place since we left for South Dakota, and he ended up going to South Dakota. We went to South Dakota, sold a house, and when we got there, his dad's like, okay, I'm sending you home because Corey's going to rehab. And oh no, Corey's not going to rehab. Corey's going to jail. There's more imprisonment.
Oh, wow.
And that took almost 3 years to solve. In the meantime, that's when I met Richie. Got,
What's his last name? What's Richard G's last name? I don't know this guy.
G-E.
G-E-E?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is he from the Keys?
No, he's from Tennessee, but he's been here for a long time. He's
Shrimper?
very responsible. No, he's a lobster.
Lobster.
But he's very responsible. You know, he works. He's a hard worker. I'll give him that. Like Corey, I mean, no matter what, goes to work. You know, he doesn't let his people down. Sending him.
You know that we're not judging you because you're emotional. You know that, right?
Well, I mean, I shouldn't be in this situation to begin with.
Anthony, I would like to keep the video on. I really would. Okay, I'm gonna go turn it off so we can talk. I want you to think about whether or not you're still gonna let me audio tape. Not video, but audio tape. I want you to think about that for a little bit. That
I
helps.
just want to tell you some things that'll help you.
Okay,
And then I don't want to be video audio.
okay, I'm gonna go turn everything off then, okay? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
She is totally trying to get herself off the hook and doesn't want to have anything to do with anything.
Nope. Well, this will probably, the other one, okay, if they didn't videotape the other, don't they have to though?
Don't they
Unless
have to interview who?
Okay, if she gets called to the stand. Go ahead.
No, if she gets called to the stand, what? Who is the other person you said gets to interview her? You mean like the prosecution is who would be on her side because they're trying to use her.
Yeah, I know.
To nail everybody else. So you're saying the defense would have to cross-examine her?
Well, what I'm saying is I thought they had to have audio or video, especially audio. They have to be. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if she's on the witness list, which I don't know.
I don't know that she would help either side. Honestly, she talks in circles constantly, and she just tries to set herself aside and say, I don't even know why I'm even involved. Yes, you do, lady. Yes, you do. You just have regret that you got drug into it.
Right, and here she's like victim shaming Paula. Unbelievable. This is quite the case, you guys.
I'm really enjoying it.
I am too, and hopefully the next time we go live, this audio's fixed, because you only hear me echo on your end. That's so weird.
I'm not hearing echoes here at all.
Not no more?
No, not today at all.
That's why I was saying it was coming from your end. Because every time you take yourself off mute, that's when I echo.
Because my microphone is picking up you talking and playing it back at you.
That don't make sense though.
It makes absolute sense to me.
That's funny.
If you're talking and you're coming through my speaker, then if my microphone is not muted, my microphone is going to pick up what you're saying, and it'll be like you're talking through my microphone, and it'll play it back to you, so you're getting the echo.
Not in StreamYard, it don't work like that. All right then. I'm gonna get going for now, people. This is a case that is intriguing. I want to first thank Grandma, my ride or die. And I want to thank Jimmy, and I want to thank Maisie, and I want to thank Axel. Yes, you, Axel. And especially Ty for coming to our chat. He really helped a lot with questions. Or to even fix what I said was wrong. Or not correct info. Oh my god. All right, guys, I'm gonna go.
I love you, Kit. You have a great night.
Yeah, love you too. Bye-bye, everybody.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no control in me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you gon' wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you gon' wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Hello, my good peoples. How are you? Hey, Grandma, how you doing?
Good evening. How is everybody?
All right, so this is about the treehouse murder, okay, with Franklin Tucker, but he likes to go by Ty. So if you see me say T.I. like in the chat, I'm not saying thank you. I'm saying Ty because that's what he preferred to be called. Now, we just started watching his trial a few days ago, right? They're only on day 2. Anyways, it's a very interesting trial, in my opinion, and he's representing himself. So tonight, we are going to look at a detective and the prosecutor that used to be on this case. And it's very interesting. Also, we are going to go over Ty's, one of his interviews with the PD and Paula, a recent thing with Paula. And let's see what else. And Grandma's going to help me read a report that Danielle, how do you say her last name? Moore? Grandma?
What?
How do you say Danielle's last name?
Make me remember her last name.
Is it Mueller or Malone?
Yeah, it's Malone.
Okay, she's committed some kind of perjury. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute.
No, I'm muted, dude. Go ahead.
Okay, it's page 17. We're going to start reading of the police report. I could hear me talking, and you are muted.
Do you have your YouTube open in another window?
Nope, I know what I'm doing, Grandma.
That was just an obvious question. No criticism meant.
Okay, so page 17, we will start at. So Grandma's going to read this for me.
Okay. On Friday, November 17th, 2017, the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, did violate blah, blah statute, homicide without premeditation, by participating in and planning an armed robbery that resulted in the death of Matthew Bonnet. On Friday, November 17th, Franklin Tyrone Tucker did violate aggravated battery with a deadly weapon by participating in and planning an armed robbery that resulted in the victim, Paula, sustaining a laceration to her neck and hand. On Friday, the 17th, 2017, Franklin Tyrone Tucker did violate robbery with a weapon, being in possession of a knife while striking the victim, Roger Reggett. Is it Reggett? Or Roggett? And participating in the theft of Paula's purse. On Wednesday, November 22nd, 2017, the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, did violate, and then the statute, tampering with a witness by threatening violence to April Walker and her unborn child if she continues to speak with law enforcement regarding the homicide of Matthew Bonnet. That was the pregnant girlfriend of Rory, right? April, the other April. On Friday, November 17th, the two suspects, Rory Detroit Wilson and Franklin Ty Tucker, were driven to Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, in John Travis Johnson's black truck for the purpose of robbing Paula Belmonte at knife point. Rory Detroit Wilson and Franklin Ty Tucker exit the truck and enter the property known as the Tree House. Rory Detroit Wilson holds the victim, Paula Belmonte, at knife point, and while striking her in the face, demanding her purse. In the process, the suspect, Rory Detroit Wilson, cut Paula's throat, leaving a large laceration to the right side of her neck and a laceration to her right hand. During this time, Ty Tucker is holding the victim, Roger Roggett, at knife point. I'm looking at small text here. Both Roger and Paula stated that Franklin Ty Tucker didn't say anything to either of them. Roger stated that at one point, Ty put his finger towards his mouth and made a shh sound to him. The victim, Matthew Bonnet, is going up the stairs towards Paula's living area, and the suspects then encountered the victim, Matthew Bonnet, at the stairs, and struggle ensued, leaving Matthew with a broken nose and 5 stab wounds that resulted in his death. Paula described the suspect, Detroit, as wearing a skull mask, black long sleeve shirt, black knee-length shorts, black gloves, and black boots. She described him as being tall and very large or stocky in build. Paula stated that even though he was wearing a mask and she knew it was Detroit based on the way he walked and talked. Paula has met and talked to Detroit 7 to 10 times since September 2017. Paula imitated his walk as him holding his arms out and away from his body, as in the way a subject with a large upper body would. Paula described the other suspect as being smaller in build than Detroit and shorter than Detroit. She stated that she did not get a good look at the second suspect. At the time of the robbery, Paula was sitting in her bed, which is approximately 10 feet from the top of the stairs, and she had that distance to observe him walk toward her. Paula stated she was very familiar with Detroit's voice from previous encounters and recognized the voice of the person who stabbed her to be Detroit's voice. Paula also stated that April Anethea Clay had set the whole thing up as payback. Roger stated that the suspects were wearing death masks, and when asked to clarify what he meant by that, he described the mask as skulls. Roger stated that he was drinking with Paula when the two males came up the stairs wearing masks. He stated that one suspect punched him in the face, and then the suspect grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him up and punched him several times. Roger stated that the suspect pulled his shirt so hard that the shirt ripped. Roger did not have any visible injuries. Roger gave Detective Malone his shirt, which was visibly ripped. Todd O'Quinn saw Matthew Bonnet in a struggle with the two suspects, later identified as Rory Detroit Wilson and Franklin Ty Tucker, who were wearing masks, and the struggle was occurring on the stairs. Todd saw one of the suspects run from Laurel Avenue towards 2nd Street. While the suspect was running away, Todd witnessed him remove his mask, and Todd advised that it was a white male, approximately 5'8" to 5'10", and a medium build. A trail of loose change, a lotion bottle, and a $100 bill was found between Laurel Avenue and the driveway of the scooter repair shop. That's just like 2 doors away or 4 doors away. On Saturday, November 18th, 2017, Van Smith, who lives at Lot 72 at Water's Edge Trailer Park, found a dive-style knife with a stainless steel blade that has a straight edge on one side and a partial serrated edge on the other side. The handle of the knife was black in color with red in color center insert. The blade of the knife had what appeared to be blood on it. The knife was located in a flower pot in the yard of Lot 72 of Water Edge Trailer Park. A mask with what appeared to be blood was found in a boat parked along 2nd Street just south of Lot 72. On Monday, November 20th, 2017, Sergeant Dave Smith and Detective David Fernandez were in the parking lot of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office headquarters building. A confidential informant approached them. This confidential informant, CI, has provided credible and reliable. Hang on a second. Has provided credible and reliable information in the past. The informant's information led to 6 search warrants and over 6 arrests approximately 5 to 6 years ago. The confidential informant provided the following information. Paula had ripped off April, Anathea Clay, who in turn set up this robbery as payback and had Detroit commit the robbery. The CI told Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez that Detroit and a white guy were just at Burger King and Metro PCS on Stock Island. The CI also provided that Detroit lived at the warehouse on 2nd Street, identified as 6475 2nd Street. The CI was also able to identify that there was a white male that goes by Detroit, David Cobb, who also lives at 6475 2nd Street. Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez then went to Metro PCS and spoke with the clerk, Lana Karamova, who advised that a black male and a white male were just in the store. Karamova gave Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez the name of the white guy as Franklin Tucker, who just paid his bill. Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez also viewed the video of the 2 suspects in the store. Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez then met with Franklin Tucker at 6475 2nd Street, who provided the name of Rory, a straight shooter, as the black male. Provided the name of Rory, a straight shooter, as the black male he was with at Metro PCS. Tucker provided Rory's phone number. Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez then returned to Metro PCS. Karamova was able to provide the name of Rory Wilson. Sergeant Smith and Detective Fernandez were able to positively identify both Franklin and Rory from the video at Metro PCS and their driver's license photos. Okay, so that was 17 and 18. Where do you want me to quit, dear? Kit? Kit, you're muted.
I was trying to get back over. I was stuck. Okay. So that's like one of the many reports. But like we're only doing like one page like for now because there's so many different players in this. And in my opinion, I feel Ty has been possibly framed. The state itself, there's a lot of issues going on. They're incompetent. They There's been some perjury stuff going on. There was a civil lawsuit, and he won money. Yeah, what else you got to say, Grandma?
Well, there's some interesting stuff coming up on like the next page, though, from this confidential informant, because he's talking about how Paula ripped off Anathea a couple of weeks prior. So you know that she's involved. I mean, you know that this Anathea April Clay was the one that set this all up because she was pissed off she got robbed, so she's getting back at her and robbing her.
Right. All right, we will get into that at a time later. I want to talk about Detective Pitcher, and I want to talk about the prosecutor. What's her name again? Colleen. We'll get to it. Okay, we're going to look at here the detective that used to be on the case, and let's see what he's done. All right, here we go. I don't know why this ain't going for me. All right. Matt Pitcher is his name. Made countless deals of small amounts of cocaine in places like Jack in the Box, Burger King. He was so eager to have dinner with the friendly stripper at an upscale restaurant to learn that how he could access larger and more profitable drugs. He preferred the dinner and drinks method of scoring narcotics and the practices like the following: heroin dealer on the Goose chain around Charlotte and nerve-wracking streets exchanges for crack. And he now professes that while prowling concert parking lots for vans full of mushrooms or large quantities of it says LDS. I think they mean SLD. Was much fun as checking the clubs for ecstasy. He was partial low-key exchanges where chances of getting robbed, made, or killed were slim. I have bought nearly every single drug you can buy, he chuckled. Matter of fact, from his home in Marathon, a former youth minister, college football player, failed actor, Pitcher spent a decade working street crimes. Did you hear that? Narcotics and vice for Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department. A bit of all nature, oh my God, these words, and training would later take him deep undercover of two major cases that are now subject of popular podcasts and will soon be featured on an A&E undercover caught on tape. Politically incorrect is Pitcher's first installment called Small Town Dicks podcast. That's it. This is where I am, guys, and I will put that link in the chat. And covers a year-long undercover operation that follows him posing as a wealthy businessman looking to enter the drug trade, only led directly to the mayor's office. The show was so popular that producers brought Pitcher back to discuss the Echo terrorist group determined to blow up the 2012 Democrat National Convention. The third podcast was released just a couple months ago. Pitcher's investigation of a 2018 rape and murder of a marathon prostitute. Her body was found in Vega Coat. The perpetrator of which received the death penalty. Pitcher admits that he was hesitant when producers for Small Town Dicks reached out for him and asked to share a story of how the drug deal involved in a high-level political corruption case, complete with organized crime, syndicates, celebrities, and a 6-figure expense paid by the FBI. What? Wow. Okay, sorry. For years, I didn't share those stories with anyone except my wife. Today, he takes credit for medically forced retirement and the podcast for helping him deal with the PTSD resulting from his time in law enforcement. Most of the time, he laughs and he jokes and relentlessly, but his face can lose color quickly, and his words are chosen more carefully when describing some of the horrific scenes from his career at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Now, the Treehouse Killer or murder is from Monroe County. He's dealt with it all, from rapes, murders, beatings, shootouts, executions of outright torture and human trafficking. He relocated to Charlotte in 2015. I left because if I stayed in Charlotte, I would be in danger. They did not want me there. They included members of the International Crime Organization and high-ranking members of the police department who, on take, with any number of criminal operations in Charlotte. Hitcher knew it was his time to leave. The years of working the streets, crimes, undercover, and taking a toll on him, his wife, and young son, and his psyche. Assigned to one of the most crime-ridden districts in Charlotte metro area. Okay, his first few years of police work involved around chasing street-level drug dealers by car, by foot. He found himself scuffling with perpetrators on a daily basis. I was really fighting crime with my bare hands basically every single night. You were in foot chases and regularly in fights. Tons of murders. There was times of shootings all the time, more times than I care to say. Hold on. Hold on. I think maybe I got the wrong guy, you guys. I think I might have the wrong guy. Okay, you guys, I'm sorry about that. That wasn't the guy I was looking for. So we're going to get on to the prosecutor. Hi, Miss Barbara. Hello. So I'm going to cut that part out of the live. Grandma, can you put that in chat? That it wasn't the correct person that I'm talking about. All right. Okay. Now I'm not gonna read this stuff from word to word, but like I said, Colleen is a bad girl. Tons of sanctions. Okay. Supreme Court disciplines 21 attorneys. Here's Colleen. She was suspended for 15 months for new I don't know that word. Grandma, what's that word? Hold on, let me make it bigger so you can see it. Okay, come on. Work with me. My laptop, I'm having so many problems. Protonic, whatever. January 5th, 2022.
It's Latin. It's
Okay.
Latin. It's nunc pro tunc.
Okay.
So it's effective immediately on that date right there.
She was the subject of discipline matters. The first one, she misrepresented to the judge the degree of her relationship with the client in a hearing to disqualify her as her counsel. However, the court denied the motion to disqualify on the grounds entirely unrelated at the same time, as a misrepresentation was not relevant to material issues. There was no prejudice or harm to the legal system. In the second matter, she texted a friend and jokingly indicated she wanted to find a basis to object to the marriage of a defendant with potential witnesses in a crime case, which respondent was the prosecutor. County jail records indicate done formally in the county jails. The courts objected to a defendant's marriage. However, she claimed that she told the jail that it was the state attorney office that objected, but that was recorded incorrectly. So she was involved in that. And then I got what? Thank you, Grandma. Thank you. Matthew picture was the wrong one. Don't worry, I'm going to fix it later. So here's a blog I found. Here's some more stuff. State Attorney Dennis Ward has always, known for years as one of his assistants, Colleen Dunn, who has worked in the ASA in Miami, hid evidence in attempted murder prosecution of a former City of Miami Beach captain, Bill Skinner. Skinner is serving life sentence for a conviction of the stinks to high hell. Ward has kept his mouth shut, although the judge in the case found that, I'm going to say, Colleen hid evidence from the defense during trial. Okay. Then there was a defense attorney named Zeth Levy, who made the exoneration of Bill Skinner a personal project for several years now. His work has gotten done, suspended by the Florida bar for a year for her actions. This was in 2019. Meanwhile, Ward did nothing, although he had credible evidence of finding that the trial judge, if it means anything, that one of the prosecutors hid evidence in a serious trial. Dunn recently settled the bar complaint with an agreement to 1 year suspension. Although the Florida Supreme Court has to approve the agreement, and that's not a sure thing. Things can get worse. Prosecutors are held to the higher standard. Ward was sitting on a time bomb. Once Dunn admitted her guilt, she was fired, giving her to the end of the month to pack her things and get out. Merry Christmas, you're fired. Okay, Ward, those many years when he had a prosecutor working for him who had already been reported to the bar based on a judge's findings, where's the commitment to truth and legal ethics? Where is the avoidance and appearance of the impropriety? Yeah, whatever. This being that the Florida Keys somewhere at the bottom of the French Reef, we imagine. What Dunn did was wrong. There was a decorative cop serving life in prison because in part of her dishonesty. What did was just as bad. He should hold his assistants and his office to a higher standard, but he doesn't see things that way. Okay, till Bill Skinner, a cop serving life in a case where prosecutors hid the evidence. Want to know what's so interesting about that? Because Ty's out of jail for right now. He had a gag order. It's been lifted, but he has put out there on the internet all these documents, all these body cam footages, and there's things that he don't have the full clips of his interviews because it's more than one. They gave him like 10 seconds, 21 seconds, a minute, stuff like that. And it's not even in order, and it doesn't even include his complete interviews I feel that's they're destroying evidence. So if I were him, I would be worried too. So needless to say, he don't trust the any attorneys out there, and I don't blame him. So he's representing himself, and I find that interesting. So we are going to watch the longest one I could find of Ty's interview, which is a 2 a.m. interview, which is second part 2.
Oh, no, wait. I forgot the most important question of all earlier. Are you an Eagles fan? Fuck yeah. All right, we're done. New York Giants.
Oh, man. Well, you know what?
Hey, at least you can make as much fun of me now as you want to.
Actually, man, as long as you didn't say Dallas, we're cool.
Yeah, that is not always.
As long as you didn't say Dallas,
It can
we're
be
cool.
Eagles or Redskins.
I can't believe we're number one. I can't believe we're
Dude, you
number
pulled
one.
Dallas with that last week.
Man, not only that, with no kicker. No kicker, man. Was it a Sunday night game?
Yeah.
Sunday, we had no kicker, man.
I didn't see the game.
We had to go for touchdowns and 2-point conversions the rest of the game.
What happened to the kicker?
Yeah, man, he got hurt, man, in the first half. So we had a linebacker doing kickoffs for us, man, because we couldn't have anybody else to do kickoffs. So yeah, it was a hell of a game.
I mean, you guys have got it this year.
Well, man, I guess I'm not gonna be seeing my money from Roy anytime soon, man, for a game.
It'll be a little while, probably.
Man, I still.
How much does he owe you?
Oh, only $50. But the thing is,
Hey, $50 is $50.
$50 is $50. And man, for a game, it's more a pride thing, man, than anything else, man. Just because, man, you always like to talk like he's the god of football or whatever. It's like.
Oh, is that what he owes you $50 for?
Yeah.
Is it for that game?
For that game.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Oh,
for that
nice.
game. So I'm like, man, you go ahead and bet on Dallas. I was like, Philly. But
That's not his team, is it? He's
no,
not okay, good.
no, he's a Patriots fan, which is almost worse.
I was gonna say, okay, that's about the same.
Yeah, but you guys, man, I don't know what the hell your problem is this year.
Everything?
Yeah.
Well, number one is the coach.
Yeah.
I hate our coach.
He's
McAdoo is a
yeah,
fucking idiot.
Because I mean, you guys, man, I mean, you're in last place, and man, freaking, I mean, nobody expected that.
No, it was supposed to. I mean, quite honestly, it was supposed to be between us and Dallas.
It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be.
And now both of our teams are.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and I'm not a Beckham fan. I mean, he's got talent, but on every given play,
Right.
he's either slacking or I've seen him drop balls that are easy. He'll make him, that catch like he made against Dallas that one game that made him famous.
Right.
And then you'll see one land right in his hands.
Yeah, he just drops it, yeah.
You can't do that. That's not the way it works.
Like I said, man, at least you're not a Dallas fan because, man, I can live with the Giants. You know, one of my best friends in the world is a Redskins fan. So
Yeah, I can live with the Redskins.
I can live with the Redskins. You know, I mean, it's the hardest division in football as it is anyway.
Year in, year out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Eagles are the only ones, man, missing a ring now. We want ours.
I thought you were gonna get it back with McNabb.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah.
I did too, man. I thought we had the Patriots in that game, but man, freaking nope. That wasn't, you know.
That was a coming out party for what's his name? Wasn't it? Brady.
Oh yeah, it was. I think that was the first year he did really good. I'm not sure.
Yeah, when he came in because Bledsoe blew out his knee.
Yeah, I remember he was a backup to Bledsoe. Yeah. You know, although if you want to go that way, man, Kurt Warner's the way to go. Man, talk about a Cinderella story.
Oh, no kidding. Now you know where Bledsoe came from. He's from the mountain regions up in Pennsylvania.
Oh, man. I spent some time up in there too, man. Freaking Whitehaven up in there. Used to be a whitewater guy on the Lehigh.
Did you really?
Yeah. Used to do lift attendant, man, at Jack Frost, and you know, work, man, freaking during the spring and the fall and the summer working the whitewater guys. But winters I do Jack Frost, man, as a lift attendant. And
that's pretty cool.
Cheap skiing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Have you ever heard of Round Top?
Yeah.
I used to ski there all the time, and then it's sister mountain, Liberty.
Nope.
Used to go there.
Yeah, but that ain't nothing compared to when you start going out west, man.
No.
And even like
Vermont. Vermont's
I've done Stowe, Killington. I've done Whiteface up in New York.
Holiday Mountain up in New York is really great.
Yeah, but it still ain't nothing like, man. Out west, man, freaking, you know, you just never get powder like that on the East Coast.
Never will.
Man, freaking, you know, that stuff, man, they just got beautiful powder, man, freaking. I mean, you know, like Alpha and Snowbird, and, you know, Utah and Colorado, and that place, man, Breckenridge, you know, ski all. Yeah. Kayaking, I was more, man, I didn't like, man, big water as much. I like tight technical stuff. I like the Golly and the freaking.
That's where my buddy took me there, tried to teach me how to kayak. And I mean, they got some class 5s and everything else. That's no joke.
Oh yeah, Upper Yacht is a good one too. Upper Yacht, Gain, Tiger. Man, I've done that river. Done the new.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done all those rivers.
Nana Hill is not that great.
No, Nana Hill is not that great, man.
It's kind of weak.
Yeah, it's kind of weak. But man, the Golly, man's got some good stuff, man.
Yeah, it's upper and lower Golly. The upper is the real bad one.
Yeah. But yeah, you can do, man. You can have some fun on the Golly. Yeah. You know. But yeah, man, that. And I haven't got much whitewater in a little while, man. I've actually been trying to get down, man, do some of the whitewater down some of the islands down that way.
Yeah.
Because I think the DR has it. I know Cuba does. And I think Jamaica has a couple rivers too, you know. But man, start going some of the other islands that actually have rivers. You know, check them
Dominica
out.
has a nice one.
Does it? Yeah, I'd love to get back to doing that. Because man, Key West is cool, but it's flat.
Yeah.
Man, flat water paddling sucks. It just sucks.
Now, do you ever go out to like the Outer Banks or anything like that and do the wave?
Oh, no. Man, don't get me wrong, I've taken, man, kayaks down to the ocean. I used to be big in squirt boat. I don't know if you know what that is. It's kind of like freestyle kayaking.
Okay.
Right? So, man, you know, like Pillow Rock on the Golly, right? Man, freaking go up and splat the rock, man.
I don't agree.
Go vertical up.
I could not do that, but my buddy could do that all day long.
Yeah. But I was big into that stuff, and man, you can have fun, man, on the ocean. The only thing is you gotta be a little careful. Because, man, if you don't remember to carve sideways, but man, eventually it's gonna take the nose in, and you're gonna end up getting smashed.
Yeah, it's not gonna feel good.
Then I got smashed up against a boardwalk pylon once too. Yeah, wave brought me in, man, I saw it coming, just threw the paddle and hugged it, man, bang, you know. It is what it is.
I used to be big into surfing on the Outer Banks. And came in right before the one hurricane in Wilmington, North Carolina by Cave Fisher.
Right.
And a Fort Fisher. And I dropped down and there was a stupid telephone pole in the water right after.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll get you. Yeah, man, the only time I've ever actually been on a surfboard, I actually took a couple of guys from Body Glove, man, who were sponsored by Body Glove.
Yeah.
Took them down the river. Cause they had never surfed, man, river waves, man. So, man, we took down like 6 boards and man, none of them made it back, and they all came back in pieces.
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
Right. But they had a blast, man. They had a blast, cause man, I mean, it is the never ending wave, you know, you know, get out there and
Yeah,
enjoy
cause
it.
guys do the boogie boards on it all the time.
Yeah, yeah, well, man, we surf kayaks on them all the time, yeah, it's just, man, freaking,
Yeah.
it's a little bit different, man, cause it doesn't go anywhere, it stays there all the time.
Yeah, yeah. You like that, you definitely like, not so much, I mean, there's a couple places down here, you can go to Jupiter, Samara Sebastian, and get some long waves.
Yeah.
Like kayaking, you'd like surfing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure I would. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit older these days, man. I mean, my body can't take types of things it used to, so.
I said I was gonna get into kite surfing, I still haven't done that.
I've been so looking at that. Every time I go to the beach, man, freaking, I'm like, that looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You know, that looks like something,
I mean, they're getting 15 to 20 feet in.
I know, when they pull up, it's like, yeah, that looks like fun. I think I can handle that, you know?
Yeah. A little bit long.
I don't know, but man, I'll get out there eventually, man, get on it, you know, freaking.
I heard that it's, like, I heard it's hard to do without lessons, which I watched me like, man, it's not bad.
It doesn't look that
like,
hard.
You think you can pick it up anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't look that hard. You know, it's no different than parasailing, really, other than, man, you have a little more control, I guess. I don't know.
You know what they really need to try that with? Snowboards.
Kind of. It'd be interesting.
I'm saying is you.
Because I used to snowboard too, man, for a cannon, man. You know, snowboarding, the biggest downfall of snowboarding is, man, flat spots. Anytime you have a flat spot, man, it sucks.
Yeah,
Because you got to, man, to take off your binding and, man, for a cannon, you know, you normally end up walking with the board, you know, because, man, it's kind of hard to freaking
Yeah,
do with
it's
one
on
foot one way out and then trying to go the other way.
1 foot waddle.
Yeah, so, man, freaking, you know, so, I mean, it'd be kind of cool for that, but, man, freaking. But I don't know, man, if we're gonna have it pull me down the mountain, I don't know about that.
You can go up the mountain though, easy on it.
You could try going up, it might be kind of interesting. You know, might be
The
all right.
problem is,
I always wanted to try out, they had these things called sled dogs. Not like, you know, like Alaskan sled dogs, like, they were like more like rollerblade skis.
okay.
And man, freaking that way, man, when you hit the flat stretches, you can skate just like you can, man, with like skate.
I got you.
Man, you can go flying off the edge of the mountain there freaking before you hit the edge, man. You get, you know, get some speed. I don't know. I've never tried them, man, but they looked interesting. I definitely wouldn't mind it. But yeah, man, freaking. I used to love all that stuff. You know, I mean, I still do. I mean, like kayaking. My son, man, he's doing good. He's finally learned his role. He's getting good.
How would you say it was 15, right?
15, yeah. So man, he's starting to get over the fear a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
So he's doing good with it. Man, I told him, man, freaking once he gets down here, man, we'll have to go down there and check out some of the rivers.
Oh yeah.
Anything on these islands down here.
You gonna take a boat out and do it, or how are you gonna get down? You gonna
Boat. Yeah, take a boat down and do it. Yeah, no doubt. Because man, freaking, you know, want to make a sailor out of him too. I think he'll like it, man. Freaking, you know, he's been living out there in the desert, man, his whole life, man. Freaking, so, you know, I need to get him out on the ocean, get him out, you know, get him out on the water.
I do like, you know, especially like New Mexico and Arizona,
Yeah.
nice too.
Yeah, I like New Mexico more than I like Arizona. Same here. But Arizona, man, Arizona's okay. I mean, actually, probably the prettiest desert out there is Utah. You know, Utah, man, as a state, kind of funky. You know, they're definitely like their own country, but man, but the deserts out there, like Bryce, you know, and Moab and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Man, it got some beautiful spots out there.
No, that's very
You
true.
know? So I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, just a little give, a little take, because it is kind of funky there too. You know, it's definitely not like any place else.
I feel like the Native American tribes in New Mexico, you know, yes, they're more than you do pretty much anywhere else.
Arizona and New Mexico probably are the biggest. Yeah. But man, I'll tell you what, Albuquerque's one of the nastiest cities I've ever been in.
Yeah, I've spent time there.
Oh man, freaking, I mean, downtown Albuquerque is not too bad, but man, when you start going on the outskirts out of that, stuff like that, it's the racetrack, is the casino or whatever they got out there. You get around that neighborhood, man. It's the only time I've ever seen a cop stationed at a McDonald's 24/7. Yeah, they literally had a station for the police, man, at the McDonald's. Like, man, that's pretty. I was like, man, I've been in some hardcore neighborhoods. I'm like, man, that's pretty bad.
Now Charlotte, I have to say, we had that, she had several duty gigs at gas stations and a couple of fast food joints hanging out there.
Yeah.
That is what it is.
Yeah. Alright, so what are we waiting on at this point?
Letting them finish up the house and then I'll be done. It shouldn't take long at all.
Yeah.
Run me back through Friday night one more time, just so I know I've got everything.
Let's see, Friday, it's like I told you, man.
Actually, do me a favor, start Friday morning, and we'll go from there.
Friday morning?
Yeah, and let me, just to make sure I do it, will you give me your full name and date of birth, please?
Franklin Tyrone Tucker, August 12, 1971.
You swear to affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect.
And then, Friday morning, let's see. Friday morning, man, freaking didn't do too much, man, freaking until started getting towards the afternoon, but we started drinking, man, freaking in the afternoon. I know that.
You know what, hold that thought for a minute, all right? I'm gonna do one other thing. I'm gonna do your rights. You're not under arrest, but.
Okay.
Just so I can do a proper investigation.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, all right, I just got to put it off.
Man, I'm sorry too. I can't believe this whole thing. It's just blowing my mind. I've never seen anything like that before, man. Freaking the way cops came in and then, man, freaking, you know, I'm sure you guys got evidence or something, but man, freaking, I can't believe, man, freaking Roy's being charged with murder. I can't even see why he would do it. You know what I mean? He's got a pregnant wife. I've got a pregnant wife, man. I know he goes to work, man. Now, so, man, I'm not sure what the hell, man. You know, unless it was personal. I don't know. It just doesn't sound like him.
Okay, I want to bring this up. The man he's talking about, in case you guys didn't hear it yesterday, he's talking about, okay, the black man with the mask. He ended up, how do you say his name? Roy? No. Royer? I don't know. Anyways, he ended up getting charged in this case, and he got many years. And then somebody Johnson, I'm gonna have to look it up. His name, he's been charged and convicted, and they got Ty now.
Rory Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Grandma.
Doesn't sound right. But at this point, I resign myself to, man, I just want to go home and go to bed. I mean, for real, you know, I'll let you guys do your job. And man, hopefully you'll find man freaking find out he didn't do it. Man.
You're right. Real quick. You staying in town for Thanksgiving?
Yep. I have no plans on going anywhere.
Yeah, me too. All right. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you at no cost before any questions. if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. We've also proven that I am not very good at reading upside down. Keep signing and print next to it. So who's your favorite Eagles player of all time?
Reggie White,
I have his rookie card.
he wasn't a Packer, he was an Eagle.
I would have to disagree.
Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham was a hell of an Eagle, no doubt about it. He was definitely a hell of a quarterback. You know, and unfortunately, Buddy Ryan, man, used him the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know. Quick ended up getting his leg from him. He got his leg folded.
Knee told.
We've had a bunch of good ones.
Yeah. Herschel Walker.
Yep. Yeah.
You know, his body fat was at 3%. His entire career. 3% body fat.
I can believe that.
That guy was a hoss.
Hey man, for as much of a prick as he ended up being, I love Terrell Owens, man.
You're right, he was a prick. I'm not gonna deny that.
He's a prick, man, but you know, he was a talented prick.
Yeah, he's a very talented.
He's a talented prick.
Yep. No doubt about it. All right, sorry, I got off topic.
No,
Now we're
it's
talking
okay.
about football.
Oh, I hear you, man. Tis the season.
Yeah, exactly. Almost in the playoffs on now.
But no, man, freaking, I was trying to think, man, when I was down for, in the patrol car, I was sitting there trying to think, man, because you kept on telling me, man, freaking, I took a walk with Roy that night. And I was like, I'm like sitting there, because I remember, for some reason in my brain, every time I said take a walk with Roy, man, I remember going to Metro PCS with him, man, freaking. I know he did that during the daytime.
Okay.
But man, freaking, but then man, I did have like, man, freaking kind of like, man, a vague memory of, man, walking through the neighborhood. And man, and I had a vague memory, man, freaking, of like, man, the CVS, the drive-through.
Oh, okay.
The drive-through,
Yeah.
getting through the drive-through or something like that, man, freaking. So I kind of, man, freaking.
Are you going to CVS to get beer, maybe?
No. We didn't go in the store, man.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, we were just
had
going.
that drive-through.
We were just going through, man, for a walk around the neighborhood or something like that.
All right.
I mean, because sometimes when you get, man, your neighbor will start calling at me, and they'll be like, man, hey, man, you want to go for a walk and smoke a cigarette? But man, freaking, but I don't really remember. Like I said, I was already lit by that point. So man, freaking, but I have it. It's like I don't really remember most of the walk, but I remember going through the drive-through, man. Freaking, there's that drive-through that they have for the. But I can remember going through the drive-through, and I don't remember, man, much else. I just, but I do.
See, were you guys in a car or on foot going through? Like just that little walking through
Just
there?
walking through there.
Yeah.
We walked through there. I'm pretty.
Yeah.
I remember walking through there.
And just you and Rory walking through there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just us, man, freaking. But man, freaking, I seem to remember walking through there, man. Like I said, I was lit, man. So it may be sketchy.
Right.
And it may not be that. And man, I'm trying to remember like it was that day, but man, freaking, it may not be that day either. You know what I'm saying? I just remember, man, freaking. I don't know. Like I said, I have this vague memory of walking through. The drive-through is what sticks in my head, man.
I got you.
So man, freaking. Anyway, but man, freaking. Like I said, I was already kind of lit, man, freaking. So man, freaking.
Do me a favor. Let's start at Friday morning. Just take them through it.
Okay, Friday morning, man, freaking. If I remember right, it was no big deal. Except for man, freaking. We were trying to secure the house, man, freaking, because man, like I told you, it got robbed. Then, man, we went out and got beer, man, started drinking. Then, man, freaking Travis brought some Fireball. Next thing, man, we're gonna drink Fireball.
What time do you think? So, secured your stuff in the morning.
Beer started early. I got it, man. It started pretty early.
What time do you think?
Because these boys, man, freaking, I know, man, freaking, you know, when they don't have to work, they start pretty early.
Which boys are you talking about? Travis and
Travis and freaking Big Scott.
Okay.
Because man, you know, really, man, Roy doesn't come up the stairs very much, man. He comes upstairs every once in a while. You know, but man, freaking, but Big Scott, man, freaking, yeah, he likes to drink first thing in the morning. So Travis, trash stuff, man, you know, been, you know, burglarized and vandalized and all that other stuff, so I think that was part of it.
What did Travis go to jail for?
He went for a weed pipe.
Oh, that's right. And yeah.
Oh, dude, it was the stupidest thing ever, man. For like I said, I wasn't there when it happened. Yeah. From what I heard, it was just just stupid, man. It was being stupid. You know, because they came in for they had a warrant for 2 people who were staying there, right? This chick Martin, it was Martin, and man, his girlfriend, I think it was named Valerie, or I think it was their name. Okay. But man, but they very rarely ever came out of the room or anything like that. So man, which explains why, consider, man, you know, when they went to jail, man, she had like 3 outstanding warrants, and then he had 1 of them or something like that. But man, so they came in for that. Yeah. But then they were, man, sitting around smoking some weed, and man, Detroit and Dave decided to get stupid, man, and started running his mouth. So man, they took
Detroit. Rory, Detroit.
No, Detroit, man, it's in jail. Dave, Detroit. You know, I don't know where, man, we're gonna get Detroit, man, for Rory, man, I mean, I think I've heard somebody call it to him once, man, over a fucking Burger King.
My April 12th, I guess that's what she calls it. It's Detroit.
Maybe that, maybe between them. Okay. You know, I mean, because man, shit, like I said, man, April and I.
Yeah, I picked up on the fact that she doesn't care for you very much.
No, she does not like me. You know, she does not like me very much. You know, which is, it's okay, man. Not everybody has to like me, but man, it also makes me. That's why, man, that's one of the reasons. You know, Roy and I didn't get to be better friends, is just because, man, you know, I can't hang around her. Right. You know, I just can't, man. You know, she definitely, man, she gets loud, and you know, she has a temper, and you know, they've had the cops out there quite a few times, man, over domestics and stuff like that, man. I don't have any patience for it. I just don't. I like my life nice and simple and easy. You know what I mean? I don't like, man, freaking complications, and I don't like negativity, and I don't like, you know, I definitely don't like arguing and, you know, that kind of stuff, man. So,
I got you.
And man, there was one night, man, they had the cops come out there 3 times in one night. I was like, man, Jesus Christ. And this was when I was standing right after the storm. So man, I was staying with them up until, and that's when I decided to leave. I think it was the very next day I decided to leave. I was like, man, I can't do this, man. I appreciate it, thank you, but man, but I'm going back to cops. You know? Yeah. So, but yeah, she don't like me very much. But she's also, from what, man, he tells me, man, she's like, was it bipolar, and man, she got some other thing, man, and she's on medication for it. Well, it's pretty serious. Well, and then, man, she's 9 months pregnant to boot, man, so man, I'm sure that don't make it any easier. But true that. I know when she starts going off, man, the whole damn neighborhood hears it. You know, but whatever. You know.
How long did you say you've been staying at the warehouse?
Well, it's been off and on, you know, because like I stayed there during the storm, right?
You wrote it out there?
Yeah, I wrote it out. Really? I wrote it out, man, in Roy's house, right? Man, you have that other room there, and man,
on the bottom, or did you guys go to the top?
No, on the bottom. On the bottom. Yeah, because man, that building, man, is actually pretty solid. You know what I mean? The only thing I was worried about, which was the roof. You know, but that's when CJ and Michelle were living there, and they had the room that I'm staying in now. And then, but some of their stuff is still in there. So when you guys do your search, just understand, man, some of that stuff still belongs to them.
Okay.
You know, but man, you know, again, like I said, most of my shit's, man, in one bag, man, other than the laptop I was sitting there watching, man, when y'all came in. But now, whatever. But most of my shit's like right there. But anyway, so CJ and Michelle were there. They rode the storm out there. Who else rode the storm out? Oh, Detroit Dave rode the storm out there. I want to say somebody else was there. Oh.
Did Rory and this girl?
Huh? Yeah, they both rode the storm out too. Yeah, they rode the storm out.
Gotcha.
And then And I was working right up until, man, right up until the wind started blowing, because I was putting up storm shelters and all that other stuff. And then, man, hell, I was working again like 2 days after, man, it stopped blowing. And, you know, people needed tarps up on the roofs and, man, freaking demo. I mean, every cleanup started immediately.
Yeah.
You know, although some of it, man, I mean, it's pretty harsh, man. Up there in Big Pine, it's pretty harsh. You know, and there's this one little old lady, man. She was trapped up on the second floor. And man, we brought her food and water and stuff like that. Cause man, you know, the storm surge had wiped out the bottom and man, piled up a bunch of shit up against her door. But then she had like a balcony door that went down, but man, that had gotten blown off. Part of the roof had been blown off. This little lady's like 80 years old or something up there by herself. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. She must have been scared out of her mind. So anyway, man, we cleared the path, man, got some food and water up to her, and got her supplies, but she wouldn't come down. She was scared shit to come down.
Really?
Yeah. But yeah, Big Pine was a trip. There was one man yard. We found an airplane cockpit in somebody's backyard.
In Big Pine?
In Big Pine. Like, man, where the hell did that come from? I mean, you know, I think the closest airport I think there's a small one in Sugarloaf.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you got a small one right up from there that's like a little homemade one.
Right, I think there's a small one in Sugarloaf, and then they got one in Marathon. But man, we're gonna blow all the way to Big Pine. I mean,
that's pretty good.
I thought that was pretty good. But yeah, you know, it just, I don't know. It reminded me of Andrew, you know, because I was here, man, for Andrew too. I was up in Miami for Andrew, and man, QS got a little bit of damage. Stock Island took a little bit of damage. But some of those other Big Pine, man,
Big Pine got
it got leveled, man. I mean, there's neighborhoods that are just gone.
Yeah.
Just totally gone. And man, it was just sad seeing the people come back and, you know, get nothing out, they got nothing. Which I know the feeling, I've had it happen, so man, I know the feeling. But it still sucks to see it happen to somebody else too, so man, oh yeah, that's what it is. But hopefully though, man, get there, you know, either get the insurance or they'll get FEMA to help them out or something.
Yeah, combination of the two.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, I've been hearing mixed stories about man FEMA.
Yeah, same here. Well, I've been dealing with them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I dealt with them too when I was up there, man, because that was one thing, man, because they had plenty of blue tarps down here. We were running them up there because, man, nobody had them up there, so we kept on dropping them off to all the supply stations. Yeah. You know, that's how I ended up doing the blue tarp and roofs for people up there. Because they didn't want to wait on the FEMA list, and then they pay me to do it. You know?
That's good.
Yeah. Well,
how much did they pay you?
Depending on the roof, man, but yeah, depending on the roof. So I was getting paid pretty much by the job from that, you know, but I'm telling you, man, that stuff it's kind of crazy work. You know, because, man, you got to climb up, man, you know, you're 3-4 stories up, man, you're walking on something that you know is broken. You know, and one of the worst ones I actually did was with Roy. We did this one that was, man, there was only a quarter of the roof left. You know, 3/4 of the roof was gone. You know, I almost fell through that one, actually. The tarp actually saved my butt. Okay. But yeah. Sorry. Oh, that guy uses the whistle.
You know what?
It'll get your attention.
If I got low volume, I won't hear it. Right. So that at least I know I can hear it.
You said they're going to take my cell phone?
What's that? I'm not sure. I may have misspoken on that. I don't know if they did or not.
Oh, well, nothing else. You can check out the Facebook pictures, man. There's some good ones. Yeah. Some good tagging pictures, skiing pictures. Nice. Dirt biking, all kinds of stuff. Very good. Used to love all that stuff.
Gets harder as you get older, though.
It does. You don't
you get hurt.
You don't heal as fast, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. That's something else I did too, man, not too long ago, broke my toe.
No, that sucks. How'd you do that?
That one, man, we were working a demo job, and man, freaking, I went to go lift one of the logs,
Yeah.
and then the other, you know, cause it had like a skin on it, man, it just freaking, when the skin ripped, it fell off, man, freaking, fucking cracked me in the toe. That's why I went out, man, got me some real work boots. Man, freaking, but man, I'm waiting for the nail to fall off now because, man, freaking,
Yeah.
it's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, that hurt for a little while. Still, man, freaking not quite there yet, but man, it's getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, man. Keep getting sidetracked. Saturday, what did you guys do Saturday?
Saturday. Okay. Saturday, I know Roy went to work.
Did Roy work Friday?
Friday, I don't remember whether he went to work on Friday or not.
Okay.
Cause man, freaking, he wasn't there originally. You know what I'm saying? When we started drinking and stuff like that, he wasn't there originally. I know that. But man, freaking, I don't know. I don't know if he went to work on
You think
Friday.
it was-
I could find out, but man, freaking, I know he did. I don't know if he did work Friday or not.
Gotcha.
I know he worked on Saturday. That much I do. I know that for a fact. Because he came back and he was not happy.
When he got out there and started drinking, it was still daylight with y'all?
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure it was still daylight.
Okay, I got you.
I'm sure it was still daylight. Cause yeah, he normally doesn't work past 4 or 5 anyway when he's working.
I got you.
Sometimes, man, but not very often.
No, on Friday.
Yeah, especially man, freaking the guy he's been working with. Cause man, that's why I stopped working, man. I couldn't stand the guy, man, freaking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who is it?
This guy named Bear, I don't know if you know him. Freaking, he's man, freaking, I don't know, man. You know, he gets, man, he'll get the jobs and he has the tools and he has the truck. I get that, you know. And man, that's worth a certain amount, but man, the guy, he's got a mouth on it, man, freaking, it's just, man, you can't take it. You know, it's like, look,
Right.
man, I get paid just as well going to work for somebody else, man. I don't need to work for you. You know, but man, yeah. Plus, man, I don't know. I mean, he always paid me, but I just don't trust the guy. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you don't trust the guy, then it's kind of hard to work for him.
Yep.
You know, especially in jobs where you can't get hurt. You know, like that. So anyway, man, I ended up stopping working for him. Well, he calls up every once in a while, still trying to get me to work for him. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's kind of why, man, I still do the day labor thing, man. It's because I got enough people lined up that, man, freaking, I can kind of go out to the highest bidder. You know, whoever's being the highest bidder at that point in time, man, freaking go work for them, you know. But
Yeah.
you know, because man, I haven't really found anything, man, I want to do. You know, I want to do full time, man, around here anyway. I liked it when I was doing boats. You know, fixing boats was okay. I was doing that for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like hull repair, motor
Yeah,
repair?
yeah, everything except I don't do sales and I don't do motors.
Yeah.
You know, but I'll do wood, I'll do networking, steel, I'll do fiberglass, all that stuff.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, I mean, you know, nobody likes doing bottom jobs, but for the right amount of money, I'll do a bottom job. You know,
Yep.
but yeah, I haven't been back over to the marina for a while though.
So on Saturday, Rory went to work. What did you guys do on Saturday?
No, started drinking again, I'm sure. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, that was pretty much the entire weekend, man. But, man, we were just, man, pretty much drinking and, talking shit and drinking and talking shit. You know, trying to clean up the house, man, get it cleaned up, man. The other thing was, trying to make sure the man freaking got power and all that because, man, they're waiting on an injunction right now. I don't know how that's gonna go now, because I know Roy was the one who filed for the injunction. So man, freaking, I don't know how that's gonna go. Actually, no, I think April did it. I don't remember how it worked.
Okay.
But man, they're trying to get an injunction for the power. because, man, you know, they paid money to the landlord, man, for utilities and for the rent. And man, the guy just never paid, man. He didn't pay the owner for the building, and he didn't pay the electric company for the utilities.
Yep.
So they just shut it off. So they filed for the injunction, but man, they said it was gonna be about 3 to 5 days before they get it. You know, so I don't know. I hope it works out for me, you know, because man, I mean, you know, well, I don't know how this is gonna work out, but man, I was hoping it was gonna work out for him just because man, yeah, I mean, I got robbed. You know, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it happen before down here, man. I know I have, you know. But you know, this guy, man, I mean, not only did he, you know, he conned the freaking owner, man, you know, robbed him, man, but he also robbed all the tenants living there. Now it creates a freaking problem for the owner because the owner's gonna have to go, man, freaking evict him and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I was telling him, I was like, man, you know, you guys should just call the owner. You know, call the owner, man, try and work out a deal with him. You know, because man, hell, it'd be better for everybody, man. That way, man, he doesn't have to go through the trouble of evicting nobody. And man, you guys, man, don't just get thrown out on the street. You know what I'm saying? Because what the guy did wasn't fair to anybody. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know, you're both. Matter of fact, they're putting up this. There's a bunch of them that have lawsuits going against them now, man. And I know they got a default judgment the other day. So man, so everybody's trying to sue the guy, man. He'll probably never end up paying a dime. You know what I mean? But at least, man, they give them time to find a new place to, man, you know, live before they gotta move.
Yep.
And man, make it a little easier, you know, make it easier on the owner, make it easier on them, you know. Because man, the owner probably doesn't even know the situation. I don't know if he does or not. You know, but I know he didn't think that, man, that the guy was renting it out to other people.
Right.
Because it was right in his lease. I saw a copy of his lease, man, but I said he couldn't do that, man. He can't sublet it or anything like that.
I got you.
You know? But
Hey, so let's go back to Friday night. We'll just stick on Friday night. So, still daylight. Rory gets back. You guys have a couple beers. You leave, stroll the neighborhood. It's dark at that point.
I guess, because like I said, man, I don't really remember. Like I remember vaguely. I remember, man, I just remember the CVS. I remember that CVS drive-thru. That's what I remember.
Here's what we got, Cameron Wise. 811. You're walking towards like the CVS Laurel Avenue. Okay. About 19? Thereabouts. Very close to 819, maybe a little bit after that. Actually, about a little bit after that.
Yeah, it was like 820 something.
Yeah, 820 something. You and Rory were pretty much hightailing it back towards your house from that same area.
Okay.
And so you weren't with Rory on the way up, however, you're with Rory on the way back.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it?
That's really weird because, man, I know damn sure I didn't go there by myself.
Right.
You know, I know that for a fact. You know, because, man, fuck, I have no reason to go over to CVS. That is weird. Because, man, freaking, like I said.
Then we have a witness at the tree house that has a white male come out that front gate, turn towards the right, take his mask, and go like that, and hightail it down that road.
Which way?
Back towards, help me out with the streets.
2nd Street.
Okay, because, man, I remember I was telling you, I read, man, freaking in the paper, I thought, man, I thought they had 2 black.
I'll be honest, the paper is pretty much way wrong. We just haven't wanted to release, the paper only gets 25% of what we release right.
Okay.
It was 1 black man, 1 white man.
Okay.
I'll be honest, we talked to Rory for quite a while.
Right.
All right. So you came back and you passed out. Is that about right?
Pretty much. I remember I told you I know I woke up and went for cigarettes and freaking, that was with Travis. I don't remember the time.
Did you guys take the truck or on foot?
On foot.
Where did you and Travis go between 4 and 5 when still daylight out in his truck?
I didn't go in his truck between 4 and 5. Matter of fact, man, he ain't supposed to be, man, he ain't
He's
supposed
supposed to be driving.
he ain't supposed to be driving at all, man, in that truck right now. But between 4 and 5,
I think it was between 4 and 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Times off. No,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
yeah, 'cause, man, I can go out, man, I've been very rarely have I ever even been in Travis's truck.
Okay.
But yeah, man, between 4 and 5, I wouldn't have been in Travis's truck. There's no way. Because, man, freaking, there's just no way, man, freaking, that I would remember, you know?
You know what? You mind giving us a buccal swab? I almost forgot about that.
What?
Buccal swab, just in your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have
What,
any?
for like DNA, what, for DNA?
Yeah.
You guys already got my stuff on
I
file.
know, but this way, again, this makes me look like I do it.
Okay, no, it's okay. No, but, no, I know for a fact, man, I didn't get in the vehicle that day.
Okay. Somebody's mistaken then.
Yeah, but man, freaking, cause man, but man, freaking, yeah, I know I went, man, got cigarettes with Travis, that we did go on foot, I know for a fact we went on foot.
You're just not positive on the time on that?
No, I'm not positive on the time, you know, and then I remember, man, freaking, like I said, man, freaking, there was all the commotion and everything, I remember freaking, they were telling me, man, about what was going on, man, with cops outside. I was like, man, I looked out the windows and man, freaking, I was like, oh, well, man, whatever, man. Like, man, tell me about it in the morning, man, freaking, and went back in. Then they, you know, I know Big Scott and man, Travis said they sat out on the front porch, man, freaking, they were drinking beer on the front porch when the cops came up. They said that. They said, man, they had two cops, cops came twice or something like that, talked to them twice. So, I don't know. Now, that I can't really, like I said, I can't really attest to that. I was upstairs.
Gotcha.
So, I'm not freaking, I don't know.
Give me a second. I'll get back in here, we can do this. Excellent. How's she gonna do if it's all right? This is rubbing on his out of the mouth.
Yeah. It ain't my that. I've had a few of these.
Thank you. I never noticed what this pen said before. It's a gambling problem.
It's only a problem. if
Someone's
you-
trying to give me an
I was
X.
gonna say, it's only a problem if you lose.
Is that like rehab is for quitters?
So man, freaking, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. Why, what, you know? Well, I mean, I'm not gonna ask you for all your
No.
evidence or anything like that. I'm just.
Well, I'm about to give you some of it, so.
Well, cause my whole thing is that, man, freaking, I just don't get it, man, freaking, I really don't, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I've known Roy for a while, you know what I'm saying, freaking, and,
Now,
you know.
again, I'll wait till she gets back in here, but you gotta think about how long you've known him.
Well, I mean, okay, but then,
Put it this way, I mean, again, I wanna wait till she gets back in here.
okay,
And honestly, it's gonna be key, you saw how long he was up here, right?
yeah,
It was a long time, we had a lot to talk about.
I'm sure.
And I would be lying if I said you didn't come up,
Oh, I'm sure. I'm
and
sure.
not in a good way.
Oh, well, then,
But I will, wait till she gets back in and I'll fill you in, and, we'll go from there.
I definitely don't like the sound of that.
Well, you shouldn't, I'm not gonna lie, you really should not.
Well, no, man, freaking, like I said, I've known him since being Cos, right? I mean,
Right.
since him and April first got here. And man, freaking, you know, I've always thought that he was a decent guy. You know, I mean, he can get a little loud sometimes, but man, if I got on that, he's been a decent guy. You know, so. But man, there's something bad to say about me. Definitely interested to hear what you guys said. 'Cause I've never been anything but good to him. Or to April for that matter. April may hate me, but man, I've been pretty good to her too. You know? Like I said, not that I can really stand me on that too much, but yeah. Like when she needed prenatal vitamins, I went and got her prenatal vitamins and stuff. Yeah. So. Then again, I don't know, man, fucking. It's being accused of murder, some effort, and I don't know. That's a pretty big deal.
Not a little one.
No. Like I said. Let's see what you got to say, man, fucking, when she gets back in there. But man, fucking, I can't wait to hear it. Because, man, that's. Now you got me all nervous. I'm like, man, shit. Cause man, that ain't cool. That ain't cool at all.
He's got a wife and a kid. He's got to do what he's got to do.
Oh no, I hear you. No, but man, that's why I don't get it in the first place. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm not getting in the first place. You know, you get a wife and kid, man, he goes to work, man, and that's why I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Not sure, man, I'm not sure why, man, he would do it in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And man, I have a feeling I know what you're gonna tell me, man. I have a feeling, man, you're gonna tell me, man, he's gonna try and say it was me or some shit like that, man. Which, man, that's really gonna upset me. You know, because man, like I said, I've been nothing but good to those people.
Right.
And man, I know for a damn fact I have nothing to do with this shit. You know.
We do have situations on top of that. Okay. No need to explain.
Okay.
And so that's we got to get over that hump. You know, here's my take.
Right.
All right. Something went wrong at the treehouse.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And you know, one person is saying one thing and want to get your side.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is something went wrong. The way things were supposed to go to the treehouse, a rip.
Right.
Things went wrong.
Well, see, man, like I said, I really, and I do not, man, know what went down the treehouse. I have no idea what went down the treehouse. You know what I'm saying? Other than what I was told and what I read. I already told you about that. You know, but man, I have no idea, man, what went down over there. You know, like I said, man, I try to stay away from the damn place. I really don't like going over there. You know, last time I was over there was that one time with Hollywood, man, like I said, I don't remember how long ago it was. I know I want to say it was pre-storm. You know, but man, that's the last time I've even been over that place. You know,
Right.
It's man,
Well, here's where again we're having problems because we've got a lot of things. Have you ever counted or looked when you're walking in the neighborhood how many cameras there are?
No, not really.
Like even when you're talking about with CVS,
Yeah.
there's a camera right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That man.
There's cameras.
No, that I believe.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that. You know.
And you know they're not crap cameras.
No.
They're your at night high definition, bring in color.
Right.
Craziness.
Right. But like I said, man, I know, man,
Well, explain this to me, all right?
Okay.
You remember getting back to the house. You remember midnight at the house.
Midnight at the house?
Yeah, you were awake.
Was I awake?
Very close to midnight.
Okay, how do you know?
You were downstairs
Uh-huh.
taking a black hoodie off of you. You had already put your pants in a small bag.
My pants?
Yeah, your pants. You weren't wearing any underwear. You were butt naked from the waist down.
What?
And you're dead serious, this isn't a lie.
I'm butt naked?
Except for a white shirt while you're taking your black hoodie off.
It's not me.
Or a black shirt. It's you.
Because I don't own any white shirts.
I think it was a white shirt. I may be wrong with the color of the shirt.
I don't know.
You're taking a black shirt off. Maybe it wasn't a shirt, but you're taking a black shirt off, you'd already taken your pants off.
Well, man, I own one pair of pants, and man, freaking, they're still in my bag, perfectly, man, clean, man, freaking brand, almost brand new. And then, man, freaking, I have a pair of, man, freaking, I have shorts, you know what I'm saying? I do have shorts.
You always wear your black almost everywhere you go.
My hoodie?
Yeah.
Only, man, freaking when it's cold outside, and it's been cold lately. It's been cold lately.
You've been wearing it lately.
Yeah, well, no, I had, at night, especially, man, freaking, I wear it just because it gets cold.
And Halloween masks downstairs actually belongs to you or one of them.
No. I don't own a single freaking mask. Not a single fucking mask. I don't know where you get that idea from, but man, I don't own a freaking single mask.
And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Monday. You were with Roy.
Oh gosh. I'm sorry guys, hold on a minute. I have videos in my watch later and I hate it when they do their own thing. Okay. In case people didn't know, yesterday when we did amazing live about Ty, he came into chat and he answered a bunch of questions for us. As much as he could anyways. Very nice man. To me, so far, what we've heard, the only evidence is he said, she said. Okay. I don't know about the DNA, none of that. But, time will tell, and he's innocent until proven guilty. I always look at it like that. But from what we've been watching, this man is innocent to me. I feel he's been framed, and I don't know why. So hopefully when his trial's over, he will come have a interview. Sorry, I'm putting on my hoodie. All right. So I just want to show this other thing here real quick for people that don't know who he is. I'm going to show you his opening statement. Now, let me tell you, the judge is rude to him. The state is rude to him. And they're trying to keep evidence out of the trial. And thank God, Lauren, which is his wife, put this stuff online. But so I feel they're not giving him a chance to even speak. They're trying to shut him up. All right, hold on. Oh, and I think Grandma April's going to be or Paula, I mean, she's going to be testifying from this week. And I got a new video that they put out of her. They did. You know what? I'm going to ask him. I wonder if you can talk about that civil case with Monroe County.
He can't talk about it if it has got a gag order.
No, he don't have a gag order. It was lifted.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's why I said we get to see and watch all this. And he can talk, but he's smart enough to know, what he can or can't say. But yeah, it was lifted a year or two ago. And he verified that when he was in chat. Yeah, it's oh my God, it's a lot. This is from 2017, and two other guys have been locked up. It's very interesting. He's not like Daryl Brooks, nothing like him. Okay. Okay, here's his opening statement. We got to get through the stupid ads. A 30-second ad? You're kidding me. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Assistant State Attorney David Alvarez, and along with my colleague, Chief Assistant State Attorney Joseph Mansfield, will be conducting a presentation of the evidence on behalf of the state this morning and throughout the course of the trial. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for your participation in this process. It's very important, not only to the state, but to Mr. Tucker as well. So we thank you. And as the judge has already told you, the defendant is charged with a series of crimes. I'm not going to go over them again. We believe the evidence in this case will show that on or about November 17th, 2017, at 5650 Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, Florida, a place commonly known as the Treehouse, the defendant in this case, Mr. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, along with co-defendants Rory Wilson and Travis Johnson, planned and effectuated a robbery at that location, which at the time was the residence of Paula Belmonte. On said date, at approximately 7:45 or a little bit before there, these three individuals, and you'll hear testimony of this, the evidence will show this, that they actually spoke about how they were going to effectuate and pull off this robbery. They drove past the treehouse once just to stake it out, came back. Defendants Wilson and Tucker put on their dark clothing and grabbed their weapons and their mask, and then got back into Mr. Travis Johnson's truck and drove to the treehouse. The plan was, as you'll hear and the evidence will show, that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson were going to go up the treehouse, and the reason it's referred to as a treehouse, it's a series of stairs that leads. I don't really want to say, I don't want to describe it as an apartment, but it's a place where people could sleep. It had tarps over it. It really didn't even have roofs. And I believe the victims in the case, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett, will explain that in detail, as well as some of the deputies that you'll hear from. But in the commission of committing this robbery, defendants Tucker, this actual defendant, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson, went up into the treehouse and held Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett at knife point. Ms. Belmonte was held at knife point with a knife to her throat. During the commission of this robbery, her throat was slashed, and you will see pictures of her injuries during the course of this case. The state is going to be introducing photos of that. Mr. Raggett was also held at knife point. He was beaten, punched several times. He'll actually testify that he was knocked back into a tarp. At this time of the year, I believe in November, it wasn't quite fully dark yet. It was dusk, the sun was setting, but they were able to discern that the alleged perpetrators were coming up the stairs, and eventually what happened. In the process of committing this alleged crime, obviously in fear of their lives, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett were screaming in fear for their lives. And unfortunately, the crimes didn't stop there. A neighbor, Mr. Matthew Bonnet, heard the screams and decided to render aid, or at least try to assist in somehow. As he was coming up the stairs, the evidence will show that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson confronted him. There was a struggle that ensued, and Mr. Bonnet was stabbed numerous times and eventually died from these injuries. The defendants then fled the scene. Defendant Johnson, who was waiting in his dark-colored pickup truck, the getaway driver, noticing that there was a commotion going on, decided to leave his two accomplices and drives away. They ultimately meet up at a warehouse where they were all residing together, probably about 500 or 600 feet from the actual treehouse, where an argument ensued and Mr. Johnson decided to walk down to the Tom Thumb to get some cigarettes, where he met up with Mr. Detroit Wilson, Mr. Rory Wilson. You're going to hear from numerous witnesses during the state's presentation and shall be presented with numerous exhibits of evidence for your review and consideration in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is absolutely confident that at the conclusion of this matter, you will find that the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, is guilty as charged in the indictment and the amended information. Thank you.
Tucker, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may do so.
Okay. That was a nice presentation, I'd say. By the way, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That was quite the story. But the problem is nothing in that story tells you what evidence they have, what evidence they're going to show. You know, how are they going to actually tie me into that story? Anyway, you know, the prosecution, you know, tells that story, but the problem is very little of that story is true. That's the bottom line. And, you know, yes, about the only thing that was true in that story is, yes, John Travis Johnson was there. That's a fact, right? This state witness, you know, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence.
Object argumentative. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Is it my
Again,
turn?
this is an opportunity to talk about what the evidence you expect will show.
That's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there. I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the evidence they show, all the witnesses they bring, where are they going to show he's the getaway driver? That's what you need to look at, right? Because the defense, you know, we can show all day, there is no evidence saying he was a getaway driver. We can also show that there's evidence that says otherwise. And that's what we do intend to prove. As far as the, you know, the evidence we intend to put on, we're going to, you know, put on the surviving victim, Ms. Paula Bellamont, who says, 100% sure it wasn't me that night. 100%.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages are unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Request a free quote today. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online now.
I have no idea what's going on here. This did not happen 2 days ago.
Now, just as Mr. Alvarez said, you know, this is a woman who was brutally beaten, robbed, had her throat slit, you know, literally sat there and watched her friend get murdered viciously. But yet she is testifying on my side. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, what motivation could she have? Anyway, going down the line here, we're also intent on going ahead and, you know, calling a few other witnesses here. The next one after that is probably going to be Mrs. Angela Oslowski. Again, talking about evidence, right? Well, this is the woman who did the FDLE reports, the forensic evidence that, you know, that they submitted, right? All the evidence comes back. None of my DNA, none of my, my blood, none of my fingerprints, none of that stuff. Okay. So no forensic evidence, right? Okay. Surviving victim says it wasn't me. Okay. So we'll go on down from there. The next one, Mr. Tom Walker from Internal Affairs, right? Now, Mr. Tom Walker goes ahead and investigates the investigation because of a complaint I made, right? A complaint that comes back sustained, right? Comes back as sustained for an investigation that was so poor, so poorly executed. 208 pieces of evidence were found to be mishandled by the MCSO, including DNA, including physical evidence, including video. 208 pieces of evidence. Now, he also goes ahead and goes beyond that. He goes on to show that, that the original affidavit that was used to arrest me, the one that actually everybody relies on as far as what the police say happened, right? He goes ahead and investigates that. Unfortunately, guess what? That's not accurate either, according to him. That he actually goes ahead and investigates this and finds out that the original affidavit that was used to indict me, used to give me these charges and put me in front of you people, right? Not that I don't like you, but
Objection, argument.
I'll overrule that objection.
but yes, it put me here. And so he'll go ahead and show that that isn't exactly accurate. That it's filled with inaccuracies. It also has what they call material omissions. Stuff that would be in exculpatory evidence to suggest that I wasn't there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and interview Mr. Tom Walker. We'll go ahead and put him on the stand. Then after that, we have Lieutenant Colonel Chad Scabilia, right? He's actually one of the higher ups in the MCSO. I don't know how familiar the jury is with that, right? I know we all know Rick Ramsey, but do we know Mr. Scabilia? Probably not. But he is one of the higher ups in the MCSO. He's in charge of their operations. He decides as of January of 2019, he's going to go ahead and do an investigation of the entire major crimes unit, right? He's afraid that they're not living up to par. That's a good supervisor.
Object and ask for sidebar.
Okay.
And this is what it's been so far with what me and Grandma have watched. They don't let him talk. They're always objecting. There's certain things they don't want out there. I'm not for sure of everything, but I know the video surveillance. And last night we showed the hot mic video, which is very interesting. They're trying to get that thrown out because the cops are talking about photoshopping a picture, and they're talking about I can't remember the exact words, but setting up a tie here. Hold on.
Keep that in mind. If this settles in, I'm also going to advise the jury. Second, I'm going to wait till this date settles in. I'm also going to advise the jury that I have overruled the objection, but I do want to remind you, this is opening statement. It's not evidence in the case, and it may or may not reflect what ultimately is evidence, and it will be up to you to decide the case based on the evidence. So keep that in mind that this and what I told you, the statements of the attorneys, it's not evidence. So with that, proceed with his opening.
Thanks. I'd also like to apologize for my tone. Obviously, I'm a little upset. You might understand. I don't know if you do, but you might understand. Anyway, continuing forward, back to the Lieutenant Colonel Scabilia. His report, he goes ahead and he finds that there are a number of investigations in major crimes unit that have not been sufficiently investigated, according to him. One of them, well, not one of them, out of the many that he finds, and Miss Danielle Malone, who we intend on putting on the stand, and to go ahead with this investigation. Yes, she's found to have, out of 17 active cases, 11 of them come up as insufficient, which we would argue mine is one of those. So we, we have quite a bit of evidence. We have quite a bit of evidence. I know that Mr. Mansfield asked you if you could convict me on one piece of evidence. Maybe that's true. I could see that depending on what the evidence is. You got a video of me doing something, or I could see that. But what he failed to say is, okay, could you convict me on one piece of evidence when there's a lot of evidence that says something else? That's the question. And that's what we're going to try and get to with the defense, right? We're going to bring up witnesses, we're going to bring up evidence, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to challenge everything that the state is saying, because I know it's not true. So in the end, that's what we're looking for here, right? We're looking for the truth. They can present their case, I'll present mine, and we'll see what comes out as true. And then you guys can decide. And I know from looking at all of you and from going through our board iron, you'll decide correctly. Thank you.
So there's that. Now, Paula. Paula is the woman that got slashed with the knife. She knew who did it. Well, one person for sure. And she knows Ty. And we watched her videos yesterday, but I didn't realize she's had, what did they say, Grandma? They've talked to her like 17 times. Did I hear that right?
I think you're right about that. It was ridiculous.
Wow. Okay, so we're going to watch a newest one that they, of her right now. Hopefully I got it ready. Yep, here we go. Good. Oh, shoot. Okay, this is Paula. My heart breaks for her. She seems to be doing pretty good in this video. This is in 2021.
Hi, everybody. Doc Justice here with True Homestead. Today, we're sitting down with Paula Belmont. Miss Belmont is the surviving victim of the Treehouse murder story that we've been covering a while here at True Homestead. Miss Belmont, thank you so much for sitting down with us today to give us your time and tell us a little bit about your story.
You're very welcome.
Miss Belmont, just because of some of the issues that have gone on in this case, I want to make sure that we're clear here. You're here of your own free will, and you haven't been threatened or coerced in any way or offered any compensation for your interview today, have you?
Yes, I'm here on my own free will because no, I haven't been offered anything.
Okay. And you're just here because you want to be able to tell your story in your words for what you believe to be the truth, and you want people to be able to hear that?
Yes, I want justice for Tyrone.
Absolutely. Miss Belmont, being the surviving victim of this case, would you like to recount a little for us your recollection of the night that the murder occurred and that you were attacked?
Okay. I was up the stairs with my friends in the treehouse, which is more like a triple tiered deck with a little overhang, and we were hanging out when two people came barreling up the stairs. One jumped on me immediately, slit my neck, telling me that if I didn't give him the money, he was going to kill me. As he was beating me, I was kicking on the floor, the floorboards, yelling for help, and continue to yell for help. And as the two people that were there, the one I didn't really get to see because this other person was at my friend, holding a knife to my friend's throat, doing this to him to be quiet. As these two people were going down the stairs, my landlord Matthew came up the stairs, and Rory Detroit Wilson, the one who slit my neck, started to take off his mask, and Matthew saw it, and that's when he got stabbed and murdered.
Okay, so before Matthew approached and there was an incident with Matthew, Detroit or Rory Wilson is holding you down and had cut you.
Yes, yes.
And-
Cut
and
me
there-
and his cut me with his left hand and was beating me with his right hand, punching the hell out of me.
And there's a second assailant that's there, and he's holding a knife to your friend, and that friend is
Yes.
Roger.
Yes, yes.
And-
Now I didn't know this. I didn't know this at the time because I really couldn't see much past Detroit because he's a very big man.
Okay, so there were two assailants. One of them,
Yes.
you know for a fact, is Detroit, and he
Yes,
is
even with-
attacking you. And then
Yes.
the other assailant is kind of dealing with your friend Roger and telling him to
Yes.
be quiet.
Didn't tell him, but shushed him
Okay.
like that. He didn't speak while he was up top of the stairs.
Okay. And then your landlord Matthew starts coming towards up the stairs.
Yes.
And at that point, both assailants leave you.
No, one was already going down, and like Matthew walked past him to come up. That was the person. I guess he had his head turned or whatever. I'm not sure because I couldn't see that. But as Rory was the one facing Matt when Matt was turning the corner to come up to me. So there was essentially one in front of Matthew, one behind Matthew.
And is Detroit or Rory? Is he the one who attacked Matthew?
Yes.
So Detroit attacked both you and Matthew.
Yes.
Okay. And the second assailant, the first assailant, Rory Detroit, you know it was Rory Detroit, and he's a black man,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Tyrone Tucker's a white man.
Yes.
Different body plan, different body build, different locomotion, everything.
Width-wise, height-wise, walking-wise, everything.
In the second assailant, I'm not sure that he's been 100% positively identified. Some people think it might be this guy Travis. Some people are claiming it's Tyrone. But you know Tyrone, correct?
The police are the ones that claim it's Tyrone.
Okay.
And other idiots in the street. But, well, Detroit and Travis say it's Tyrone. too. After they used Tyrone as an alibi, and both of them were arrested, then they made Tyrone an accomplice. Originally, Tyrone was their alibi.
Originally, they said Tyrone was their alibi. Tyrone's not there. We were with Tyrone to give themselves cover for not being there.
Each one of them separately said that until they both got caught, and then they turned Tyrone into the next assailant when there was only two people there.
Okay, so the second assailant will assume or say for right now that it's likely Travis, but it could be Tyrone. How do you know that the second assailant was not Tyrone?
No, it's not Tyrone. It didn't match Tyrone's height or frame. I saw half of his body from the back. It's not him width-wise, it's not him height-wise. When Matthew went tumbling down the stairs, I heard the other person say, I think he's dead, or I think we killed him. It was not Tyrone's voice. I know Tyrone's voice.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tyrone has a very, very distinctive voice. I've spoken with him several times. And you might not have been very closely associated with Tyrone before this, but you knew Tyrone enough to recognize his voice.
Exactly, correct, exactly.
In your recollection,
I actually didn't even remember his name. It was Tyrone. I don't think that's how I met him. But I know him enough that no, it was not his voice. It was not his size. Like I said, even though I only saw the back part of this person.
and you feel
But it wasn't.
and you feel confident that it was not Tyrone.
Yes, absolutely. And I have said that from day one or night one, however you want to phrase it.
So after the incident, the police interviewed you. How did the interview go?
Pretty much the way they decided they wanted it to go.
Did you feel
Things
they
that-
tried to influence your testimony or get you to change your testimony or add something to your testimony?
They, like every time I tried to stick up for Tyrone, I was just shushed aside. The subject would be changed. Oh no, Paul, it didn't happen like this. You don't know Tyrone, like we know Tyrone. He's manipulative. He's evil. They tell me he's got this really bad criminal record. As far as I know of, I don't even think he has a criminal record prior. But every time I tried to stick up for him, the more I stood up for him, the more I got kicked to the curb, I guess you would say.
Did you feel that the way they were interrogating you in their investigation was improper, as if they weren't listening to what you were telling them, but were trying to insert their own facts that they wanted into the case?
Well, yes, even down to day one, a drug deal gone bad. That was a crock of shit. There was never no prior drug deal that day gone bad. I don't know where all that came from. The same place everything else that their lies have come from. Tyrone happened to be staying in that warehouse that night, and that's how he got roped into it.
I read the transcripts in a lot, and there's so much going on, and it seems very clear for me there's a lot of improper things happening. I'd like to assume that it was malicious, but I don't know that, but it seems very clear that it's improper. So I want to ask you another question. When the police, so Matthew's been killed, you've been cut, there's a robbery, and there's people injured. The police come to the scene that night, and it's a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Do you think do you think that they properly collected all the evidence that was there?
Oh, hell no. The blanket that I was attacked on wasn't even taken, for starters. There was blood everywhere all over that blanket. I was sliced on that blanket. I was beaten on that blanket. It was still on the bed, covered in blood the next day.
So you've been following this case quite intently, correct?
Oh, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry. I said you've been following this case since the beginning very intently, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, do you feel that there's been other mishandling of evidence or improper collection of evidence or gathering of evidence?
Of course there has. In the real world, it wouldn't happen like this.
I agree. I noticed in the deposition transcript, the lead detective picture, he admitted that he had a sustained IA against him for, I believe it was 178 counts of mishandling evidence in this case. I'm not even sure how you have 178 pieces of evidence if you're saying they didn't collect the evidence, but that's what he admitted to. I don't know if it was several counts per piece or what, but that just seemed absolutely just unfathomable to me that it would go that way.
And it made no sense.
But Paul, is there anything else that you would like to say about this case, or that you feel in your heart that you want people to know?
I want people to know that I feel that Penny Phillips, Colleen Dunn, all of them that are lying and try to frame Tyrone, I feel that they should go to jail for the same amount of time that Tyrone sat in jail. So
you're the surviving victim. You're alleging and basically telling me you swear that, I know you're not on oath here, but I think when we spoke before, you said that you swear on your life that it was not Tyrone.
Yes, on my life, which I almost lost. No, it was not.
And as you said before, your big motivation here is that you know Tyrone is innocent and you want that to be heard. So
yes, and if Matthew was alive, he would fight for Tyrone too, because that's the type of person that Matthew was. I don't want to see anyone in jail that doesn't belong in jail.
And being that you're so adamant that Tyrone was innocent, and you're so adamant that you want it to be heard that Tyrone was innocent, have you and Tyrone spoken recently?
No, we're not allowed to. I had tried to reach out to Tyrone and reached out to Lauren, who I didn't know, for the plain and simple fact that once Tyrone was let out on bond at that ridiculous price, I was worried that Tyrone was getting in trouble for me being the person who he got charged with for tampering with a witness, because inadvertently, me and Tyrone accidentally had lunch together. Like, we met up at McDonald's before Tyrone was arrested. Rory had already been arrested, and Tyrone hadn't. And I happened to walk into McDonald's, and he was in the back corner because he had just been released from being questioned. And he came up to me, and I mean, literally, we went outside because I was bawling, telling my story, crying on his shoulder. I got sidetracked.
It's okay. We're talking about the no contact order, and you meet up with Tyrone.
Okay, yes. So then later on, when I find out that Tyrone got arrested, it said for witness tampering, and I was upset, thinking that he was in trouble for talking to me. So I reached out to Lauren, reached out to Tyrone, the Free Franklin Tucker page. I did get a response from Lauren on Facebook. I called, now at this point, Colleen Dunn had been kicked to the curb like she belongs. And the new prosecutor, I contacted the prosecutor and said, I want to be able to Facebook and message back and forth with Lauren. Judge Jones issued a no contact order, which I'm trying to get lifted. I wrote a letter. Apparently you have to have a motion filed, but I now have a lawyer to help me so I don't get railroaded for doing things like what I'm doing now, talking to you. Because, you know, that frame everybody down here as far as this case is concerned.
I'm sure of that, but I want you to know, I strongly believe I'm not an attorney. I cannot give legal advice, but you have a First Amendment right to speak. I'm the media. You have a right to speech, press, and petition. If anything happens to you, if you have any retaliation or anything negative, please let me know immediately. You have all my contact information. I will find attorneys to hop on this if your attorney needs help.
Thank you.
So you said the judge had issued the no contact order. Do you know if the state had requested that?
No, I don't know. The only reason I found out about it was because Lauren told me. Lauren was worried that they were going to get in trouble for me trying to reach out to them through Facebook, which is why I got in touch with the state attorney, the new state attorney. So I don't know the details of it. I do know I'm trying to get it dropped because I would like to talk to Tyrone. Basically, I want to tell Tyrone I'm sorry for everything he's been through.
So you know the judge issued the order, but you don't know if the judge did that on his own or somebody had requested it.
I think he did it on his own because it's not just Tyrone. It's also against the other two.
Okay.
It's all three of them. Detroit.
And you didn't want this contact order, correct? And you did not want this contact order, and you've hired an attorney to get it removed. Is that correct?
Well, I actually got an attorney, a pro bono attorney.
Oh, God bless.
That would help me. I didn't ask for it. I wanted. I mean, the other two were in prison jail where they need to be. I don't want nothing to do with them. But like I said, Tyrone was my friend. Tyrone still is my friend, even though we're not allowed to speak. But I want to be able to speak to him. I want to be actually able to speak to Lauren instead of just. I'm going to meet him. I want to meet Lauren. I would like to go out and give Tyrone a hug and just literally, like I said, apologize to him for the nightmare that he's been going through.
Lauren's an angel, and Ty's been put through a nightmare. I just wish all of us that go through these nightmares could have angels like Lauren. She's a force of nature. I have absolute respect for.
Without Lauren, Tyrone would probably die in jail, in prison because.
Ms. Belmont, before I hop off here, I want to ask you one more thing. Now, you mentioned the witness tampering or witness intimidation. I know witness tampering or tampering with a witness was one of the charges levied against Tyrone. But
yeah, and that proved to be bullshit also.
Now, I agree it's likely bovine excrement. Where I'm trying to go at with this, though, is whether Tyrone, if somehow or another he did tamper with another witness, it was another witness. It absolutely was not you. Is that correct?
Absolutely no, not me. It was supposedly Rory's Detroit's wife.
Okay, but Tyrone or Lauren or nobody other than police have ever asked you to change your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. The police never really asked me to change my testimony. They just tried to sway me. Like at one point, Matt Pitcher almost had me questioning, like, well, could this really have been? But no, there was nothing that would make me say it was Tyrone. And I'm in a weird situation because two of them I'm going against and the one I'm sticking up for. So it's kind of confusing for the defense attorney. Yes, but that's the way it is.
So you're not just somebody who doesn't want anybody to ever be punished. People who are guilty and committed murder or robbery, you absolutely believe should be sitting in jail.
Oh, yeah.
But you believe an innocent man should never sit in jail the same way I do.
If I thought Tyrone did it, he can rot in hell like the other two, as far as I'm concerned. But Tyrone didn't do it.
Ms. Belmont,
and I'm going to fight just as much as I can for him because he deserves to have somebody stick up for him instead of the crooked Bubba system down here.
Ms. Belmont, I really want to thank you so much. I can't thank you enough with words for sitting down and speaking with me and speaking with my audience. We've been following this case for a while, and there's hundreds, if not thousands of pages. And when you go through it, it's beyond obvious of the issues, but it's hard to describe or get anybody to follow reading 500 pages. I think your words will really help a lot of readers understand what's going on and how egregious the conduct or misconduct of the state's attorney's office and the sheriff's office has been in this case.
Yes, sir. And I certainly hope it helps Tyrone.
Again, we thank you so much. If you need anything from me or you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. If there's any retaliation, I would want to know about it immediately. And again, God bless you. I'm praying for you. And I hope I get to meet you soon and buy you dinner.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Bye-bye.
God bless.
Isn't she sweet? She's been through hell. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I want us to pull something up here. Hey, Grandma.
Get.
Do you remember that you wanted to see the CCTV?
I do.
So do I. Let's watch him collect some evidence. Can you believe 208 pieces of evidence? Poof, gone, lost. That's crazy to me. Hold on. Oh, no. I know, I'm slow. It's my laptop. All right, hold on. Oh, yes, I found another interview. Here we go. Here it is. Of Paula being interviewed at the hospital. You know, because they're giving Lauren everything a little bit at a time, it seems to be. And this is after Paula was, her neck was slashed. No, this is a different one. This is a second one. I just found it today.
Yeah. Okay. Now I know you didn't get a good look at the second person, but you know, you said they were wearing all dark.
He was wearing something dark. And I don't know if he had shorts on or not. I know he had long sleeves on. Oh, and I think they had gloves on. They had gloves on. Well,
Okay.
the one did. Detroit, yeah, Detroit had gloves on. I'm not sure about the other one.
Okay.
But when he was downstairs hanging out at that, he didn't have gloves. And them two people can tell you where he was because, like, Detroit had come up my stairs earlier that night, was hanging out. I don't want nothing to do with them. Jerk. I don't drink beer. I don't want them people hanging around me.
What is Danielle doing?
Very nice. I was thinking about something nice. All right, well, you're out of here. And we're out. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you so much. You were congratulations. I can only go up from here.
What are you doing with the hat on?
Is that bad?
Yeah, it's bad.
Why?
Because your blue's still drying.
Well, I'm protecting it.
I said, don't let nothing touch it, so it's good trash.
How long?
At least an hour.
1 hour?
Yeah.
You got it.
All right.
10:25.
Yeah, I know.
I got it.
Yes, sir. No, he is another person that was at the house when this occurred.
Sorry, guys, I was on mute. Okay, this is Paula, the lady we just watched. Retrieval of her backpack that was stolen.
CBS.
Okay.
And then one of his friends asked me if I could help him out to do some work. So I said, well, we got some work. And I asked these ladies if we can stay here temporarily until we finish the work. He came, put all his stuff inside, and then the same day, the detective came and arrested him.
That same day?
The same day. So he didn't ever leave here. So what I did is I put all his stuff in the truck, and I have to put it away because they're coming with furniture and all that. So I put it right in my house. I put the truck there with his stuff. His girlfriend is supposed to come and pick it up. But the lady who owns the house came and started cleaning. And then they found a purse stuck to the AC unit, the handle.
Okay.
And then unfortunately she touched it, we touched it to see what way the purse is going there. And then inside it's a card that says Belmonte. So I thought it sounds familiar with the case.
Okay.
And then that's the first there. The
Yeah,
only
show me what you got.
And the owner. She's the one
Okay.
who's cleaning.
Hello. Good. How are you?
Cleaning,
Good.
cleaning the ACT, and then I said the right thing to do is just call you guys. 'Cause that's the third right there.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I guess I'll put my part in. Martin's been helping me with the house because I live in North Carolina and I come down in like every 3 weeks, but we're moving in for, should take about 3 or 4 months before we start renting.
Okay.
And I was changing the air filter yesterday and I'm going, and I was just here a few weeks ago. There's a purse under here.
Mm-hmm.
It was thrown in the closet in the return.
Okay. Almost like it was hidden there, or like it went there
Like
actually.
it wasn't there.
Okay. And that's where this person was staying at.
Well, you tell me, because I was in North Carolina.
Okay.
I called her to ask for permission. One of the guys gonna work. Stay here temporarily. Finish
The roof, you were doing the roof together, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the same day that he was supposed to sleep here, somebody came and got it, and then I think it was a detective or something, got arrested.
Came and arrested him that day.
So he didn't have a chance to take anything. So I threw everything away.
But that was still in the same room that he was staying in.
She found out in that.
Okay. Do both of you have IDs, driver's licenses? Let me just take a look at the bag. What was in here? Everything that was in there still there?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't hardly any, because I went, oh, it's gotta be for my ID. Now, I have touched it,
Yeah,
because I didn't, but it's that one
we
right
did
there.
touch it to find out.
Yeah, I'll see if we have anything here that relates or is of value.
Yeah.
If there is,
It didn't look like it.
okay, yeah. If there is, then we'll take it. If not, then you can put it with the rest of the stuff that.
Throw it away.
But yeah, just it depends on what's in it. It's ready.
But it is some card that was.
It's up here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look at the names involved and everything and just see what we got.
Trying to figure out if it was the cleaning lady, if it was the cleaning lady, and no one had first. I mean, I thought that's maybe it was. But yeah.
Yeah, well, it's better safe than sorry because you never know if something else is involved with it.
Martin always tries to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Don't get me involved in this.
12:15, switching to 2. $12.15 on 2. Florida and North Carolina DLs. Oscar 226-565-63-4660 so far. North Carolina 310-88687. 310-88687. Is that for you? Here's yours. Yep.
Yeah, she says our room is next Tuesday. Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm waiting for the movers, yeah. It's the 8 last time. Fill the whole thing, but it'll be easy enough. No, actually, I've been cleaning them. These are only, I've done the whole back end. Of course, I haven't been over on this side yet. But I'll spray those down tonight.
Oh, we gotta check that, the function in the door. You gonna put the same door, right?
Yeah.
Copy. Thank you. Back to 1.
that night I was supposed to sleep here. What he told me was that he got tools stolen and they were gonna give us some tools back. And I said, okay. Where you got these?
That would be down here. Yeah, there's a long one and a.
All right, I'm gonna set this back right here. I'm just gonna check a couple things in the car in regard to these two, and then I'll be back, okay? Yep. Hey, how you doing? Good. Hey, I was just trying to get into this homicide report from Stock Island, and I saw that you blocked it. And so, well, what I have is a house here in Big Pine. They had one of the suspects was arrested out of this house on Enterprise, and yeah, they were just cleaning it out and everything. And they looked inside of the AC return. They found a black purse, and they didn't know what it was, so they started going through it. And inside was I think an EBT card for Paula Belmont, the female victim. Yeah. Okay. It was inside the house. I'll have them show me exactly where. Okay. Okay. Yep, sounds good. Yep, no problem. Bye. right back. Can you show me where you had found it at?
The truck?
Yeah, where we, yeah.
The house was in.
Okay.
Under here, because I was changing my air filter.
Where exactly
Thrown
under there? Just like sitting on the tray down there?
Yeah, it was thrown, but it was thrown back there. You could tell he was hiding it.
Okay, so he threw it back into here. Was it on this side or that side? Okay, so it's like all the way back in the corner? Oh, okay. All right, just give me one moment. Hello. Yep, how you doing? Yep. Oh, okay. Yep, sounds good. All right, do you need me to get anything from them? Statements on where they found it or anything? Sure, no problem. All right, sounds good. Bye. Okay. Would you guys mind doing written statements on where you found it, how you came to be in possession of the purse? Is that okay? Okay. One for you. One for you.
I'm terrible at writing.
Oh, that's all right. This is as good as you can. So who had first discovered it? You did. Okay. So just say the reason why you were in there. Talk about you being the homeowner. You were in there just cleaning things out, and you saw this back in there. And how you told me that it looked like it was thrown in their
Oh,
hidden.
yeah, I went,
Right.
I knew
Just
it wasn't there.
put your thoughts on that. And then who had gone through the purse?
And then we
I
both,
did, because I was wondering who's.
Okay.
and then we both went to the
Good,
first year
today.
just to make sure.
Okay, this all happened just,
Yeah.
Yeah, with him, but I found it yesterday.
okay, you found it yesterday. Did you take it out of there right away? Okay, where'd you put it at? So you had put it there until he came today?
Right.
Okay. And then when you came,
We went through.
so you showed him the purse, and then you guys went through. Okay, and then you saw that card in there that had her name? Okay. Then you called me? Okay, yeah, so just make sure all that's in the statements. One of the detectives on the case is on her way here now, just to take, I know I already started taking pictures, but they have certain pictures they want. So she's gonna come down, take pictures, probably take the purse, and get your guys' statements from you. So, I know I'm able to say what was already published. So Paula Belmont, she was one of the victims. She didn't die. She was the victim that got cut on the neck. Yeah, and I can tell you that because that's all already been on Facebook and that's already out there.
Really?
Yeah, that's already been,
Yeah. but
stories
I'm
have already
just
been put
saying,
out.
So they jumped.
Yeah, yeah, and again, what I'm able to say is everything that was already released, which is, it was a,
So where did they find it? I mean, it wasn't around here, was it?
what?
Where they found her?
Oh. No, this all happened in Stock Island.
Oh, it's Stock Island?
Yeah.
How far is that from here?
So that is about 9 miles from Key West.
Yeah, it's like 25 minutes from here.
No, the way I found it is because he and his girlfriend used to work for Mango Mama a long time. So the guy from Mango Mama went to say, Martin, do you need help? And that's how I got him. It only lasted like a 2 days and that's it. So I came today. I said,
What was the guy's name that lived here?
no, he didn't live here.
Well, the guy that was going to, what was his name?
Robinson.
Okay. I'm just trying to read the story so I don't tell you all anything I can't. So yeah, on the Facebook story, it says that it was an armed robbery.
So he must have made it back here after it happened.
But when he came here, he was already putting his stuff at the end up, he hadn't even worked. And then he was just, oh no, the detective found my stolen tools, and she's coming to take me these stuff out of my tools. He's that guy. And then the next thing I know, he didn't even came to sleep at night.
All right, yeah, and it also says here where her injury was. She was cut on the neck. She didn't die from it, but she went to the hospital.
She's all right. But still.
How you spell thirst?
P-U.
The day that he came out of
Yeah.
that was the same day that he came.
What day was that? Do you remember?
It's the same day I called you. I don't remember. I'll have to look at the phone. Let me see.
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. They'll have all that. I just was wondering out of my own curiosity. Oh, and make sure on those that you have the address and phone number.
I put,
Filled out.
Farley Field, owner of house, was replacing air filter in a return closet at 29 Court, at Big Pine Key. And then I found a purse pushed back in the right corner of the return closet. Haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
And you're
yeah.
saying here,
Yeah, just up in here, just fill all the information out.
I'm just gonna give you, it'd be best, because I'll probably be leaving next week, but then returning by car around Christmas.
Okay, yeah, whichever address you want to put is fine. Just make the phone number's a good contact
Yeah.
where the detective can call you if they need to.
I came today to check on the throwers to help them. Owner found the purse, went through, made the call I want.
Yeah, but put in here,
You're gonna have to explain, you hired him, wouldn't you? Or do you
yeah,
have to go that far?
when he was arrested, was the detectives already talk to you about what he was doing here? Okay, yeah, you can just put in here that you had hired him to do work. He was here for not even one day. He pulled all his stuff in, and then he got arrested. Okay, so just say where he put his stuff into. Okay, kind of in relation to the purse. And then also when you went through the purse, what you found in there. Okay, such as that name that you recognize from that entry.
Spell your last name for me, Martin, I have it in my.
OCH.
Yeah, OCH.
I mean, I called his girlfriend, if they're gonna come and get their stuff, I got her phone number if needed.
Yeah, we'll see. Whenever the detective gets here, she may have some more questions because she's a lot more familiar with the case than I am.
Better.
Let me see. Remember, put in here about when you found it. Okay, what you found in there.
Oh, okay. This notebook, right? A notebook. I don't know if it's debit card or.
Yeah, you can just put some type of debit card and what name you saw on it. Yeah, however you spell it, however you remember it, that's what you can put.
Well, that was interesting. We need to find that police report. Add that to, you know, there's at least 20 now names that have come up in this case. So weird. Grandma?
Kit,
There are thousands of pages in this report. I know. It's a lot of work, ain't it? I'm going to search too myself. I also want to get my hands on the civil suit and listen to all the cops' lies. But I think this will be it for tonight. What do you think, Grandma?
I think it's a good place to stop, really, for the night.
That's what I think too. But I want to thank everybody for coming through here. I want to thank Grandma for always being here and being on the panel and reading for me, because we know I suck at reading.
You're not as bad as you think you are.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. When I don't know words, oh, whatever I say. Whatever, you can see what I'm reading, okay? Got a problem with it, read it yourself. And thank you, sis, for coming here. That was a nice surprise. Thank you, Miss Barbara. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Rowdy. Who else did I see? Dan. Thank you, Dan. And Maddie. We will continue this tomorrow, and we'll have a good game plan. We'll figure it out, me and Grandma, how we're gonna set up for tomorrow. I want to really find that correct officer's name, and let's go over the CCTV. Remember now, they found nothing at the CVS like they wanted.
It's a pretty thin case right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be nice when we get to know more, all these player names, because there's so much. But I would hate to see an innocent man going to jail. It's a scary thought. All right, everybody. Love you. See you tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow there's no school or anything. Nothing's open. Well, I'll have time. I have time every day. I kind of want to go, I think, during the day and do this. You know, like early afternoon or something. I don't know. Look out for the notification. I always put on the community wall.
Just holla.
Holla. Echo. Echo. All right. Love you guys. Oh, here. I want to show you him and his wife. Hold on. Hold on. Look at the shirt he's wearing. Hold on. There he is with his wife, Lauren. He's out on a $2 million bond right now.
An emergency motion because she may not be here to testify on Thursday. She may not be, not only not able, may not be able at all. I was there waiting for the primary physician. I called your office with about a half hour left before court. I could have made it here in time, left my number just so that I could get the advice from the court. But I tried to get.
Not so sure why that couldn't have been done over the 3-day weekend.
Because the primary care physician wasn't there, Your Honor.
Mhm.
I can't, I have no say in his schedule. But I did go in this morning. He actually, last I checked, he was writing it after I left, because he was with a patient. That's what I was waiting for. But he went ahead and wrote the letter that you required. And I also asked that he leave a contact so that Your Honor could go ahead and contact him directly. But her situation has apparently gotten critical. She may not be here till Thursday. Be here on Thursday or Friday when she would be potentially testifying. If Your Honor would look at the motion, it's explained.
Well, okay, that's not my first priority. I'm not sure what motion you're referring to. Well, what is the nature of the motion? What relief are you asking for?
Your Honor, that's exactly what I was just explaining. She's critical. She may not live.
But
till
you
Thursday.
explained your condition, but you didn't explain the relief that
Oh,
you're.
no, the relief's in the motion, Your Honor. But what it is really all I'm trying to do is accelerate the Zoom hearing that we talked about and be able to hold it immediately today, as opposed to putting it off till Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, I'm not going to address that right now. We'll get to it. Right now, I'm going to address what I said I was, and that is the discovery or the impeachment material. So, did you get the state, the impeachment material that you were intending to use in order to provide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, state, have you received the materials from the defendant?
Judge, we have the materials. Again, my objection is the defendant said any or all of this 2-hour-long IA interview. And again, I'm asking for what portion, what's the inconsistency he's going to impeach, and what portion of that interview is he going to use to impeach it?
So, Mr. Tucker?
Your Honor, it's impossible for me to say exactly everything I'm going to try and impeach when I haven't finished with my questioning yet. There's no way I could tell him that. I mean, if she doesn't say something inconsistent, then I can't use it. I mean, it's that simple. I can't exactly say all I'm going to use, but I did limit myself, which I don't think I had to, but I limited myself to those things that I gave to the state.
Well, it's most extraordinary that somebody would think that out of a couple hour, or however long it is, tape, that it would be virtually all potential impeachment. I mean, attorneys are expected to be able to provide the opposite side with as specific notice as possible of what they intend to use or believe is impeachment. So
I did do that, Your Honor. I just didn't point to specifics in each testimony, which I don't think the state's going to do either.
So how would you gentlemen like to proceed? I mean, I remember speaking on Friday that you almost anticipated that I would have to view the entire thing. And so that's one of the reasons we're here and put the jurors off until 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Judge, let me just apprise the court. The defendant emailed us Saturday morning at noon, which was the deadline, and he said, I plan on using as follows: interview room tapes 1 and 2, IA tape multiple sections. And again, I would ask, we're not going to sit and play a 2-hour IA tape. So I would just ask for what's the inconsistency and what portion of the IA tape. I mean, our witness is coming back in today. We're in the middle of cross-examination. We're going to pick up with where do we start? Is he going to try to impeach her right off the bat? Is he going to begin questioning her? Is there already something he feels that he has the right to impeach her on? I'm just not clear where we pick up from today.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Tucker,
Your Honor,
when the witness is coming, you have to be able to cue this up and present it. We're not going to have what we had on Friday. We're not gonna, that's
No, I understand, Your Honor.
people back and forth and waiting anymore. So you have to be able to identify what it is you intend to use.
Your Honor, I have identified exactly what I intend to use, and the state should be well aware of all of that evidence since it came from them. So they should have already examined it. They should already know what is potential impeachment material. Just like they don't tell me exactly what they're going to use. They just tell me which exhibits they have.
Well, sir, simply because something's provided in discovery doesn't make it admissible, nor does it mean the state's committed it to memory, nor does it mean it constitutes valid impeachment material. So
I understand that, Your Honor, but I don't know what I'm going to use until I'm finished my questioning, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's start with the first part. I mean, again, if I have to sit here and watch the whole thing, so be it. But we're not going to have a situation where these jurors are made to wait because
I have no problem with that, Your Honor. You know, I have absolutely no problem with that. I have a flash drive that, that was part of the problem, is just the interface with the technology. I can't exactly plug my laptop in there. I found that out on Friday. Okay, so now that part I have no problem with. I also have no problem with using any of this impeachment material and definitely saying how I'm using it while I'm in the process of questioning the witness. I assume that is customary usually.
no,
right?
this is completely not customary.
No, I mean, it's customary to ask a question if she makes a misstatement, or if she, for lack of a better word, lies, then that's when I bring out a tape.
Okay, well, again,
But I don't have to do that.
again, I got to, what else are we going to do other than to see the thing? And so that's what we're here for. So let's.
I mean, if you would like an example, I could give you one.
No, I don't want a kind of sort of maybe. I want to see this and make rulings, because otherwise I don't see where we've made 1 inch of progress from
Your
Friday
Honor,
afternoon.
if I may.
Yes, sir.
While I am not an attorney, and we've all made that clear, the thing is okay, the state is not going to tell me anything of any of the evidence that they plan on bringing in until they bring it in, right? They're not, they give it to me the same way. They give it to me in bulk, and I have to go through it and decide what I think they're going to use. Well, I imagine they're the same way.
No, sir. Have you ever seen a prosecutor in 27 plus years of doing this that doesn't have a very clear idea and presents it clearly? Yeah, sometimes there might be some little snippet or something, but not where there's apparently hours of tapes that they are using, frankly, very inartfully.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly one that I plan on using, and it's the hours-long tapes that they're talking about. There's 2 of them, the interview room tapes. Those I'm using to impeach the fact that she said specifically that I wasn't named a suspect till the 22nd, and I was named a suspect because of the testimony of John Travis Johnson and Rory Wilson. Those 2 hours worth of tapes, that's all they're discussing is me being a suspect.
We're not going to have that. I mean, you can show me, but we're not going to have 2 hours worth of tapes that somehow or other impeaches a minor point. So
no, and I would actually fast forward. I do have the timestamps. I can fast forward to each section that applies to that witness.
Okay, well, let's do it then.
Well, Your Honor, if I might, I'm definitely willing to do that. I'd still like to address the other issue.
I'm not going to address it. I will address it when I'm ready to address it.
No, I was just.
This session, Mr. Tucker, you're starting to stray from the basic parameters here. I set this session for this issue, and that's what I'm going to deal with. And if Ms. Belmonte is unable to, we will deal with it, but if she's unable to testify, then we have these deposition to preserve testimony. But one way or the other, I will deal with this once I deal with the issue that I've set.
Okay,
so
I'll tell you what, I'll just play the tapes.
This judge is very biased. He is an a-hole. He's all nice to the state. The state, anyways, it seems he don't like people pro se. I hope the jury sees how this judge is being to this man. It's under his control if someone's really sick and cannot make it. He has no control when a doctor writes a report. Unreal. So Ty is doing the best as he can, in my opinion. I'm going to keep track upon the objections and when that judge yells at him. And I think he handles himself pretty good. There's something they're doing on purpose here to him. So yeah. I don't know what they're waiting for. Hope everybody had a nice 3-day weekend. I didn't do anything. Hold on here. No. There I am. I'm way up there. See that?
This is why I'm trying to do this now, so we don't have this sort of delay.
You have to forgive me, Your Honor. I was concentrating on Miss Belmont.
You don't need to rush. Let him take his time, Mr. Impatient Judge. I'm going to call him biased, and I got to come up with a name for the state. I would be really respectful, but look at their behavior. I hope the jury just sees through it. Just saying.
So I don't, no, I don't operate that equipment. They're saying that you need the assistance of Carrie. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Judge, why didn't you have that taken care of before the hearing today?
Let's see if he's here.
Huh, Judge? And no, I'm not going to be nice today. I'm going to say whatever on my mind. Hear this man's freedom at stake. They want to see him fail. It should be a fair trial.
Is she available? Yes. Thank you.
They already think he's guilty. What's wrong with this country? Their sound still sucks.
Doesn't matter to me. I mean,
Wow.
said I would. There's cannot match that.
All right,
There is
here's my
some
calculator.
specific portions of a couple hours that can't be honed in on, but be that as it may. Well, that would be hearsay. That would, I mean, there, if there's some statement that was made, that's one thing, but the discussion between various parties is not impeachment, sir.
You did not know that the investigation. I was not told that had a long conversation about on the 20th. That isn't.
Well, sir, you can claim it is, and I make the decisions, and it might be admissible in some form and not the other, but you think you're gonna, anyway, but you're, yeah, good, I hope so. No, sir, you don't need to placate me, just do the business. I'm tired of all the extra fluff. Do what you claim you're gonna do, otherwise, you're not gonna be able to, so.
I object.
Which should have had arranged. Again, if an attorney did this, it wouldn't even be close. I wouldn't have put up with it. I'm bending over backwards, trying to facilitate you who doesn't really know what you're doing, and that's not a surprise, but you have the right to represent yourself. You don't have a right to delay things or to attempt to, you can attempt to, but to admit things that aren't permissible. So in any event, this gentleman now needs one more time, some assistance in operating the equipment. Could you give me a hand, please?
It wasn't working on Friday. Why didn't you have it fixed, Judge? Hi, Dan. How you doing? The VP stream with Brenda. Yes. And if anybody thinks that's okay, I don't even know what to say. Okay, so far, he's been rude and yelling at him 8 times. I'm keeping track. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry, I can't. Could you pause?
Here he goes again. That's right. Okay, Judge, I got you.
No, apparently the court reporter has a question. What?
I wanted to know if it was a video or a audio.
This one is only actually all the other one. It's only interrogation.
I think they're doing this on purpose.
This interview is being conducted in the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. It's the Sheriff's Conference Room. It's taking place in May 2020 at approximately 13.
I'm good. Tell me when you get to the part that you want to use, because all of this would not be. No, no.
To me, they are somehow violating his rights or on the borderline.
All that stuff is inadmissible.
What? Why is he doing that? You hear that? Oh, I hope they fix that. Dan, I have a problem with the judge. This is a witch hunt for that man. Okay, Court TV. Go fix your cameras. Wow. We can't watch a trial like this.
It is not.
That's all hearsay.
Well, I mean, I understand, but this is apparently the first part that he actually wants to use, where she said his name first came up with the Metro PCS stuff, and I could have swore she testified. to that.
Exactly what you testified.
Sir, she testified to that. That is not impeachment. It's not impeachment. That she said that.
Also, Lori, and then he got solidified as a suspect.
If you guys want to sit over here in the jury box or wherever.
Honestly, his interview, and, John Travis Johnson. His interview, being covered. Yeah, being covered. How did that? Well, some of the things that he said that, they all used, they all used John Travis Johnson as they were with him going to pass the text on the during that night. So they found him supposed to.
Yeah.
That's also, I haven't asked him this question. I don't know. And now I'm stay. They could have, yeah, talked to the witness, whatever, but I mean, if they know what, they know what potential of keeping material or exact.
And again, I'm familiar with this interview. I understand what you're saying. My specific question is, what is the inconsistency that claims she said on the stand, and what portion is he going to do to rebut? That's my only question.
Can I say what the answer would be my questions? No. So how do I tell you?
When we broke on Friday, Judge, we were right in the middle of, he was attempting to impeach her.
One. Right, one. Not all. One.
Well, okay, in any event, you know.
I keep playing. Yeah, the witnesses. You don't.
Themselves together, and they're trying to distance themselves from the crime. Did the video, I know you mentioned video from the motorcycle place, or any other video establish the identities of the suspects? Yes, the video from the Marine place, I would have to look now, what the name of it is, but it's right next door to. Oh, yeah. It's right next door to the tree house. We only got access to that. We could see on the video, dark colored truck circle the tree house. Then there's a break, and then the dark colored truck comes back. Parks almost right in front of, Cosmos, whatever, the Marine place. And you see two people walking away from the truck, and based on the way the ones look at walking, everything about them is built of how big he was, that was going to be Detroit. And then the other one, his body type and everything matched. Franklin, Tyrone,
I'm sorry, we can't speak over one another. I'm asking, where's the impeachment? If that's supposed to be impeachment.
This is now, again, an hour long. Maybe an hour. Hold on, I can tell you that. This is how long it takes. She actually has asked about this more than once. And okay, just in this one alone, she says, yes, you know, this verifies it, this tape verifies this, which we established in language.
And she said as much. She said.
She did eventually.
We stopped the tape right where she says, matches up with what Travis Johnson.
She readily acknowledged that she can't see faces. She puts things together. This is a piece of the puzzle, sir. So if you think, Mr. Tucker, once again, you are deteriorating into interrupting. She doesn't say she can now see the faces. She is putting the evidence together. So there's no impeachment there. Yes, sir. Well, you do constantly. But we take our turns, and you don't seem to get that. We talk one at a time because it's polite, it's a way to communicate, and it's the way the court reporter can get the information in the record. So in any event. Okay, sir. Oh, I'm listening very much. Doesn't feel like you're listening to me, but be that as it may, that ain't impeachment.
No, so far it's not correct. But I also said, there is additional in this case. It's not the one time they bring this up.
Well, okay, let's hear it, because trying to avoid the jury being, delayed.
To the video. They used to get away from it, they took off, and all of that matched up.
I know there's mention in the reports here somewhere, some video to talk about.
There's a video of the outside of Tom Thumb. It's not actually Tom Thumb's video.
Oh, okay.
Tom Thumb, we attempted to get the video. They gave us the video as the wrong day, and we just never could. Every time we tried to get video from him, it just didn't work out.
Did, say that that against, I know things go crazy. There's no doubt about that, but do you know of any detective, any road patrol that did go to Tom Thumb's, they roll back their video?
Me personally, I don't know if they did. I'm sure they did, but I don't know if they did.
Now, there was another video of two suckers walking toward what's called the warehouse where they live. Is it third and fourth, I believe? Yeah, third. Right, tell me where that area.
Yeah.
Did you see any of that?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see on that?
Just two soldiers walking like that. I believe there was two. They were walking towards what would be Tom Thumb and or the treehouse.
Yeah, clarifying. Joe, what sections did you have? I haven't asked questions for yet. I don't know why about that. So I don't know whether or not there's another section. The question is on the table.
The night of the search warrant, John Travis Johnson wasn't on our radar yet. We didn't have the video showing the getaway car. And nobody at the scene had mentioned John Travis Johnson yet.
Okay.
Because we didn't have the John wasn't on our radar whatsoever. Frank plays our own cover, he's back on. Going to jail.
Okay.
We eventually get the video showing that there's a getaway driver.
Yeah, I looked it up. He's got 13 charges, and they're mainly for assault. And let me tell you something. Yeah, she's making poor decisions, She's spending money. That's part of mania. She's sleeping with strangers. She is, well, with a man, period. She is doing dangerous things. And let me tell you, the reason why I feel this way, because before I was diagnosed, I did those type of things. And there's that. So I see what's going on here. And I give her my 2 cents because of I like to help people. I've been doing it my whole life. Helping people, like let's say I used to speak at schools about teenage pregnancies because I had my first kid at 16. But some of the comments I seen, I couldn't believe it. They were victim shaming, addict shaming. More men stuck up for her than women. So I'm not going to judge her because you know what? She needs to get on the right medication. She has to go to a therapist. But she's on a downward spiral. I see it happening. Something bad has to happen in order for her to get the help that she needs. And she needs to stay off the internet. And there you have it.
In any event, whatever, there's still a requirement that we move in a particular appropriate manner and not make jurors wait inappropriately. So I don't know how much more specific I can be, and in any event, I'll just leave it. Mhm. Well, we'll see.
See, the thing about it is, I wasn't mad at anybody. I was disappointing because these kind of things need to be talked about. No, people are still sweeping everything under the rug, and we're in 2024. I could see that 25 years ago, no, 30 years ago, but today, nobody wants to see it. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to help. And there's that disappointment. Their audio sucks.
Okay, so let me start again. I think I've got it up here.
Here goes the judge
Just
again.
trying to set the stage here that the state received supplemental discovery on January 12th. And so you're not even saying it's a discovery violation. You're just saying that it's inadmissible. Okay, so now, defense. Go ahead.
I did look at the evidence, though, and I think as far as all the stuff we do, all that, I was looking at my previous terms. So that's been an empty entire time. And I also imagine, yes, what happens in the course
I was disappointed with the women. Okay? I'm not mad at nobody. I'm disappointed, and I just put it out there about my mental health. What do you mean? What? By the way, your mic is on. Yeah, I want to talk to you guys. Instead of me typing, you know, because all they're doing is yelling at Ty. And I'm keeping track.
And all that, I don't know. It seems unlikely, but maybe there's some nugget in there that, you know, could be admissible. It's really hard for me to say right now.
Our concern is this, I think we've already established Mr. Tucker's confusion that he's not going to do an hour IA interview and the jury's not going to hear it. This is IA investigator, blah, 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 and I mean, that's an hour of hearsay. That is in irrelevance, other than if there's an inconsistent statement made, understanding there's a specific portion that addresses that inconsistent statement. I would concede that it might be admissible, but as we just heard, what Mr. Tucker is perceiving to be impeachment is not. And that's my concern is that, you know, before the jury hears or sees anything, I want to know who's committed because I don't think there's impeachment in there. Certainly not so far. And before that's done, I'd like to hear what he's going to say to the jury before that becomes impeachment.
Look at how calm he talks. But then you have the judge.
The judge is preposterous to suggest that a truck somehow phantomly drives itself. If a truck pulls up,
We don't need, I already made a ruling on that one, okay? All I'm saying is that proper procedure is for the proponent of the evidence to have it honed in to what they believe is admissible in impeachment, and to not just keep a jury waiting for an inordinate amount of time while we do something that we should have done before. As far as these materials that were listed as supplemental materials, again, I'm not going to just make a blanket ruling, but to the extent that if there is something that Mr. Tucker believes is admissible before it's offered, we should alert the state and the court, and we'll have to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury to determine whether it is admissible. So that's the court's ruling as to that. Okay, so now have you seen the defendant's motion about emergency motion for immediate appearance? Had you seen that? Okay, so did you want to be heard on that? Yes. Go ahead. Okay, so you haven't come up with anything in writing then? I do have a All right, so if I understand correctly, that even though we don't have the information documented that she is, to quote the motion, her health is at a critical point, and she, again, to quote the motion, could be eminently fatal. So I had agreed earlier that she could testify by Zoom at the defendant's case. Now they're asking that the evidence be taken out of order in the midst of the state's case. So that's,
And I would object to that, Judge. I wanted the court to be aware, she was posting all weekend back and forth with Mr. Tucker. Either one was posting, there were pictures of them together. She was complimenting him, what a great job he's doing. She was laughing at the fact that I raised an issue about him staring at us during the presentation. She announced at one point in one of the postings, I don't know who posted one of them, that she was going to be released today. And she reposted she'd be released today, but she wasn't going to have one of our people sitting in the room with her, as I had made the request last week. So she seemed to be posting fine all weekend long, and then this morning we're told that she's on her, her dying breath. So until Your Honor is able to get more information, I don't object. I mean, we're in the middle of witness right now. The state hasn't even rested its case yet. So I don't know, this is the reason her testimony was preserved, because we were told she was on her deathbed 6 years ago. So her testimony was preserved. I can't envision why we would somehow rush this testimony in the middle of our case and let the defense present a witness in the middle of the state's case and somehow tell the jury that's not part of the state's case, table that information for the defense case. I just think it would be highly improper and extremely confusing to the jury.
right, defense?
Your Honor, first off, I am not aware of most of those things that they're talking about, because I haven't been paying attention to my Facebook. Yes, I did post a picture of Paula and I last night when I was in the hospital with her. And yes, they did inform me that in fact, she alerted me in the morning to her condition. I went to the hospital, the nurse was there. They verified that yes, her condition is in that state, but I'm not a doctor. I wanted to know from her doctor earlier on, right? Because I knew that was going to be something you would want to see. And yes, I was there this morning. He wasn't there yesterday. I was there this morning. I get that. And he is now off of that. Now, the state may be mad about her posting whatever, but that doesn't tell you her health. It doesn't tell you that whether or not she's going to.
I'm not worried about her posts. I'm not. I mean, in terms of this issue, if it's some other issue, I'm not worried about the post as far as that's concerned. Yes, sir.
I know we have sort of testimony, so did they. Now, again, I looked at Marcy's law, and yes, she has the right to testify at any hearing. The victim's rights are clear. And all it says is that we have to make, every accommodation, like reasonable accommodation is what it says, right? Now, reasonable accommodation, I think it would be more than reasonable, right? If she is that ill, and if the doctor says that, then why can't?
Anything further? I'm hearing about Marcy's law now. I mean, it's kind of interesting because in 99% of the cases, the defendant would be not desirous of the witness, the alleged victim, being accommodated, quote unquote. In this case is different, which is fine, but that's been brought up.
First of all, I'm not mad at anything. I want to clear that up. I'm just bringing to the court's attention information I have. I have a job to do, and I'm doing it. So I'm not mad about anything. She's not a state witness. She's not a good state witness. She's on our witness list. What she's going to testify to, we're already aware of it. It's in her preserved transcripts as well. But I don't think anything has been brought forward that would require this court to make those drastic accommodations at this point.
Anything else from the defense?
We've already admitted that it hasn't been brought forward yet, Your Honor. Yes, it is in the process.
All right, so here's what. I indicated that I would allow her to testify by Zoom from the hospital. I used my discretion. I could have said at that point, no, but I felt that that was the fair, best thing to do. But at this particular point in time, I'm not going to force the state to, have a witness, adverse witness called out of order when we have a deposition to preserve. My discretion at that particular point would be to say, if she's unable to testify by Zoom, then she can be heard when it's the defense's turn with the deposition to preserve. That's why it was done. I'm not going to force the state to have a witness taken out of order. Yes, yeah. Mhm.
If the doctor, the primary care physician confirms what the defense is telling,
Yes.
And she is still wanting to testify
Mhm.
as is her right. Again, I mean, yes, we have, and to make it clear, in that motion, we voted her for that. We did the motion to perpetuate. It was on the condition that she would be unavailable, right? Unavailability, I looked up in the law too. Unavailability means we have made every reasonable accommodation and she cannot be.
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking, would your honor change his opinion if he has the doctor's note in his hand?
No, I don't believe that the state should be compelled to allow or to have a witness taken out of order when there's another way that witness is able to testify during the defense's case when they want to call her by the deposition. So at that point in time, my discretion is that the utilization of the deposition to preserve. Yes, sir. Well, you are, but maybe you don't think you're trying, but you are.
As the defense, the prosecution as well. And they argue themselves. There's a big difference between somebody giving live testimony and the video deposition. I do think it's highly prejudicial to this case. It's highly prejudicial to the defendant. It is highly prejudicial to our case if that witness is allowed to, again, succumb to fatal injuries and not be allowed to testify. I also think it does go right against Marcia's law. She is allowed to testify at any hearing.
Yes, sir. I understand what you think, and I think otherwise. So that's why the deposition to perpetuate, I was told years ago, we need this, Judge. We got to move, we got to get this done. And lo and behold, now perhaps it's going to be necessary. I was willing to allow her to testify by Zoom. In your case, where I draw the line is to force your opponent to have their case interrupted by this testimony when it can be presented during your case, albeit by deposition to perpetuate. So irrespective of what the medical opinion is, that the court's not going to allow this witness to be taken out of order. So that's.
But I was also informed by my advisors or my attorneys that this is not uncommon. That it is not uncommon to go out of order. That sometimes it's even done for things as such as vacation, much less somebody who may not be around to testify.
It happens. It's true. It does happen. That doesn't mean. I understand what you can't see. I'm not going to force the state, oh, guys, you got to stop right here. You've got to let Mr. Tucker present a star witness right in the middle of your case when we've got a deposition perpetuate. I don't think that's fair, and I think there's another way that you can get that testimony here. That's my decision, and, that's how I see it. So, and unless there's something else, we have more materials to review, or
Judge, I mean, at this point in time, we have a witness coming in at noon. I guess the jury will be here at 1. Again, Mr. Tucker said that he's got other impeachment. He doesn't know if he's going to use it or not. Again, the court's already made this clear that impeachment is a specific area. It's not a 2-hour tape. And I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens as the witness is testifying and see what Mr. Tucker's trying to use to impeach.
Okay, I've done everything I can to try to make it as smooth as possible. We expect any other witnesses this afternoon, or?
But that's the only one we figured by the time the cross is done and we correct it, it's hard to have anybody else really here at that point, because we don't know timing. Maybe it would be prudent to have the court hear this IA interview referring to the
That's not IA.
not the IA, the live tape or whatever that is.
Yeah, I can't tell you specifically.
Okay. All right, well, then, pointless then, other than to expect the defense to be able to at least cue in on that part that they believe is impeachment. That's all I can ask, is that you have the, okay, so. Okay, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Or maybe 12:55.
So are they gonna be on break until 1 o'clock? You know what? And the judge makes me mad. You wanna know why? Because at noon they were all done with court. Because the state was having an issue with what he wanted to present, that hot mic. That's okay. I got it out there. Oh my God, I don't feel good. Yeah, my thoughts are being really weird, and yeah, I know the words, but they don't come out right. Let me go see if hold on. If Court TV or whatchamacallit, I can't even think. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm going to Law and Crime, see what they say. Law and Crime. Oh my God. Wow. Nobody's covering this trial. Kind of shocked. Oh my God. All right. Okay. The jury is not coming in until 1 p.m. Well, that would be Eastern for your side. So let's see. One. Can't even think. Wow. So that'll be noon my time. Okay, so I'm going to go for now, and I will be back like 12:15. I'm going to go do what I need to do. Grandma, I'll call you later. I got to call my insurance company and have them authorize it, pre-authorize, and to see which ones they're going to cover. I want to thank you and Dad for being in here. I appreciate you. You know that. But I'll come back. I'll come back. Okay. Love you, Grandma.
Any kind of, apologizing to the jury for this and apologizing to the jury, I think it's pandering to the jury at this point. I think we just need to move on with the actual case.
Does the defendant want to respond to any of those concerns?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And I understand the prosecution's frustration if I do approach the table where I approach the prosecutors. I shouldn't have the microphone in my hand. I noticed I did that. I ran back later. I did do that at one point. I shouldn't be doing that. That is correct. But you yourself, Your Honor, told me to grab the microphone when I was up at the screen, and I would suggest that I'd still be allowed to do that. That way, the jury can still hear me when I'm up at the screen. As far as the apologies, I just happen to be a polite person. I try to be, and if you would like me to curb my apologies, I can try to do that as well.
All right, thank you. I believe that the reason that Mr. Tucker was invited to use the handheld was because he's soft-spoken. And this helps get him on the record. Am I speaking correctly there, Monica? Yes, she's nodding her head affirmatively. So I believe that I'm not going to order him not to use the handheld. In terms of how the jury sees that, who knows? I mean, frankly, trial attorneys are very aware of all these sorts of subtle things and intangible things, and they try to avoid things that would alienate or create certain impressions in the jurors' minds. But in this particular instance, I think you've got enough on your mind where I'm not going to tell you you can't use the handheld microphone, because I believe that it does facilitate the hearing. So that's number one. As far as apologies, I don't think that this is some strategy on Mr. Tucker's part. I think it's a product of feeling uncomfortable and maybe not wanting to offend. I think you might be, again, but this is not a court order. So, you know, to the extent you got to be yourself, be yourself. I think you're probably too, what should I say, sensitive about apologizing, but I'm not going to tell you that you can't do it again. I think those are more style than they are any kind of strategy. So that's how I would see those things. So let's bring them in. Yes. You all can be seated if you care to.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon, folks. I guess you all got the phone message after I told you to be here at 9:15 on Tuesday morning. Then something came up and it seemed like that would be a situation where if you showed up at 9:15 this morning, you've been in a wait mode again. So I made a decision that it would be preferable just to try to get you a phone message and reset things at 1 o'clock. So thank you very much for your flexibility with that. Again, I try my best to be mindful of your time, try my best to assess how things are going and deal with the situation as the case goes. As I mentioned before, logistics and unexpected things occur in virtually every case. So we're big picture, we're on schedule. I talked about last Monday when we had our first qualifications, the time period we had. So big picture, we're still on schedule, and thank you very much for being flexible. We all really appreciate it. But we're back here on the record in State versus Franklin Tucker, 17-841. Where we left off was the continued testimony of Danielle Malone. She's here, so if you'd please come forward, ma'am. Step right up to the witness stand. You can have a seat. So I remind you, you're still under oath. That still carries over since the beginning of your testimony. And we're still in the midst of the defendant's cross-examination, so Mr. Tucker can proceed. Yes.
Your Honor, do you mind if I move the podium a little bit closer to the witness?
No, it's okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try and make this as quick as possibly can. Ms. Malone, you testified that you were charged with handling the collection of video evidence. Is that correct? Some video evidence in the case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you were put in charge of collecting that, right? From different places.
I was asked, yes, sir.
Okay. And I remember one of them, was it CBS? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Okay, good. What about Tom Thumb? Were you charged with collecting video from Tom Thumb?
No.
And do you know if there was video ever collected from Tom Thumb?
I picked up a CD from Tom Thumb that was requested by another deputy or detective.
I may be confused here. You just said you weren't in charge of collecting video from Tom Thumb, and then you collected a CD from Tom Thumb?
Yes, the detective that was supposed to retrieve the video wasn't ready on time. They asked me to pick up what they had requested.
Okay, so you were put in charge of collecting a video from Tom Thumb.
I was asked to pick it up. I wasn't in charge of it.
Okay, maybe it might be semantics. It may be just the way I'm asking you. I'm sorry. Okay, so you did pick up a CD from Tom Thumb. Did you ever view the CD that you got from Tom Thumb?
No.
And is that the only ones that you did, CBS and Tom Thumb?
I believe so, yes.
All right, and you never reviewed Tom. How about the CBS? Did you ever review the CBS video, the videotapes from CBS?
Yes.
Okay, and was there anything of evidentiary value on those CDs?
No.
And let's see. Okay, and did you, I know we talked about some of your tasks that you had in the days after the crime. Were you ever tasked with photoshopping a lineup picture of me?
I was tasked with preparing a photo lineup, yes.
And what would that preparation entail?
Going through all the mugshots that we had in the MCSO database and finding 6 pictures of subjects that have the same characteristics, same race, male, female, we try to get like the same type of shirt, same background, same size picture of their face. So no one photo stands out from another photo.
But it was never, you never altered any of the photos at all.
I did not.
Do you know if any of them were?
Yes.
And was that a yes, you know, or a yes, they were altered?
Yes, somebody photoshopped them.
Okay, just check. Okay, so, do you know if those photos were ever used for a lineup?
I believe so, but I had no part in that photo lineup.
You had no part in that one. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, thank you. And let's see. As far as your other collection of evidence, I think we went over that. You were only there for the knife, is that correct? You were there for the collection of the knife?
I was not there for the collection of the
Oh,
knife.
that's where I must have misheard. Were you there for the collection of any other evidence in this case?
I mean, I didn't take part of any real collection of evidence that was used in this case. I was there like on the scene the night that crime scene processed. I was there the day that the mask was found in the boat, but I personally didn't take any part in collecting that evidence.
Okay, none of that evidence. What about Paula's backpack?
Yes,
Okay, yes, you were there, or yes, you collected it?
yes, I collected it.
And approximately, and I don't expect, I know it's been a long time. Approximately how long was that after the crime?
I believe it was December 7th.
And where was that evidence collected from?
It was in Big Pine.
Okay, and was there any explanation as to how it got to Big Pine?
It was at a house that John Travis Johnson, the getaway driver, was working at after.
There was a house John Travis Johnson was working at.
Yes,
And did John Travis Johnson ever explain how that got there?
I don't know. I'm sure he did, but I wasn't part of that interview.
Just asking. Okay. And how did that come to be found? How did they find her backpack there?
The homeowner went to go change the air filter in her air conditioner, and in the air conditioner closet, she saw the backpack in the back of that closet underneath the air handler.
Okay, just to be clear, was it in the air vent, or was it in the closet, or was it in the back? I mean, where was it actually located?
So she had central air, so she had the big AC air handler that had its own like utility closet. It was raised up a little bit on like legs, so it wasn't sitting flush with the floor, and it was underneath that, and that I would, not really a closet, it's like the air handler storage space.
So it wasn't out in the open though,
No, it was up behind a closed door.
and up underneath because again, I'm trying to picture this, but up underneath the vent.
Not really a vent, but underneath the air handler, like the actual AC.
Oh, the AC unit itself.
Yes,
All right, so it was up underneath the AC.
yes,
Okay. And you said it was found by the homeowner.
yes.
Okay. And how did they know it was Paul's backpack?
I believe they opened it.
And, from, I guess I'm still trying to picture here. They opened it. How did that make it Paula's backpack when they opened it?
If I recall correctly, Paula's EBT card was inside the backpack with her name on it.
Paula's EBT card.
Yes.
And that was all taken into evidence.
It's taken into property, yes.
Okay. And so you took it from Big Pine back to headquarters?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that's where I took it.
Okay. And where did you take it?
I probably took it to the special operations building in Marathon where Major Crimes main office was.
To Major Crimes main office? Okay.
Yes.
And was it then put into some kind of lockup or security, secured area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And immediately afterwards, or was that longer?
It was secured in my possession the entire time.
Secured in your possession?
Yes, sir.
Is that against MCSO policy?
It is against their standard practices. Yes.
And did you have a sustained IA complaint anytime during this investigation?
Check your relevance. I'll sustain the picture of that schedule. We're fine with that. I'm sorry for any inconvenience today, but I expect tomorrow to be a full day starting at 9 o'clock. So please adhere to the court's cautionary instructions. Have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow. Said they're going 9 o'clock tomorrow for the jurors, anticipating we can be here at 8:55 and get off to an early start and make the most.
Judge, it's my turn to apologize. I should have had other witnesses. I anticipated a longer afternoon. So
Yeah, I understand. Try to make our best assessments, and as I keep repeating, and obviously that is my ultimate focus, trying to finish the latest February 2nd. It's still with the belief that we should be able to do so significantly sooner than that, hopefully by the end of next week. But you know, that's ultimately the focus. I do not want to keep these folks beyond what they committed to. And I don't think there's any reason why they would have to. So unless there's something else, we'll see you sometime tomorrow. And
Yes. Since in a loving way, I'd tease him and say that he was like my little baby deer, because we lived on Key Deer, and you know, when deer have a hard time walking when they're first born, real unbalanced and unsteady. That's what he was going through at the time. In hindsight, I should have taken FMLA. I should have taken the time off. I should have been there to take care of my husband. But I thought I was Superwoman and I could do all of that. And obviously that wasn't the case.
Appreciate your honesty. I'd like to turn your attention now to the questions that Mr. Tucker, the defendant in this case, asked you about the photo lineup. He asked you if in fact the photo lineup was photoshopped.
Yes, sir.
Is that standard procedure? Is that something that's normally done in these types of cases?
Typically, no. But at that time, we only had one picture of Mr. Tucker, and he was wearing a hoodie in that photo. And we had no other photos of anybody in our system that had a hood on the back that matched height, weight, age, and the physical descriptors.
So in an attempt to make the photo lineup fair, that's why you in the sheriff's department decided to Photoshop.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
cross-examination, it's okay. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, sir. We were trying to make it as completely fair and where nobody in that photo lineup stood out in any way, shape, or form because of something like clothing or, you know, like if you take a picture too close to somebody, their face looks really big, or if they're far away, we painstakingly made sure that all the pictures were the same, and even to the point of making sure that they all had on dark colored shirts and there wasn't somebody wearing a white shirt and somebody wearing a black shirt. We painstakingly made sure that
Is it your testimony here today that you altered or concealed or destroyed any of that evidence?
No.
A lot of questions about the Cosme videos during your direct examination and cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're not telling this jury that you can specifically identify anyone in those videos?
Correct. You can't see people's faces in that video, and you can't really see if they're black or white or Asian or Hispanic. You could see subjects. You can kind of, based on body shape, body size, get an idea if they're thin, if they're extremely tall, if they're heavy.
After your interviews in this case, and based on the totality of the circumstances, did the figures in those Cosme videos match the general descriptions of the suspects that you had in this case?
Absolutely. Between what Travis Johnson told us in his confession, after what Roger Ruggett told us in his interview about what happened, how many people there were, the physical descriptors of who was there based on Paula's absolute identification of the gentleman that she knew by the street name of Detroit, who was later learned to be Rory Wilson, based on Todd O'Quinn in his initial interview gave a detailed description of the sequence of events that lined up with the Cosme video, as far as when they saw one person running, and then when the time delay for the second person running, that he was going up the hill.
Ma'am, you don't have to get into all that detail to answer the question, please.
Yes, sir, sorry.
So, but you can continue with your answer. I'm just saying that it didn't call for a recitation of some of that.
Okay.
We'll move on. You indicated you spoke to Ms. Belmonte, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was she able to identify her attackers?
She was absolutely able to identify Detroit, Rory Wilson.
What about the second attacker?
No,
Was she sure about that?
she was absolutely positive she could not see the second person.
And based on, did you ever have a chance to speak to a person by the name of April Walker?
Yes,
And without telling me the nature of your conversation with her, based on your conversation, though, was she able to corroborate your investigation and the conclusions you had based upon that investigation?
yes.
Does you have a moment?
Yes?
Oh,
Ms. Malone, based on your investigation in this case, based upon the conversations you had with other individuals that were involved in this case, did you come to a conclusion you had enough evidence to charge this defendant with robbery and murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, we're going to ask if we can approach the bench here, please.
I mean, what is wrong with this judge? He did it on Friday. He did the same damn thing. He's the one wasting time. And you know what? I don't like that judge. He's one of the rudest judges I've ever seen. I wonder if anybody ever went pro se before out there in front of him. Now that this is going to be over with, should we continue our coverage of reviewing the case? Would you be interested? Okay, what I'll do then is after this, I will take this one, leave the whatchamacallit and do another one, like start in 15 minutes. I kind of got an idea what I want to talk about.
Go in the jury room for a bit, please. Appreciate your cooperation and patience.
No explanation why?
All right, jurors are
Let's look
going
into the judge.
be at ease. So, you would like this witness held subject to recall. So my question is, how are you going to communicate with her? Is there some numbers she's supposed to call, or is there some way that she'd like you to contact her? That's my concern is, if in fact you intend to recall her, how as a practical matter is she to get word?
Your Honor, actually, at this point, I do have the MCSO is what I've been using what I used for my subpoena. I would imagine if I could get an email with that level on that way, we wouldn't have to interact in an inappropriate way.
Do you understand what's happening here?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, the state's finished with your testimony. We've gone through the direct and the cross and the redirect. Mr. Tucker would like to have the option to recall you in his case. Okay, that's certainly within the rules. And I need to figure out a way that he can communicate with you to let you know if you're going to be called and basically when. So I'm trying to facilitate that so we don't have any confusion if the need arises. So he suggested an email, or is there a work number? How would you suggest he contact you in the event that you're going to be recalled?
My work number is manned 24/7 since it's a 911 center.
Mhm.
So he could call at any time and then they can reach out to me either via phone or sending a deputy to my house or whatever needs to be.
And will that work for you, Mr. Tucker?
I mean, it will, Your Honor. I just, in an overabundance of caution, just an overabundance of caution to make sure that, again, there's no even illusion of impropriety. I still think that electronic message would probably be better.
Well, I'm not going to force her to give an email if she's disinclined
Wow.
to do so, unless it's a work email.
My work email is dmalone@keysso.net.
D
Wow.
with a period or not?
No period.
D
D Malone, and then just at keys, KEYSO.net.
Okay, so you've got work email and you know her work number, phone number.
No, I do not.
It's 305-289-2351 is the non-emergency line.
Just to make sure I have it correct, 305-289-2351.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, so any instructions that I need to give the witness at this point, seeing that she may be recalled?
She's still going to be, she'll still be under the rules that she can't talk about it to anybody in the case or her testimony. I think would be a safe bet.
I would agree, Your Honor.
All right, so again, it's a little, I just want to be clear, rather be overly cautious than not. So the rule of sequestration of witnesses was invoked at the beginning of the trial. So what that means is witnesses cannot speak to anyone about their testimony. Normally it applies while they're out there waiting. They can't be in the courtroom or after they've testified until I suspend the rule as it applies to them. The exception to that is witnesses can speak to attorneys for either side and about their testimony as long as they do it one witness at a time. Now, what makes this a little bit different is she's already testified and could testify more. So it's kind of like in the middle of it, kind of. So normally at that point, nobody's really talking to witnesses unless there's some exceptions. So other than this is when we need you, I would say just don't talk to anybody about your testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right? I'm not trying, I just don't want, some confusion or some problem. That's the last thing.
No, absolutely, same here.
So everyone's satisfied with that instruction? Yes. Okay, all right. All right, ma'am.
I do have, like, how long of a heads up would I be given? Half hour, an hour, half a day?
Well, I guess that's up to Mr. Tucker, but I would hope that you'd have a day notice. I'm not saying it's required, but that's normally the case as attorneys plan their case. They have an idea of who they're going to call, about how long it's going to last, and so they're able normally to give a witness a day notice.
Your Honor, I will go ahead and try that, and I will make sure that I give her a day's notice at least.
So, anything else?
No, sir, I think that's it.
Take care.
Okay. So there's that. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I can. Now, we need to look into this judge. I got to get his name now. However, I do want to talk. Yeah, tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern time. Now, I want to go through the captain that was fired, that was on this case. I want to go through the CCTV, which you can't see nothing anyways, but we'll look. And yes, Grandma, the judge. So with that said, Grandma, give me a half hour. Okay. Well, I'll just make sure we do a notification so people know. Because I want to get everything set up. I need to find that judge's name. So if you want to look, cool. But I'm going to look really quick, okay? And thank you for being here like always, Grandma. Okay, cool. I'll set up my thing right after I sign out of this one so people know. Sweet.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no control in me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes. I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit. I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Hello, Grandma. How you doing? We are having technical problems here in StreamYard. Of course, there's always an issue. It kicked me out today and everything. It was pretty bad. All right, we're going to go through, me and Grandma. Well, we'll just see, we'll go with the flow. We want to know who this judge is because this judge is very biased and very rude. The Captain Penny Phillips that was fired. No, I can't hear you. No. Okay, well, we tried to figure this out. And if it's not working because of the echo, we're going to have to mute one at a time when we talk. Because when I speak to her, it echoes on her end. I don't know what's going on. All right. I don't know if you guys seen this morning. No, I didn't show that. I want to show you this lady here. Hold on. See, you know what? I bookmark stuff, and for some reason, it's not letting me get to it. It's too weird. Hey, hi, how you doing? Yes, I did. Sure did. Ty, he came into my chat a couple days ago, and he's probably going to do an interview with me. The guy is super nice, super cool. So he's watching us. I think that judge is very biased. That judge is mean to him. And the state sucks. Oh, why won't this work for me? History. Still not working. Oh, well. He's 2 blocks away from me. That's cool. Also, the other guy, John Johnson, we're going to take a look at that video of when the cops let him know. I mean, these people have been interviewed multiple times, and they've really picked on Paula. And we're going to look at the CCTV, which you can't see anything anyways, but they're trying to use it. Small world, ain't it? What do you think about that, Grandma?
Am I echoing?
No, you're not.
It's not echoing now?
Hello? Hello. Nope, no echo. Yes.
Is it?
No echo. Finally.
Oh, okay. There were some weird settings in here that every time I go into StreamYard, I have to reset them, which is stupid.
Oh, God, yes. It was driving me
But I fixed
nuts
it, right?
because we can't. Yes, we can't communicate like we do.
Yes.
And that's it was driving.
Okay.
Oh no, now I'm echoing.
No, that was because I turned my phone on and I didn't have it silent. It should be fine now.
Hey, Snooky. Yes, we've been having really bad echoing. And you know how that sucks because you want to communicate with your panel. Okay.
Girlfriend, I figured it out.
I know, finally.
All right.
Okay. I found the judge.
Yes.
You know I would, right?
Yes.
There ain't much right now because I only gave myself a half hour, okay? There'll be more. We're looking into this judge.
I just
So
wonder
let's
what his record is as far as his behavior in past situations, because I wonder if there have been any other reports on him where people have complained.
Well, we will find out, won't we? For sure.
We sure will.
Okay.
Hi, AMAC. Nice to see you.
Okay, let's look at him real quick. I'm so irritated with this man. Okay. Here is Judge Mark Jones. He is the judge in this trial.
He's kind of a butthead, too.
Yes, he is.
In my opinion, allegedly.
Oh, that's mine, too. Okay,
Good Lord.
he went to Amherst Central High School in 1971. He was New York's Regents Scholarship and PTA Academic Awards. College since 1975, BA and major in English. New York, Buffalo facility, or what it should be facility of law in 1979. Naval Justice School in 1980. He's been the Monroe County judge since 1997 to present. Wow.
That's a long time. Maybe he should go away now.
Yeah, it's time to go. Bye-bye. Legal experience, New York, 1979. We got to look at New York. Florida, 1980. He was active duty in the U.S. Navy. He got a Naval Humanitarian Medal in 1984.
Surprising.
Right.
In my opinion, allegedly.
And he previously served on the board of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Monroe County, Key West Fishing Tournament. Who cares? Okay, so there's that. And I pulled up one other thing. Never mind.
What?
What's this petition? I wish I had more information, but I didn't have time. This is somebody, Thomas Overton, took the judge to court for what? Emergency petition for extraordinary relief for a right of probation for the right of hearing scheduled for November 2004. And why did he take him to court? He positioned Mark Jones from conducting Hey, do you want to read this, Grandma?
Sure.
Hold on. I mean, we won't read it all because it's a lot, okay?
Yeah, okay.
It
You
really
can
is.
email it?
Yep, I'll do it right now.
Sure.
If people are here, don't think I'm ignoring you.
No, she's going to email me the file so I can read it.
Alrighty, here we go.
Wait, then.
So somebody petitioned him, and there's more. There really is, but we'll just do this for now. Oh, come on. Here we go. Alrighty.
Please bear with us as we're experiencing technical difficulties.
Hey, StreamYard kicked me out.
Was that what happened earlier?
It was horrible. Yeah, it kept saying that I didn't have internet. Yeah, I did. And then it would not bring me to StreamYard. It took me 3 times.
Wow.
Is that crazy?
Did you send yet?
Yeah, I sent it.
Hmm.
Did you get it?
No, let me open my email again. I'll just close it and reopen it.
Oh, sorry. I'll pull up my chat here. See if anybody's here.
Petition.
You found it?
I do.
Cool.
Okay, so Thomas Overton was the petitioner, which means he's the one suing Mark Jones. It's an emergency petition for extraordinary relief, for a writ of prohibition, and for a writ of mandamus and request for stay of hearing. So he was looking for an extension.
Okay.
Yes, he was running for an extension. That's what this is about. Patricia's okay. Wait, I'm just going to scan this real quick. Okay, he is. He petitions the court for a writ of prohibition, prohibiting Mark Jones, the judge of circuit court and for Monroe County, from conducting an evidentiary hearing in the matter of state of Florida versus Thomas Overton.
Jeez. Something about DNA testing.
Continue the evidentiary hearing until after the pending appeal on Mr. Overton's motion for DNA testing is concluded. So he just wanted to postpone it till after they got the DNA back, it sounds like. Mr. Overton sought post-conviction DNA testing pursuant to this statute and was partly denied relief. Overton has timely appealed to this court. Overton's appeal motion is currently pending before this court. This case presents the question of whether Mr. Overton can be compelled to go forward with an evidentiary hearing regarding issues of crime scene processing and DNA analysis. Oh, when an appeal affecting those very matters is pending before the court. So this is what he alleges. This is what Thomas Overton is alleging.
Right.
It says, petitioner requests the court's attention to this petition for extraordinary relief at earliest opportunity, as he has been ordered to conduct an evidentiary hearing in his case which is scheduled for November 15 to 17, 2004. Okay, this is quite a long time ago. That's 20 years ago. He was an indigent individual incarcerated at Union Correctional Institution under sentence of death.
Wow.
So he didn't want to move forward until he got the DNA results. And so he's asking
Okay.
the judge to do that in this case. Okay.
Okay, go to page 4. So you don't got to read all that. There's so much. Reasons for granting petition.
Okay, I got that. This court should grant this petition because the trial court is without jurisdiction to continue to rule when the issues are inextricably intertwined with issues which are currently the subject of appeal with this court. The orderly administration of justice requires that the defendant pursue in one court at a time whatever legal remedies he desires to employ in attacking his criminal conviction. This court held while appeal proceedings or
What the hell's that word?
certiorari,
Wow. That's a big word.
proceedings are pending in an appellate court. The trial court is without jurisdiction to entertain a motion to vacate. Mr. Overton filed a motion to vacate judgment and sentence pursuant to this statute. Interesting. The trial court granted a hearing on certain issues which include whether trial counsel were ineffective for failing to adequately use their crime scene expert. What are they doing down there?
Why? I know. And that was how many years? 2020 or no, 2004?
This was 2004. Yeah, that's 20 years ago. So this guy is like going, no, you've convicted me. And so I am waiting for you to do this DNA thing so that I can appeal after you get the DNA results.
This is crazy.
And I'm asking you to stop it, is what this guy was saying. And then it said later, it says, he's appealed the denial of DNA testing. So they denied DNA testing and he's appealed that.
Wow.
He's going, yes, do the DNA testing of certain items of evidence to this court. And the court has not yet heard that appeal. See, at that time. So he's like, look, then you can't go forward if you don't have the DNA. We need the DNA so we know how to proceed. And before you guys get yourself in more trouble. That's what this boils down to. He requested the court issue a writ of prohibition prohibiting the Honorable Mark Jones from conducting an evidentiary hearing in the matter of the state of Florida versus Thomas Overton. Okay. And for writ directing the judge to continue the evidentiary hearing until, continuing meaning stop it and hold it until such time as the appeal of the denial of the motion for post-conviction DNA testing is concluded. So that's all it is.
Okay.
So if they're, it sounds like they're just dirty down there.
Yes. If this is showing
opinion.
like they're showing like kind of, okay, what do we want to say? A pattern?
Yeah.
Of behaviors? From this
Yes.
judge?
I have to agree with you.
Yeah. Monroe County. This is crazy. Because I looked at that briefly and I couldn't understand it. So thank you for reading that. Wow. Okay, here's a couple others I found. I think this is very important stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, that judge, there's something.
But see, they wanted to continue without getting DNA stuff, and that's terrible because he's already been convicted.
You know, what if that guy is innocent? You know what I mean?
Well, I know.
That's
It's just that
terrible.
they're not. It doesn't seem like they respect the accused person's right to prove their innocence. They're saying, no, we've already convicted you. We don't get to give you. You know, we're not going to hold and wait for this DNA stuff. We're just going to go ahead and move forward.
Yeah, the judge had no
with your
problem.
appeal.
He had no problem giving him life or the death penalty. Okay, this here, hold on. Oop. This here is, oh, not that one. Hold on. Is this a judge? No, that's Penny. Okay. I thought I had another one for the judge pulled up. Hold on. The judge, hold on. I should send that to Ty. Oh, this one's silly, but I pulled it up anyways. This is funny. You know the real word? I can't even talk. You know Snooki from the railroad world?
Snooki?
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyways, after 3 days after hearings over 2 months period due to hurricanes, a federal court judge refused to stop the filming of the popular The Real World from MTV.
Yeah.
Who took the judge to court? Hold on. The Key West citizens. 2 prominent Key West citizens who lived next door filed a suit asking Judge Mark Jones to halt the filming. He said no. He denied it. No. I'm sure that was making him money.
I do not even know.
Well, yeah, I just thought, I know it's silly, but,
Well,
who
that's a lot of
cares?
money that comes into their community when they have somebody filming like that in a professional capacity. Brings a lot of money to the area.
Oh, yeah, it brings people there, but
So, like, why would he stop the filming if they already had contracts and there's nothing illegal going on? Then why would he stop that?
well, they complained about all the partying and stuff because it was a rented home, but he seems to not care about the citizens.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's not coming across well, let's say that. Because I don't know
Right.
if he's, intentionally being a complete jerk, but it sure looks that way. It looks like he's biased and that it's a bad look.
Right.
I mean, maybe he doesn't think he is. Maybe he's just so, old school kind of guy that needs to retire now. But he's not being as fair as he should be.
No, he's
Or
not.
at the very least, I think he should explain what his reasoning is behind some of these decisions that he makes.
And he isn't.
Sometimes he does, and sometimes he just says, no, I'm not entertaining that.
Well, just like when they left again at, 1:00. He didn't tell anybody why.
I didn't hear any explanation as to what that was about today.
I think because Ty wants to bring in that hot mic audio.
You think he's delaying it so that somebody can appeal that?
No, I think the state is. They don't want that. They don't want that put out there.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think that the judge is delaying things long enough
Oh,
to
the
give
judge.
the state reason to, in a way to block it?
Right.
The time that they need to block it.
Because anytime Ty wants to do a video or something, the state objects each time. It's like, what are they hiding? What's on these videos and tapes?
Yeah, what are they afraid of is my thing. What are they afraid of?
Right.
Why don't they want these videos to be shown? Excuse me.
Okay, we're gonna get into Captain Penny Phelps. She was the detective or the captain in the major crimes unit in Monroe County, but she got fired. Wanna know why she got fired? There's a bunch of different reasons. I know I gotta
What if I
slow,
said no?
I gotta slow my ass down. So I found this one for us just to look at here. The Florida Sheriff Office captain told a deputy act like a white supremacist and a Nazi when stepping a black murder suspect. Isn't that
Wow.
weird? Yep.
It's pretty ugly.
She was removed from her post. She was the head of major crimes and narcotics unit while recording emerged. Somebody videotape or audio tape of her talking Wednesday after recording emerged in which she told a deputy to act like a white supremacist while pulling over a black murder suspect. The comment was recorded by the deputy's body camera during a conversation in late 2017, and that has to do with Rory.
In which
And-
authorities were discussing that case.
Yeah. Well, here, Rick Ramsey, it took him forever to make her resign. And a news station, I can't find the paper right now or the article. He will not answer that question. And she was still getting what does she make? $112,000 a year. That was her salary.
Why does she still make that?
Let's see. They tried to I got the audio. They were trying to find a reason to pull Roy over. Any kind of reason.
Just act like a white supremacist cop, huh?
Yep. We want it to look like you're grumpy old man. You have nothing better to do than you're the white supremacist. You're messing with the black guy who's riding a bike.
Why are we trying to appear a certain way? I would just want you to be the neo-Nazi who's picking on the black guy riding the bike.
Yep. I don't care.
Wow.
if he's
Why
suspect
does she
or
want
not.
to appear that way? Why would a cop want to appear that way?
I don't know.
In order to scare him or, force compliance by him?
Right.
They're allowed to lie their face off about anything anyway, but this, trying to push racism down here, it's not a good thing.
No, it's not. And
We
then,
have a lot of Black people in Florida. We have a lot of Black people in Georgia, a lot more than we had when I lived in Seattle. I mean, we had quite a diverse area there, but it's more so here, in the South. And I don't understand where this mentality comes from in this day and age. It should be gone. It should have nothing to do with anybody's skin color at all.
Yeah, you would think by now.
Oh my God, it's 2024. Why would somebody be saying something like that just a few years ago, be saying, we want you to come across as this neo-Nazi, supremacist, black hating person? What's wrong with them? Why would you ever do that? What's the benefit?
I don't know.
To
So that's-
intimidate?
Yeah, they do anyways. Okay, she was with that sheriff's office for 18 years.
Gross.
See how the same people, they keep being elected over and over and over? I wonder how many people are innocent.
I'm sure there's a lot of innocent people in jail down here.
Right.
And I'm sure a lot of them are brown.
Sadly.
But
Okay,
that
so
makes me sick.
So Monroe Sheriff Rick Ramsey, the comment he made, several issues concerning the Treehouse murder case have been brought to my attention. He said in the Herald, I immediately turned them over to Internal Affairs Division. No, he didn't. And directed an investigation. At that point, I am prohibited by law discussing the details of the investigation. So what Penny did here, she tried to sue the sheriff's office. She lost. She lost. Oh, they were still paying her $110,000 a year.
But that means that she's demoted. It says she was demoted. She was not fired.
Well, she's not a cop anymore.
Now, are you talking about Danielle, who was on the stand? Not the same woman.
No, Danielle's the blonde-haired one. Oh, see, you didn't see my video this morning. I corrected myself because I found out the blonde in the interrogation room is not Danielle.
Right.
It's Penny.
Right.
She's the one that got fired or lost her job, whatever.
But they said demoted on this this page you just had up.
Yeah, that's older though.
Oh, okay. And then they eventually did fire her and let her go.
Yeah. 2019. I just pulled up something real quick, but here are some court documents. Let's see. Let me go here. All right, so she was taken to court. Let's see, when was this? 2011. Believe me, there's many things she's been involved with. Let's see, what is this about? 2008, Donald Bruce was a convicted inmate, and Pierce was a pretrial detainee at the Monroe County Detention Center between the morning of August 9th and the afternoon of August 11th. Detention center trustees were painting interior cell block walls, which was under the supervision of Captain Penny. The painting created fumes, and Bruce and Pierce and other inmates were exposed and suffered nausea, burning sensation of the eyes, disorientation, trouble breathing.
Yeah.
Okay, they complained to Penny, and she said they were permitted to open air in the rec room. Let's see.
So those two guys who were affected brought a case against her.
Yeah, let's see. We are not persuaded that the district court abused its discretion in ordering Phelps leave to amend her answer to assert the affirmative defense at issue. The court acted well within its discretion. We are likewise being persuaded that material issues of fact exist, which preclude summary judgment. Affirmed. Affirmed. Okay, here's the other one. I'll just look through this real quick. Okay. This one is 2006.
2006. Oh my God.
Yeah, she's got a lot, but I just wanted to bring up a few pieces. Let's see. So it's Evans and Irvin Thomas.
Well, it's also known as Irvin Thomas. It's the same guy.
Oh, AKA. Thank you. I just want to get to where. Oh my God, how many pages is this?
Excuse me. There's the recommendation. That looks like the last page of that.
Okay. So let's see here. The amended complaint, along with the complaint, be the operative complaint in the civil action. Proceed against the defendants, Clark, Bluestone, and Allen. The defendants, Roth and Taylor, be dismissed as parties to the civil action for failure to state a claim upon relief. Objections to this report may be filed by the district judge within 10 days of the receipt. Okay, let's go up here and actually look.
Hey,
Okay.
Amy.
This has to do with the jail.
But Kat, say hi to the headline bitch.
Hey, headline bitch, what are you doing? Okay. I'm trying to see.
There's a lot of complaints against this judge and against these cops in this case. It's crazy.
Yep.
There's
I
a
mean-
lot. That's why I was wondering, what their records are of that judge specifically, but it looks like he has a little habit, doesn't he?
Yep. And I don't know how we would get the information about his time in office, because let me tell you, I had to dig. I spent almost a half hour digging about this judge. It's the people's right to know. How you doing?
It
girl?
is.
Hey. Who's sick?
Headlines is sick.
Oh, I read it wrong. I'm having problems. Oh, that's too bad.
And it's cold and nasty, and being sick when it's cold and nasty just makes everything hurt more. Do you
Yeah.
have the flu or COVID or something bad? Oh no.
You're getting snow?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with the snow. I got problems with ice. Because we've been like 30 below with wind chill.
I can't complain because I think I'm in the warmest place in the country right now. It's so terrible. I mean, we're cold here for here, but that's okay. I'm all right with it because I don't like the rest of the country's weather right now. I'm happy. I'm just fine.
So what we're going to do, we are going to listen to that recorded audio of her.
Oh, okay.
Ready? Yeah. And this got her kicked off the case. And got
Oh,
her
this
doing-
is the testimony that took her off the case?
Yep.
No, go for it, girl.
I know, right?
I'm gonna take my my microphone off, but I'll be listening, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to turn mine off too. It's kind of hard to hear. I tried to clean it up the best I could with the program. Somebody must have did it. Let's see. Hold on. I had it ready. Patience, people. Have patience with me. Okay, here's a leaked audio of her being racist. Not a good look. Whoa, why does it do that? Sorry, guys. What is going on? Finally. Here we go. Here's the audio.
Let hold on, grab and talk right now. I want to do a lot of get all that first. See if you get an identified. We'll see how that goes, but I'll let you know. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I appreciate it. What is that?
Huh?
What was that?
Yeah, I have this message in my car.
The head officer shot, were they doing a homicide follow-up?
That's exactly what that's written.
Yeah.
It was homicide follow-up.
Well, if-
One's I had with Dean Smith.
Okay.
They were supposed to be coordinating and talking. One acknowledged that they were gonna sit at the job site where Roosevelt is in Watt. Because Detroit was supposed to come to the job site. David Smith's team agreed that they would go look for him on Stock Island. And if either team found him, they would tell the other team. Zorro had no idea that David Smith had eyes on this guy. I said, well, take up for David Smith. That's not us. So they're gonna scoot from the job site and go to help them keep eyes on Detroit. But I think I'll get a hold of Lee Malone and see if he can hang in the area and then just see the traffic stop, so we don't have to worry about a road patrol person. And then David Smith and company can just go direct with Lee. And let Lee take care of the traffic stop, and we've got to remind him. Tell him to try to get a phone number. Again.
Meantime, we should start. Do we know what time we'll get? Was that how to plan? As soon as we're ready, I'll call.
Auto also knows this thing. My grumpy old man, can I use you again today? Can I use you? What are you doing? We're not rhetoric, time sensitive stuff. Okay, you know the apartments that we were looking at on Second Avenue? Or where, yep, David Smith and his team are down there, and Juan and his team are gonna go creeping in there. Our prime suspect, Detroit, the big black guy, is staying in one of those rooms that you can only get to from the back side of the warehouse. You can't access the rooms from the front. So it's on, whatever on the back side of Second Avenue. What I want you to do is be a marked unit in that area, and when Detroit gets on his bike and wheels away from there, I want you to make a legitimate traffic stop for him right down the wrong side of the road or wheeling through a stop sign, and I want you to write him a ticket so I can get his phone number. A handwritten ticket. Just do a handwritten ticket. You don't have a ticket book? Let's see. Go direct with the road patrol unit and get somebody. Oh, they're not gonna have a ticket book either. They're gonna have all the time. Well, let's do this. You hang out, make the traffic stop. And if you do have a legitimate traffic stop, we'll have a road patrol deputy come over and meet you, and then you can write the ticket with a road patrol deputy. I just need somebody that can be in the area, flee and not leave. Because I don't know when he's going to move or if he's going to move, but I got to have a marked unit. And the bearded dwarfs and David Smith have been told to keep you in their sight in case the traffic stop goes badly, but to stay the hell away from the traffic stop. Because we don't want Detroit knowing that we know who he is. We want it to look like you're the grumpy old man. You have nothing better to do than, you know, you white supremacist, you're messing with the black guy who's riding the bike. So we just want you to be. He does cut his hair too, so he'll fit right into that. There you go. I just want you to be the neo-Nazi that's picking on the black guy riding the bike. Get me a citizen's complaint. Give me a citizen's complaint if you have to. I'm going to call Zorro, Juan Lara, and then Fisher's going to call David Smith and let them know that you're going to be the traffic stop guy. Okay? He's gonna come out the backside, Lee, so I would stay on the backside so you can see him coming out on the Second Avenue. He's probably gonna head towards Tom Thumb if he goes anywhere. And just pick him up right on the wrong side of the road or roll through a stop sign. And then make the traffic stop and then call for a marked unit. Make sure you get a thumbprint. And if he doesn't have ID, take a picture of him and then try to get a phone number. Okay? I'm going to let him know you're there. All right, thanks, Lee. He's good. Let David Smith know that he's going to be at outside one. David Smith has blocked that picture and won't allow me to go home anymore.
Dave Smith. That's my question.
Yeah, probably. We didn't communicate with you the rest of that thing.
You know what? That needs to happen more often.
Don't squeal your mom. I'll resolve the argument. You won't like the way I resolve it.
Don't have anything yet.
Okay, girls, I talked to Lee Malone. He's gonna come in the area of the warehouse apartments there on Second Ave, and he's gonna hang out. So he's gonna be your readily available traffic stop guy. Okay, we're probably gonna be there for a while, but we just need to know who he is. And if it looks like it's gonna be an all-day thing, and he's not gonna get on a bike or get in a car to go anywhere, then we'll drop back and punt. But for right now, let's hope he gets a little thirsty, an hour after he breaks, and then goes to Tom Thumb. Lee's gonna hang in the area with you. He will be your traffic stop guy. He knows just that, you know, it's the white supremacist cop picking on the poor black guy that is riding a bike. And that he knows you're all in the area, but that you've been told to stay away from the traffic stop. Now, he is gonna have to call for a marked unit to come with a ticket for, because he doesn't have one, but it'll just be called over to a crash and he will stop. And if it looks like it's, go ahead.
No worries, man, no worries.
Okay.
I did. Yep, absolutely. No, she did not, but I'll get
Okay.
there, don't worry about that.
Good call.
You never know.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
So you're even out of jail? Right. Hey, I wanna. That sounds good. And I'm gonna wanna get up, or I'm gonna have somebody get over to you here in a little bit. I wanna show you some photographs. All right. That's perfect. Not a problem. I'll call you when I'm ready. All right, we got it. How could that be? It's just that why you too big of a. I mean, how about it? We need that.
Isn't that crazy? It makes you wonder how long this has been going on. Is that how they really feel? Whoever recorded that, I'm glad they did. But there's even more about her. And when we get more time, we'll go through it. What do you think, Grandma? What do you think of that recording?
I think it's disgusting, is what I think.
Oh, it is. It's gross.
Well, I can understand why they let her go.
Right.
But, you know, somebody like that, what was she, a captain, right?
Yeah.
So everybody below her needs to go through some kind of retraining, because she has poisoned the pool of police officers with that mentality. And
For
letting
18
them
years.
think that that's okay to treat people like that is disgusting.
Right.
She doesn't care if she violates anyone's rights. She doesn't care about doing things with dignity and integrity. You know, you need to do your job with integrity if you're going to be in law enforcement. I can't stand this kind of stuff.
Yeah, she's had a lot of civil lawsuits.
Wonder what she's doing now, Kit.
I don't think she's a cop no more.
She's
I
not a
will
cop
find
no
out though.
more.
What'd you say?
She's
What'd
not
you
a
say?
cop anymore. Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, when I said 18 years before, what did you say again? Oh God, that was funny. I can't remember what you said. It's
Oh my
time.
God. About the judge, you mean?
No, about her.
Ugh.
Well, and the judge too. That was good.
My God.
So I'm kind of, getting a picture of what Monroe County is about.
Well, I'm glad they let her go. I mean, obviously, there's enough people that complained that they did an investigation and let her go. They don't,
But
they don't want to have cops like that, but there's tons of them.
that's unfortunate too.
It's
Okay,
a
so what
problem.
we're gonna look at next.
It's a problem all over this country, though, cops that are overstepping their bounds because of their alleged authority.
Right. That was nice that Headline Bench came in and
God. You're so mean.
No, that's
I know,
mean,
I know you're kidding.
yeah, that's because of Walter and Betty. Okay, we're gonna watch this clip real quick because remember that John Travis Johnson got charged with this too. So we're just
He was
gonna
the
watch.
driver.
Yeah,
Yes, he's JoJo.
and this is his arrest. When he finds out he's arrested.
No, great.
And he let them think that Ty had something to do with it. In the interviews, I'm saying. They did many interviews with him too.
The good news is I've made arrangements for when you go to the jail, you're gonna be placed in the infirmary, which is an area that's really small number of inmates. You're not gonna be around general population. You're gonna be looked after by a nurse tonight. You'll be able to see a psych doctor about your PTSD. They'll be able to help you and monitor you with medication and anything else that you need to take for that, so you don't end up with panic attacks or physically making yourself like crazy sick. They're going to take really good care of you. You're going to be kept completely away from Tucker. You'll never see him. The only time you'll ever see him if we go to court. That'll be it. So you won't have to worry about Tucker coming up to you in the jail, saying anything to you, doing anything to you, because you're not going to be anywhere near him. Now you may see Rory. He's going to be kind of in an area that you're at, Travis. He's not doing so well emotionally right now either. He's really scared
Oh,
of
God.
April, and he's made himself emotionally.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding me?
You've got your captioning on, don't you?
You want the caption on?
Yeah, it's really quiet on my end.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Ain't she something else?
She's disgusting.
Yeah. And look at her saying, oh, worried, but she's after Tucker for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I don't get is why they have this big boner for him.
Like, it's weird.
It is weird.
There's like over 10 people, okay, that have, went to jail, but they've been interviewed over and over and over and over again.
And the victim has said it's not him because she knew him.
Right. And she wouldn't have protected. If he did it, she wouldn't protect him. You know what I mean?
No way. She's already said that.
Right. Okay, let's listen to what else this bitch has to say.
Yeah.
I'm going to comfort you. I'm going to comfort you.
Yuck. No, thank you.
They have him also in the infirmary so they can keep an eye on him. Like I told you today earlier when we talked, there's good people in the story and there are bad people in the story. Guess who doesn't give a fuck that they're going to jail? Ty.
Oh,
jeez. He's mad. Doesn't care. There's no remorse. There's no guilt. There's no nothing. They don't care what he did. So I'm doing my best to take care of you and to take care of Rory because I see it as the story.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you what we did. Detective Pitcher and I talked to the state attorney for you. And we told them that you've been very truthful, very honest, and very cooperative. They are going to take that into consideration when they review this investigation and review this case. You're going to end up going to first appearance. You're going to get an attorney appointed for you, and your attorney can start working with the state attorney and what they're going to do with the criminal charges. So you've done right by us, and we've shared your story with the state attorney, so they know that you've been honest and straightforward. That the jail knows that you have PTSD, and they know to take really good care of you so you don't end up in the hospital, okay? That's,
This is eating my guts out. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to eat, but I want to try.
yep. And that's the good news that I have for you, Travis. I've done everything I can to make this situation as good as it can get. It's a bad situation, it's a hard situation, but we've done everything we can to make it easier on you, okay? And I just want to let you know, of all the things, you get to walk out of here being proud, knowing that you were a truthful man, that you told the truth, you did the right thing. And I'm really, really proud of you for that. And I know it's going to be hard sleeping tonight, but I'm going to sleep better knowing that you're safe and knowing that you did the right thing. Okay? So we're going to give you a chance to compose yourself, try to eat if you can, and then we're going to take you over to the jail and get you into the intake area, okay? And you, from this point forward, you're going to have an attorney, and if you need to talk to me or you need to talk to the chapter pitcher, just let your attorney know, hey, listen, I want to talk to them. You want to get me a message and say, hey, I'm being treated well, or hey, they're not treating me the way you told me they would treat me, just let me know. We're going to do right by you and make sure that your stay over that jail is as comfortable.
Manipulative bitch.
Okay?
Right?
Okay, so when is my first interview?
It's going to be tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow about 1 o'clock.
And she'll sit on for.
Yeah, everything will happen tomorrow at first appearance. You'll be in front of the judge tomorrow.
That's the hardest part.
I know.
Can't you get a bondsman to bail me out there? And if you're one of them.
Okay. I'm not real familiar how the bondsmen work because I've never had to use one, Travis, but I mean, it's something that you'll get a public defender. You'll get an attorney that's appointed for you from the public defender's office, and you can work with your public defender. They work on things like bond reduction. I mean, they can ask a judge to say, hey, let's say they set out pretty high bond and you say, I can't afford that. Your attorney can go and ask for a bond reduction. Make sure that you stay in good contact with your attorney, because your attorney's gonna take your best interest to heart, and they're gonna make sure that you're treated fairly and that everything happens the right way. And so
Sure
just
they
keep
are.
in good contact with your attorney, and just know that you're walking out of here an honest guy. And you know what? Matt Bonnet's family is gonna look upon you and be very, very thankful that you gave them justice. Yes, Matt. You did right by Matt and his family.
Travis, you really did. You want to hear a little bit about Matt? Does that help you? To know who you stood up for, because he couldn't stood up for himself. So what I've heard about Matt is he was slightly autistic. Oh. Hold on, let me talk. And he had a real hard time making friends. And the people, as you know, like we talked about, are a bunch of crackheads over there, right? And you know, a lot of times crackheads have a tendency to take advantage of people. And this poor guy was getting taken advantage of. You did right by him and his family. Okay, you really did.
It breaks my heart. I've had people murdered in my family before, and it hurts. My grandmother was murdered, my cousin was murdered,
Whoa.
and another cousin that was run over by a drunk driver.
Wow.
I watched my friends blow up next to me, take rounds to the face. I've seen too much violence in my life, but I don't want to be part of it. I didn't know I was going to be a part of it.
And we know that about that, you, Travis. I've said there are good people in the story, and you're one of the good people in the story. And I want you to make me a promise. I want one promise from you. I want you to promise me that no matter how hard it gets, that you don't do anything to hurt yourself. That would crush me. I know there might come a time when you're thinking about it. I know, and I know, and if there comes a time when you're starting to think about it, I want you to tell one of the deputies to get the nurse to you. I want you to be taken care of by the jail. They promised me that they're going to get you into the infirmary. So you're going to see a nurse right away tonight, and you're going to see a doctor. And I want you to make sure that you take care of yourself. Don't do anything to hurt yourself. This is a bad day, but every day is going to get a little bit better from this point forward.
No, it don't.
This isn't going to eat you like it did before. It's out. It's one, the best part of it, the hardest part of it's gone. You've acknowledged it, now you can move past it. It's gonna take a while, it's not gonna be easy, but I want you to stay strong. In those moments when you don't feel so strong, make sure you ask for a nurse, okay? And work really, really closely with your attorney, so your attorney takes care of your best interest. Okay? And you can always contact us through your attorney. Okay? We're here for you, buddy. Yep. Travis, I wish we had met under better circumstances. You and I would have had a cup of coffee together and shared a few stories. You know what? You're a
Gross.
good guy.
Oh.
No, I'm telling you, you're a good guy. Even good people make stupid mistakes sometimes.
That's what they said about Rory too. Such a good guy.
But I know if you had
Right.
if you had a do-over button and you could do Friday over, you'd do it a whole lot differently. That's the difference between you and Ty. Ty would do it again. You would never do it again.
Never done it before. I didn't even know.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Okay, he didn't know, but okay. They were wearing the masks. You know what I mean? Come on. So this guy's doing prison time. And what she said, his first interview, do you remember that, Grandma? When she said Ty's already confessed. Remember, she lied to him?
Yeah, of course she did.
Yeah. She don't care. I don't, I mean, it'll be interesting as the trial goes on, but with this judge, I'm really concerned for Ty because of him being so biased in the courtroom and yelling at him. I think he needs to go take a nap.
I think he needs to retire.
That's
terrible.
Go to your chambers and take a nap.
Go to bed.
Okay.
Get yourself composed. Try to eat your crackers because the jail won't let you take them over there. So try to get something in your belly, okay? Because they won't feed you until the morning. All right?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, no, no.
Are you good for a second?
Okay, here we go. Here, let's start with the hold on. Let's look at this one. I couldn't find the Tom Thumb video. I'm sure it's there. Where is it? Here we go. So this is from the electric company. Let's take a look at this. And you can't tell who these people are.
Well, that's the thing is they're saying, oh, we saw you do this. We saw Ty do this. How do you
Right.
know that's him?
And do you remember, did John have a truck or a car?
Black truck.
Black truck, okay. Yep, I do not like that detective or cop, whatever you want to call it. See that person walking? How could you tell who that is? How could you tell?
I couldn't tell you who it was.
No. You know what? I think I'm going to speed this up. Oh, who's this? Over here.
In the car?
Yeah. Is it somebody just, pulling in there?
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything about a car.
I think it's unrelated. They're just trying to place Ty in that area.
Yep. Let's speed it up a little bit. All right. This is 11/17/2027 or 17, sorry. Oh, there's a car.
All right.
Okay,
there.
here we go. Here we go. Yep, you can see that's Roy.
And a white dude.
Here, let me slow this down now. Now that we got him. All right. Here we go. See, this other guy is tall and skinny.
And he's wearing shorts.
Yep. Crazy.
I don't know, man.
Speed it up. Let's see. Can you believe the judge or the state this morning made a big deal about him posting a picture of him and Paula on the internet? They're watching his social media.
Obviously.
I should go leave some comments. Hey, state, you suck. No, I'll be good. I'll be good.
Yeah, try to behave. I know it's hard for you.
I know, right?
I know.
I'll be looking into him too. You should treat people like that. And these guys should know better. You're innocent until proven guilty. Let him have his time. You know, it's your
Well,
right to.
That's the
represent
dirty
yourself.
part.
Yeah.
They don't want him to have his time. They don't want him to show the evidence, show the videos that he has, you know. And it just looks bad on them. I mean, if he's guilty, it's going to be obvious.
Right.
But if they can't prove anything, you know, they need to just stop this because it really looks bad.
Well, and then they're saying, what did you, I didn't catch it yesterday. They're saying allegedly there's a fourth person that was a suspect.
Okay, so what that was that Rory said that there was 4 people involved, but he only named 3 of them.
Oh, here we go. Let's look at them. Let me turn it down so we can see them walk. See how they're walking. All right.
That's
Who
just
is
one dude.
Yeah. He's
Just one dude.
dressed all in black. See, you can't tell who that is.
But it's also not the same guy that was in the shorts.
You're right.
This is a
right.
long pants guy.
Oh.
There's no white legs showing. You know, this was dressed in all black.
Maybe he's just a nobody. Okay, this is really pissing me off. Look, it's not letting me fix it. This is crazy. See what it's doing?
Yeah. Hit play first and then pause it. And then
I'm
try to
done.
do it.
Look at that shit.
Uh-uh.
Isn't that weird?
That's a conspiracy.
They don't want me to watch it.
That's right.
All right.
There's only 1 minute left anyway, though. So I don't
Look
think
at-
you need to worry about the speed.
Oh, you do see it because look at that black. Yeah, there's not much time left, anyways. I wonder where the Tom Thumb CCTV is.
Well, this was from the electric company right here, right?
Right. Yep. Well, and they also used in one of the interviews that they seen Ty all over CCTVs or cameras. So
At the CVS.
he was there. He was there, right?
That's what the cameras showed. Yeah, that's what they said.
I think it's funny how a grown man cries when he's been caught. Well, think of the family. Okay, here's another one. Let me see if it'll let me do anything. This one is Key West Electric. Another, okay, no. What is going on here? Hold on. This is crazy. Sorry, guys. I don't know what that black is. Let me refresh.
YouTube's been a little ridiculous lately.
I had to refresh it for it to work. It's still not letting me.
I can't see your YouTube now.
I know. I'm trying to fix it.
Oh.
Uh-oh, here. Is there a car here? Hold on. I'm coming back. All right. All right.
Okay, there's the car. There's a person behind the car wearing a white t-shirt.
Seen that.
Looks like he had jeans on.
Yep.
Here comes the guy in the shorts with the black shoes. It looks like a
Yep.
ball cap. Okay, and so he goes over there. And he kept walking past.
Yes. Because I have it on normal speed now.
I can't for the life of me figure out why they are just wanting to hang him up so bad. Unless John Johnson said that he was the one who was
Yeah.
doing this with Rory and him, which could very well be. But then it's still hearsay. It's still, I mean,
I want to know the evidence. I don't think there's no DNA of his there. on the victim or in that area.
And the surviving victim says it is not him because she knew him. But you got this John Johnson, the JoJo guy, maybe saying, yes, it was him, and they were talking about doing this and blah, blah. Anyway, you were asking about the 4 people, and the 3 were Rory, supposedly Ty, and John Johnson, and then April, which is the
pregnant lady.
No, April is the pregnant lady, but there's another one that they called April, which was the Alethea Clay.
They both were. I didn't know that.
They were both Aprils. They were both called April. That's why you were getting confused.
Okay, that is confusing.
But Clay, Alethea Clay. There's the 2 guys.
Yep.
And that's the shorts guy and Rory, who was wearing all black, as they said.
And interesting, a baseball hat. Oh,
I'm not going to jail tonight.
all right.
And this is Pitcher. This is Detective Pitcher with Ty. And he's telling him, you're not going to jail tonight, blah, blah, blah.
By the end of the night, he is.
And they sit there and BS about, hunting, fishing, all that kind of stuff. It's just crazy.
It's weird. Okay, so these next videos, they'll go in order, thank God. The Marine, it says 1, 2, and 3, but I got it 3, 2, 1. So this is the Marine, Cosmo Marine. Do you think I should turn it down, the speed?
Maybe.
Okay, because it's a really quick clip.
It is quick.
They've been sending him stuff like this. Ain't that bullshit? Little clips. And he showed this in court. I remember this one. Because you can't tell who the people are that come. Oops, sorry. Oh, do you see them walk?
And the cop even said that. The lady cop even said that. Malone.
Yep.
She said, no, we couldn't tell it was you. I was just going by what other people said. That's the only reason why they were going to arrest him. And
okay, this ain't showing anything. Here's another one that didn't show anything.
You see people in the background. Looks like there's people on the other side of the boat.
Okay. Are you talking about over here?
Yeah, back there. It looks like there's people moving, but you can't really tell who anybody is.
I know. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah. That's not even evidence.
Oh, yes. See him walking with flashlights or something. Right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like you could identify anyone from that.
There's no way. And the sad part, Rory, he beat up Paula.
He was totally punching her. He beat her, like, repeatedly.
And look at how tiny she is.
Oh gosh, she's nothing. A wind would blow her over.
I mean, and she's an older lady too. You know what I mean? Not old, just, older. Well, I don't see nothing. That's what he was pointing at in the courtroom. Can you tell who this is?
Well, if you see, like, all the way to the left, you can see where they're starting to go, and then you can see them go across. There's lights there, car.
Where's the video of the truck? I'd like to see that.
I don't know.
Is this the truck? No. I see nothing.
There's a
here we
person.
go. Right
See,
there.
there they are.
Should I turn it down?
No, look how it's not
Okay,
even gonna
okay,
help.
okay.
So you can't see anything.
I'm just trying to see how they walk. Where'd it go? Oh, okay, it's going. Did I speed it up?
No, I think it went past, honey. I think you just need to back it up a little bit.
Okay. Here we go. All right.
Maybe that's supposed to be the truck, but it looks like a car. Is that where they said that Johnson dropped them off at and they went past that way? Or
Gosh, I don't recall.
see, that's what I think is what that is.
Okay.
There's the people.
Yep.
Now you tell me, are they black? Are they white? Are they young? Are they
Then-
old?
It looked like they went morphine. Did you see that?
Yeah. It looked like they went behind that other boat that's there.
That's crazy.
This is not
Captain Phelps.
It's not good
I mean,
evidence.
that almost went straight up damn viral. You know, that story's all over in every newspaper in the country all of a sudden.
Because we don't want Detroit knowing that we know who he is. We want it to look like you're the grumpy old man, you have nothing better to do than, you white supremacists, you're messing with the black guy who's riding a bike. So we just want you to be.
He just cut his hair too, so he'll fit right into that.
There you go. I just want you to be the neo-Nazi that's picking on the black guy riding the bike.
The irony about that is the racist shit that she said in that video and what she did in that video, because not only was she being racist, she was telling a cop to act like a white supremacist, act like a neo-Nazi, pull over, a black man, pretend to be, the guy white supremacist picking on the black man. She's telling this to a uniformed officer, right?
Exactly.
There's a few problems with that, right? Not only is she telling a uniformed officer to act like a racist, right? Which, okay, undercover work might be one thing. You tell an undercover officer to act like a white supremacist in order to infiltrate a white supremacy group, that makes sense. But when you're telling a uniformed officer to do that, the general public has no idea that this is a ruse. If anybody in the general public, anybody who happens to be around when they do this, sees that, all they're going to see is a white racist cop picking on a black guy, right? They're not going to know that it's a ruse to get, because they were trying to get his thumbprint, and they were trying to get, they were trying to get him to do a ticket, get his picture, that kind of thing, in order to more positively ID him and get more evidence against him. So, that in and of itself does not make the department look good. Not necessarily illegal, but doesn't make the department look good. And obviously not a good practice. The other part of it is, she's also telling him to go ahead and make an illegal stop, right? You're not allowed to, a cop's not allowed to just pull you over for nothing. They're not allowed to make up reasons why you broke the law. But that's exactly what she's telling them to do in the video.
Yep.
Right? It's telling them to go ahead and, he must have rolled through a stop sign, or he didn't have a light, or, so make up some reason as to why you're stopping this black guy and act like a white supremacist. Now, for as bad as all that is, that doesn't even come close to all the bad shit she's done in this case. I mean, the stuff that she's actually in trouble for with the IA is off the charts, man, as far as different shit she did.
Okay. Okay, so we watched the okay, Lauren put this up, how it could have been solved in one night. Hold on. Oh my gosh, I hate it when it's doing this. Okay. Oh, I don't have it on the screen. I'm sorry. All right. The title of this is Treehouse Murder Could Have Been Solved in One Night. Here we go. Let's do this. Thank you for reminding me of the caption.
You're welcome. That's why I'm here. I'm helping.
I know, my memory.
Homicides on their way down. Kellenberger was last at like the 24, so he's probably at 15 now.
Did the homicide happen down there?
It happens on Laurel, okay? But they turned to the left coming back to this way. Somebody had mentioned something about a guy named Detroit. But obviously that guy is not the same guy. They were wearing masks. And no, black sedan. A black sedan.
Look, black sedan or black pickup truck?
No, black sedan.
We seen that.
Yeah, no, I think might be the guy that's down over here. But he owns it, whatever. Owns it or whatever, right?
He owns what?
Yeah, that black truck there. Is that the one that got scratches all down the side of it?
No, that guy was with the guy that got scratches down the side.
Oh, okay.
Now the guy that I dealt with because of scratches, his name is John.
He just got out of jail or something. Like it. Yeah. Well, he's saying that guy's in jail. And,
we arrested 5 in one day out of one room up there.
Okay. Well, that's why see that was what led us to here because somebody mentioned Detroit.
Right.
Okay. So that's why we had thought it was connected to there. Well, then we found out that guy is in jail.
Right.
So now we're back in the dark. Now we're thinking that it may be a shrimper. Okay, or something like that. We have no clue who it is right now.
See, they don't know.
The name Detroit came up from someone on the scene. Okay, it might be somebody else that goes by Detroit. It just might be a coincidence. Because the guy that goes by Detroit and that we identified is in freaking jail, so it's not that.
Yeah, he's one of the 5 we arrested.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So that Detroit is out of pocket. Okay. So we're looking for another black male that goes by Detroit. And
is he a black male or white male?
There's a black male supposedly with a white male. But my thing is if they came there, it sounds to me either drug ripoff or vendetta because they came there prepared wearing masks.
Because there's a black guy in this apartment complex here too. And I got him on my video. On my car.
And this thing here.
Yeah.
He's saying the guy that owns the black truck with the scratches on it says those people aren't here. That no one's there except for him. That all those people got cleared out and arrested.
The black man and the black woman live downstairs in the bottom apartment right there, that door right there.
That's Rory and April.
And the other guy lives upstairs.
This guy here?
No, the guy John lives upstairs. The one with the scratches on.
Oh, okay, yeah. He said he kicked everybody out. Well, of his part. That's a different part over there, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, whatever you got, we'll turn over that mic, because right now we're shooting in the dark. We have no anything of what's going on where. So, but something was brought up about, and they're calling down here. You know, he said that two guys were down here arguing about a fight they just been in the night. So it sounds like either there may still be down there, or this was the target area. So.
Okay.
So my guess is
Do we have a 7?
yeah. I double check.
Either the hospital?
Yeah, I don't know. 12:02 to 11:18.
Code 5.
12:02 to 11:18. Just to recap, we'll make sure we got one signal 7. How many other people are stabbed or injured there?
I have 167. I have one stab in the neck. And that one says there was another person stabbed. He has not been located. 167, first name is Matthew.
Copy that. And the other subject stabbed in the neck, he's already ambulatory out, right?
That was followed.
Copy. 12:02 to Sierra 150. Readvise.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe if possible, can we have one of your people to go over to the hospital and try to meet the stabbing victim over there and see if we can't get any more info out of them as they get out, any spontaneous utters, etc.
See, and if you recall, remember we watched the one video? They were blaming Ty right from the beginning, the very, very beginning.
Yeah, even when she was still in the hospital and she's like, no, 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 no.
Yep.
I mean, she must have told him like 6, 7 times. It's not him. It's not. I know it's not. I know him. It's not Ty.
Crazy.
I mean, why would she cover for him? And then later, you know, when they were talking in the cop car that time, like the second video, I think that we watched, or third one that we watched, that she was in the cop car, and she said it was not Ty, and they kept trying to tell her that it was.
And she would not protect the person that tried to.
And that's what that's when she told them, you know, if it was Ty, I would know, and he would be in the same place that the other people are, you know, he'd be in the jail too.
Okay, let's
cover for him
here real quick. Now, Lauren made this video. She did an amazing job on this case, getting this information out there. This is his timeline. You ready? There's no words.
That's okay.
Yeah. So it's a basic timeline. And plus there's two other clips I want to watch. They say corruption 1, corruption 2.
Wow.
Yep. So this will be interesting because we like to look for evidence, right?
Who has made this timeline?
Lauren, his
Oh, Lauren, the girlfriend.
yes.
Okay, the wife.
Okay, 117. Matt. Okay, 117. Matt was stabbed. Paula was robbed, cut in the neck. There were 2 suspects. Oh my God. Suspect 1, Paula ID, is the one, as we know, as Detroit. Paula heard but did not recognize his voice of the suspect 2, could not ID him. And Todd said he was 5'8" to 5'9", 145, 155 pounds with brown curly hair.
Yep.
Informant tells police that Detroit was just seen at Burger King and Metro. Oh, okay. Remember, he got that phone with the white guy.
Yes. Yeah, with a white guy, and then they went to Metro PCS and found out that Ty had went in there and paid his phone bill, so that they knew that he was with Detroit there.
And the informant
Allegedly.
allegedly. He said also that it was Tucker, 5'9", 180 pounds, balding, gray hair, and a goatee. Now, I did see the guy that they did put up a video of the other informant. Unless a bunch of people just hate Ty, I don't know. So far, I'm not seeing anything. Are you? That makes me go,
Not yet. See, and both those people know Franklin Tucker, Ty. Neither one implicated him.
Oh, shoot. I thought I paused it. Oh, here we go again. Okay, witness, Paula and Todd, neither of them implicated him. The search warrants. And then both Detroit and Ty were brought in for questioning. 11:21. Good old Penny tries to okay.
Yeah, she's the one that's talking to Rory, trying
Right.
to tell him that Ty was the one with John Johnson and Rory at the time. So that's what I mean. Why does she have such a boner for this guy?
And actually, Wilson or Detroit's interview, he insists he was with Travis Johnson the night when Wilson eventually said he was present for the robbery. And planned that Ty was also there. He was at the warehouse, packed up, passed out, Tom down to get smokes.
Yeah.
Good old Penny. What does Penny got to say now? Interviews Roar in April. She denied involvement, but implicated Walker eventually said she saw Tucker change his clothes the night of the crime. Okay.